Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Survived Aizawa's Purge? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hitoshi felt the air leave his lungs. His name was at the bottom of the score list. Even below that creepy, perverted dwarf whose hair looked like a grape. Aizawa Sensei had made it loud and clear. The last one on the list was going to be expelled. Hitoshi didn't have a physical or flashy quirk that he could use in the test. The only way he could use his quirk was in the ball throw, when he called over the girl with the zero-gravity quirk and made her throw it for him so that he would get an infinity and his results wouldn't look so mediocre. But he still finished last. He had barely passed the entrance exam, where he'd hit robots left and right with the metal bar UA provided to quirkless kids or kids with non-physical quirks. But that had not borne as much fruit as he had hoped because Hitoshi wasn't in the best physical shape. It was mainly the rescue points he'd earned that had gotten him into the school of his dreams. When All Might's hologram appeared to tell him of his admission, he wasn't ashamed to say that he burst into tears as his mother hugged him effusively. The boy with the villain's quirk was going to be a hero. And now, all that sacrifice and effort seemed to be thrown away by a biased test. He had expected better from Eraserhead, considering that the man's quirk didn't always support him in combat and he sometimes essentially fought quirkless. No one will be expelled. Hitoshi couldn't help it. He collapsed to the ground, covering his eyes with his fists in relief. He lived to see another day. The Gravity Girl and the Mini Ingenium, along with several other classmates, let out exclamations of, "What the hell? Why? And you scared me." Their teacher just gave a creepy smile. It was a logical ruse to get everyone to show their full potential. Fortunately, it's not zero. The tall girl with the jet black ponytail, who had finished first on the list, sighed. It was obvious that he wasn't going to expel us. I thought everyone knew. From the reactions of their classmates, it was not obvious. Even Hitoshi gave her a seriously? The girl flinched in embarrassment. Should I have told you? A tired and collective yes was heard. When they came back from the Quirk apprehension test, they noticed a thin, green-haired boy wearing the hero course uniform, with black headphones over his ears, already in the classroom. His head was buried in a notebook labeled Class 1A Quirk Analysis. Ochako eyed the boy's relaxed posture with concern. He was in Aizawa Sensei's chair, the same teacher who had introduced himself in a yellow sleeping bag and looked at them like pests he'd have to deal with all year. The same Aizawa Sensei who had threatened to expel them if they didn't give 100% on the quirk apprehension test and had nearly caused the purple-haired boy with the brainwashing quirk to collapse. The poor kid didn't seem to know what he was getting into. She was about to say something when their homeroom teacher walked in and sighed wearily. "To your places in silence," he growled. They all sat down as quickly and quietly as possible. "You did better than I expected. Maybe you have more potential than I thought." He walked over to his chair, and the green-haired boy looked up from his notebook, focusing his gaze on the hero. "Problem child," Aizawa Sensei began, and the boy removed his headphones. "You took a long time." The green-haired boy shrugged and got up from the seat without looking at the class. "They need to improve their speed. It took them almost 5 minutes to get to the field and about 5 seconds to sit down after returning," he growled. The boy frowned, almost as if he didn't know they were there. "Returning?" Aizawa grunted and nodded at the class. "Returning." The boy turned towards them, his eyes widening and his mouth dropping almost wide enough to let an airplane fly inside. After the initial shock, his eyes sparkled, and he seemed ready to cry. "There are 20, he said in a flat tone that didn't match his expression. Aizawa nodded. "You have good grades with ectoplasm. You must know how to count to 20 at least." The guy's gaze darted over them, counting enthusiastically as if he couldn't believe his first count. "I can't believe it," the green-haired boy exclaimed. "There are 20 kids after the quirk apprehension test. You even have a mini-you." Ochako laughed at the obvious reference to Shinso looking like Aizawa Sensei, while the purple-haired boy simply lowered his head in embarrassment, looking as if he wanted the earth to swallow him up and eject him to the other side of the ocean. "Midoriya," Their homeroom teacher warned in a tired tone. Calm down. Bakugo, the rude boy who had gotten first place in the entrance exam with the explosive quirk, widened his eyes after hearing the boy's last name. Midoriya ignored Aizawa and kept jumping in place next to their teacher. I can't. You haven't expelled anyone yet this year. Wait, Ochako thought, feeling her body tremble. Wasn't that just a logical ruse? Their homeroom teacher sighed wearily and gave the boy a look. The boy nodded. Hello. He exclaimed, smiling. Name's Midoriya Izuku, and I'm a student of 2A. Aizawa-sensei coughed, and it was as if Midoriya remembered something. Sorry, I take that back, he said, holding his notebook tightly. I'm a second-year student of the hero course. Originally, I was in Class A until Eraserhead, the tired man here. He pointed to their homeroom teacher, and Ochako wanted to laugh. The guy had guts. Aizawa-sensei just grunted. Expelled my classmates. So, I was left as his only student. Because of that, I have a different schedule and take classes with different departments. I will accompany you in some lessons as Aizawa-sensei's teaching assistant. Any questions? 20 hands went up. 3 of which were from Shoji, the multi-armed student. Aizawa sighed from his sleeping bag. When did he get into that thing? You can only ask 5 questions, he said and turned in Midoriya's direction. You choose, problem child. Don't make too much noise. It's my nap time. Their teacher then turned over in his yellow sleeping bag and left them with the green-haired boy. Midoriya laughed and began to direct his gaze to each of them as if he could see into their souls. Maybe that was his quirk. Deku? Bakugo growled. Deku? Did it mean Dekairu? Like, you can do it? It was a nice nickname. Midoriya turned his head, focusing his eyes on Bakugo. Little Kaken! He exclaimed enthusiastically. Kaken? So they knew each other and it was like a sibling relationship? That was so cute. Although Bakugo's expression only showed annoyance. I can't believe you're in this class. Aizawa-sensei didn't give me the list of students because he said you only need to know the names of those who are in the classroom after the test. Now I have to get more notebooks because I didn't predict he would let the whole class stay. Bakugo growled. What are you doing here? Auntie never mentioned this. Midoriya blinked several times. Did my mom never mention that I was studying at UA? She did say that bush hair, but we thought she was referring to general education. Because this is impossible. Midoriya chuckled and shook his head. Bakugo, he started in a cold tone. Can you explain to your classmates why it's impossible for me to be in the hero course? The remaining 19 pairs of eyes focused on Bakugo. Even Shinso, who had done nothing but nod off in his seat, seemed interested in the answer. Bakugo snorted. Because you're quirkless. The air became thick with tension and an awkward silence rose in the class. Until Midoriya laughed. Ochako felt fear rise in her. After someone had downplayed him for something he couldn't control, he laughed. Aizawa-sensei must have seen serious potential in you because Izuku finally spoke. If you continue with that way of thinking, you will only get yourself killed. Bakugo seemed to want to reply but finally gave up and grunted. Midoriya redirected his attention to the rest of them and sighed wearily. A lesson that Aizawa-sensei will be teaching you, one that you better learn fast. Underestimating and not attacking with everything you've got will cause you to die prematurely. Also, don't confuse self-sacrifice with recklessness. Midoriya looked hopefully at the class as if he was certain that one day, they would become great heroes. Ochako wanted to be a great hero, and she would show that he was not wrong in believing that. Looking around at her classmates, she could see the determination in their faces. Even the stoic Shinso was eager to prove his worth. Midoriya's smile reappeared. Now, any questions? 20 students' hands went up. Fuck no. Did Sensei seriously not expel anyone? Ishikawa asked, the fins on his neck flapping open in surprise. Izuku laughed. 100% true, not fake. It almost gave me cardiac arrest when I saw 20 faces hopeful of becoming heroes. Suzuki snorted. For now, at least. I remember I was expelled in the middle of the first week for scratching my desk, she admitted as she sipped on her strawberry milkshake. It's not nice that he expelled us, but I think that helped us mature our desire to be heroes. We let go of childish and idealistic thoughts about becoming professionals and replaced them with more realistic ones. Fuwa, the girl with the fluffy earrings, said while taking her own sip. Izuku nodded. It helped us grow, he replied as he put down his chocolate chip cupcake. Even though I'm still telling you. Was it really necessary for you to change teachers? Ishikawa shrugged. We were given the chance and we accepted. Suzuki said, besides, you're an honorary member of Class A. And, to be honest, a hero is personally training you. It's not like you have anything to complain about. Izuku finally gave up before nodding. You're right. I think, after so many years of ostracism, I'm grateful that I found people like you and Aizawa Sensei who see me as an equal. Fuwa shook her head. Like an equal? No. She started laughing. We see you as a god. The survivor of Aizawa Sensei's purge. She raised her soda in the air as if to toast. Izuku rolled his eyes, and when he turned to look at his other friends, he found them doing the same, agreeing with Fuwa. Izuku felt the heat rise up his face. Don't say that, he exclaimed, shrinking in his seat with the desire to disappear. How was combat training with All Might? Aizawa Sensei asked Izuku from his spot inside his sleeping bag. The second-year student sighed. Your students destroyed 2 buildings. How? They were supposed to start with basic training, Class 1, as homeroom teacher growled. Izuku scratched his neck nervously. All Might is so dead. All Might decided that the students would face off in hero and villain teams and fight each other, he replied, watching his teacher's commonly stoic expression transform into one of exhaustion and annoyance. Some got excited, Izuku said for lack of a better term. And they left 2 buildings unusable. Aizawa Sensei sighed. Bakugo and Todoroki, right? Izuku nodded and added, and Uraraka, who used the debris created by Bakugo and threw it at a column so that Ida would be distracted and she could get the bomb. His teacher just sighed and sank deeper into his bag. You know, review the recordings and analyze the students' quirks. I will review them later to point out what they need to improve. The quirkless student nodded before fiddling with his fingers, as if he wanted to say something but was embarrassed to do so. Just say what you want to say, the erasure hero instructed. And make it quick so I can get back to my nap before I have to go through the atrocities of All Might and those hellhounds. Izuku took a deep breath. What do you think about giving a capture scarf to one of your students? Is that the quirkless student? A reporter asked. Izuku ran off at full speed, several members of the press in hot pursuit. Some first-year students engaged enthusiastically with the reporters like Ingenium's brother, who was delivering a passionate speech about All Might's qualities as a teacher. Others, like Uraraka, got caught up and answered anything thrown their way, while the rest, like Shinso and Tokoyami, were slipping through the bushes to avoid attention. Aizawa Sensei was speaking to a reporter. Although Izuku couldn't hear what he was saying, he saw his teacher make a dismissive get-out-of-here gesture with his hand. Yamada Sensei suggested using his quirk to scatter the reporters, but Aizawa Sensei had denied the suggestion. A pity. Izuku had wanted to see the press fly away. It's just the media, Ida yelled from the air. Calm down. Izuku turned to look at his group of friends. What did I tell you? Fuwa sighed. We panicked. Don't blame us. There's no damn fucking way that thing is a human being. Izuku exclaimed in fear as he used his capture bandages to subdue another of the criminals brought by the villains. It was supposed to be rescue training, Izuku thought in disgust. A fucking rescue training. They'd gone to USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint not Universal Studios Japan, as the 1A students had initially thought for rescue training across various zones. Originally, All Might was supposed to accompany them, but the number 1 hero, with his overwhelming need to save everyone, had insisted on handling villains elsewhere in the city, neglecting his teaching duties. Some things never change, Izuku thought, annoyed. With any luck, All Might won't find another quirkless child who wants to be a hero just to tell them they can't be one. Less talk, problem child. Aizawa Sensei growled. We have to keep them busy until reinforcements arrive. Izuku nodded as he captured another villain, one who grew spikes all over his body with the bandage on his right arm, using him like a flail to knock around other enemies. The villain, whom the handyman had called Nomu, knocked down his mentor and seized him by the head. Aizawa-sensei's elbow had been partially disintegrated by the quirk of the handyman, who often spoke in terms borrowed from video games, such as NPC and Player 2. Nomu then ground his teacher's head into the floor. "Erase her head," Izuku shouted, his voice tinged with panic. He couldn't afford to let the handyman touch him or his weapons, as that would leave him defenseless, unable to protect the students of Class 1A. Last year, when he obtained his provisional license, Izuku felt like he was living in a dream from which he never wanted to awaken. He could perform hero work, he was on the path to becoming a hero. In this critical moment, doing everything within his power to safeguard the students, Izuku was embodying what it meant to be a hero. Had this been his first year, he might have charged at the villains recklessly. But after countless incidents that left him injured and caused endless frustration for his teachers, Izuku had learned to act with prudence. So, when he saw the villain covered in hands Shigaraki, as the mist villain Kurogiri had called him, approaching Azuitsu, Mineta Minoru, and Shinso Hitoshi, he swiftly released his capture bandages to shield the students from harm. "You'll have to get over my dead body, handyman," Izuku growled, standing his ground. The villain turned his gaze toward him. "You aren't just an NPC, you're a player," he retorted, while Izuku signaled for the students to retreat. Shinso nodded, guiding a stunned Azui and a trembling Mineta away from the danger zone. "Yes," Izuku declared defiantly. "And I prefer direct confrontations." Shigaraki sneered. "You're the quirkless kid training to be a hero. Sensei found you intriguing." Izuku remained silent, absorbing every word. Any information was invaluable. "I don't know who your sensei is, but you've got mine," with his face on the ground. Shigaraki chuckled and crouched beside the incapacitated Aizawa-sensei. "Pretty cool, Eraserhead." Before Izuku could retaliate, a powerful "I'm here" echoed through the. Finally, Izuku thought with relief. Izuku couldn't suppress a laugh when he saw his mentor enter the teacher's lounge. "You look like a mummy, Aizawa-sensei." He snickered, tugging at his own bandages. "Are you sure Recovery Girl cleared you to teach? Shouldn't you be resting at home?" Aizawa-sensei growled. "I only have superficial injuries, but Chio insists that to prevent infection, I need to wear these bandages. She says another blow to my face could have weakened my quirk." Izuku nodded understandingly. "But if you're in this state, how are we supposed to train? We had a one-on-one match scheduled for today." Aizawa-sensei made a gesture that might have been a nod. It was hard to tell with his body swathed in bandages. "Change of plans. We'll discuss what you've learned about the 1A's hellhounds." Izuku retrieved his notebook from his backpack. "Well, for starters, Kaminari seems to have undiagnosed ADHD. He needs a support item to direct his electricity to a precise point instead of letting it accumulate in his brain, which triggers his way mode." Aizawa-sensei nodded, acknowledging the observation. "Koda needs to speak up. I know he has selective mutism, but he needs to shout for his quirk to have more range. Bakugo has to control his temper. You saw how he attacked Shinso during the combat training supervised by All Might." A low growl emanated from Aizawa-sensei at the recollection. "And speaking of Shinso, his quirk is fantastic for heroics, but he hasn't practiced much and isn't physically prepared," Izuku concluded. Izuku understood why. Like him, Shinso had been socially ostracized for something beyond his control. However, unlike Shinso, no one had expected anything from Izuku, while everyone feared the first-year student would turn into a villain. Izuku wasn't sure which was worse. "I'll give Shinso a capture scarf if you agree to train him with it," Aizawa-sensei proposed. "You'll earn extra credit for teaching him, and if you get him proficient in self-defense, it'll increase to 3 credits. Izuku nodded eagerly. "Yes, sir." He extended his hand for a handshake, only to remember that Aizawa-sensei's arm was in a sling. He could almost see his teacher's stoic expression beneath the bandages and burst into laughter. "Problem child," Aizawa-sensei sighed. "Let's continue with the other hellhounds." "Don't look at me like that, Midoriya-senpai." Shinso growled, dangling precariously from the gym's ceiling. This is hard. Izuku chuckled. That's why I'm laughing, the green-haired boy explained. When the same thing happened to me, Aizawa-sensei laughed too. I didn't understand it back then, but now? I completely get it. The blood is rushing to my brain. The purple-haired boy screeched. Get me down from here. Izuku placed a hand on his chin, feigning deep thought. I'll give you 5 minutes to try and free yourself. Meanwhile, I'll grab some water from the vending machine, he said as he turned and headed toward the door, deliberately ignoring Shinso's pleas. Get me out of here. Shinso shouted again, desperation creeping into his voice. Izuku didn't respond, aware that the boy wanted to use his quirk. Izuku wasn't prejudiced, but he certainly wasn't foolish either. I hate this. Though Izuku wasn't looking at him, he could almost feel the intense glare of pure frustration that Shinso was directing at him. It was a small thing, but it was there. While most heroes strive to be seen as paragons of virtue, just as Izuku had idolized them for most of his life, the reality was that they were human beings. So they were allowed to feel. Feeling some resentment was normal. The key was not letting it consume you. Underground heroes didn't have the luxury of maintaining a pristine image. Their morals were often murky, and they weren't bound by the same social conventions or even laws. So they could afford certain liberties, like leaving a 15-year-old kid hanging from a ceiling. He thought before feeling a chill down his spine. Oh, I'm spending too much time with Aizawa-sensei. What do you have for me today, Midoriya? Netsu inquired, a sly smile curling on his lips, a look Izuku had come to recognize all too well. Being the personal analysis student of one of the most intelligent beings on the planet wasn't for the faint-hearted. You had to discern the good in the bad and the bad in the good. Chaos within order. Order within chaos. Yin and yang. All these paradoxes described Principal Netsu perfectly. Just a few suggestions for improving the sports festival, Izuku replied, holding up his notebook. Netsu's grin widened. You're not participating this year, correct? Izuku shook his head. The more I stay in the shadows, the more effective I'll be as an underground hero. I've got connections thanks to Aizawa-sensei. Netsu extended his paw, and Izuku placed the notebook into it. The chimera delicately opened the notebook, while Izuku took a sip of his tea. After several minutes of companionable silence, Netsu's enthusiasm was evident in his sadistically pleased smile. Izuku mirrored it with a soft smile of his own. The eyes of both geniuses' mentor and pupil met in understanding. Netsu took a sip of his tea and finally sighed. You never fail to impress me, Midoriya, he declared. It's the perfect blend of challenge and enjoyment, without crossing the line into actual abuse. Izuku nodded. So, do you approve the events I've planned for the first years? Principal Netsu nodded eagerly, extending his paw again. It's a deal, Midoriya. Izuku accepted the handshake with a mischievous grin. This year's sports festival is going to be quite the spectacle. Meanwhile, across the various departments, a chill ran down the spines of the first-year students except for one pink-haired girl from the support department. She feared nothing. I'm Dorura Kanoko, and you are watching Japan Good News. This segment is dedicated to one of the annual events that most entertain the public. Which one am I talking about, Sinako? Yes, Kanoko. UA Sports Festival has been wild, or at least the first year. I may say, don't even say it. We had a renewed festival for this new semester with new entries. Plus, we had Pro Hero Present Mike as a commentator as always. That man knows how to encourage a crowd. Of course, he does, Sinako. And he was accompanied by a student. The surprise. Because, according to the program, Pro Hero Eraserhead would be who accompanied him. Kanoko. Eraserhead is the teacher of Class 1A, isn't he? Exactly, Sinako. Recently, UA has been lied to in the eye of the world. Since first-year Class A was attacked in rescue training at the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, AKUSJ, alongside the Pro Hero Eraserhead and 13. But from some leaks, there was a third injured, a second year accompanying them. You're right about that. And, although there is not much information on that, Rumors indicate that the hero name of the student in question would be void. Those poor children. Don't say it. But at least they discovered that the world of heroes is not all glitz and glamour. It's a profession and they are going to be the pillars that will maintain this society. It's extremely curious how we can see the future mainstays in high-quality entertainment. Here we bring you a few excerpts of the most entertaining. Before the first event, we bring you the recording of the speech of the first-year student representative, Bakugo Katsuki, who entered with 89% on the written exam and 77 points on the practical. "I'm going to win this," the blonde student announced before the crowd of students. "You'll be great stepping stones to my success." The rest of the students weren't happy. But what confidence? Yup. Let's move on to the first event. First event, obstacle race. It seemed like this was going to be a typical event, right, Kanoko? Really, Sinako? But things took a turn, and we have everything on video. What the fuck is this? Reko Kaneo from 1C flew off after landing by accident on the elastic floor. Seriously? Saws? Shinso Hitoshi from 1A exclaimed as he ducked under the deadly blades. He got a free haircut. Monoma! Aways Yosetsu from 1B yelled, seeing his classmate get hit by a log on the testicles. Monoma Nito from 1B was on the ground, and his classmate Shiosaki Iber had to carry him on her vines. Such a spirit, listeners. Present mixed voice was heard. Half and half. Bakugo Katsuki from 1A yelled as he chased after his classmate, Todoroki Shoto, son of number 2 hero Endeavor, as they traversed the rocky peaks. "Don't leave me behind." What the hell did they think when doing this? Jiraki Nora from 1D shouted, trying to escape the flying balls. In the entertainment, the voice of the mysterious second-year student exclaimed over the speakers. "And in challenging you all." She couldn't help the one that hit her in the stomach. "My babies are perfect for these obstacles. Watch me support companies. You want Hatsum Mei on your teams." Hatsum Mei from 1H enthusiastically exclaimed as she pulled out some kind of retractable shield. "Is she turning this into a commercial?" Present Mike exclaimed. "And in a great one. Keep it up, Hatsum." "Thank you, senpai." "Fuck you, Mineta." Ashido Mina from 1A cursed as she tossed Mineta Minoru from her class straight into the sticky trap. "Take some of your own medicine." "What's happening?" Present Mike enthusiastically yelled. Bakugo Katsuki versus Todoroki Shoto come for first place. The anonymous student yelled, not knowing that someone already occupied it. "What?" Bakugo's scream overcame the loudspeakers. "And the winner of the first round of the UA First Year Sports Festival is..." Present Mike exclaimed. Unexpected and illogically, Shinso Hitoshi from 1A. The student announced. The purple-haired student simply widened his eyes and looked back to see that he had indeed won. Purple troll bastard. Bakugo crossed the finish line using his explosions. Shinso looked at the cabin and moved his mouth saying, "Kill me." That was interesting. True, Kanoko? Definitely. The surprise was that Shinso Hitoshi won the obstacle race due to him not having a physical quirk. But what's his quirk? We'll find out later on, but those saws took the boy's height down. Better hair than his head. Can we talk about that Monoma boy? It was a low hit, but the teamwork was lovely. And speaking of teamwork, second event, capture the flag. I lost money on this. I had bet on a cavalry battle. It's not very ethical to gamble at the expense of a school event. It's the media. Our moral code summaries to inform. Let's go with the best moments. But before, they formed teams from the 18 students who passed from the first round. And don't forget how Shinso Hitoshi, round 1 winner, learned about the consequences of his victory. His expression became a meme. The camera focused a scared grimace on the face of the commonly stoic student upon learning that he wouldn't compete as a team, but with a partner in Capture the Flag. Kendo Itsuka, Monoma Nito, Tsuburaba Kozai and Shiozaki Ibra. Uraraka Ochako, Rin Hiryu, Mina Ashido and Tetsu Tetsu. Todoroki Shoto, Tenya Ida, Momo Yaoyorozu and Kaminari Denki. Bakugo Katsuki, Hanta Siro, Kirishima Ijiro and Shoji Mizo. Shinso Hitoshi and Hasjum Mei. Appreciate my beautiful babies. Hatsum enthusiastically announced. These boots match Gravity Girl's quirk. Hey! Uraraka scolded. You can't with the supremacy of 1B. Minoma yelled as Kendo slammed his giant fist at Ishido. Kirishima snorted from the other side. Aren't you the one who was hit by a log and had to be dragged to the finish line? Shut up. Knock. Knock. Tetsu frowned. Ha! His eyes glazed over. Gimme the flag. Shinso ordered. Eyebags. Bakugo yelled, going towards Shinso. You can't flee from me. I wasn't going to do it. He replied stoically and withdrew, leaving his flag alone. Bakugo growled. Don't look down at me, bastard. Shinso smirked. Grab the flag and take off with your team until you hear Present Mike yelling it's over. Recipro burst. Tenya Ida yelled, taking Uraraka's team flag. Hey! Rin exclaimed. We just took it from Siro. Shinso! Todoroki exclaimed as he approached. I know you have a flag. Yaoyorozu started to create a blanket from her abdomen. Your quirk is a threat. Kaminari recharged. Therefore, I must neutralize you. The ice came off his foot and froze the purple boy, who smirked. Who told you that I had the flag? Yes, support companies. Hatsum yelled through her speakers. Hatsum Mei creates everything for every situation you could imagine. Shoji Mizo was on the ground trying to catch her. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who offend us. Just catch Kaminari, Shiozaki. It's a threat even in Wei mode. Tetsu yelled as the distracted Kaminari loomed over them. God's timing is always right. Shiozaki exclaimed, pulling her vines towards the electric boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over. Present Mike yelled, pulling Bakugo out of the brainwash. Too much intensity for an event. And the third round is missing, Sinako, which we will talk about after commercials. Along with the comments of this event. Japan Good News was brought to you thanks to Do you want hair as shiny and strengthened as All Might? By Mig Hair. And your hair will say I'm here. Do you want men to fall before you like with Midnight? With the Midnight Flower Perfume, you will achieve that and more. Put your hands up. Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 4 p.m. on the radio. Wash recommends it. Or a Curin detergent. End of ad space. And we return, little listeners. Covered. That phrase is proprietary to Present Mike. Who cares? To the network, Sinako. Well, Kanoko. But forget it. Everyone. Forget it. You're right, but we have to continue with the UA Sports Festival. Only the first year, because the second year will be tomorrow. After Capture the Flag, we got the 16 finalists. Kendo Itsuka, 1B. Minoma Nito, 1B. Tsuburaba Kozai, 1B. Shizuki Ibra, 1B. Todoroki Shoto, 1A. Tenya Ida, 1A. Yaoyorozu Momo, 1A. Shoji Mizo, 1A. Bakugo Katsuki, 1A. Siro Hanta, 1A. Kirishima Ainjiro, 1A. Kaminari Denki, 1A. Shinso Hitoshi, 1A. Hasjime H. Uraraka Ochako, 1A. Tetsu, 1B. Why are Uraraka and Tetsu there? Their team remained with 0 flags. They needed to complete all 16, so if they eliminated Shinso and Hatsum, they would remain. Each team could hold at most 2 flags. If 2 teams ran out of flags, they would have gone directly to the quarterfinals. That's 8 participants. Really? I didn't hear that. It's because your attention is just on only one thing. While you were gambling, I was listening at midnight announcing the rules to show quality content and accurate information. Why don't I deserve a show of my own? I deserve one too, Kanoko. No time for discussion. We'll show you the pairings for the face-to-face matches. Round 1. Minoma Nito, 1B, versus Shinso Hitoshi, 1A. Uraraka Ochako, 1A, versus Bakugo Katsuki, 1A. Shizuki Ibara, 1B, versus Shiro Hanta, 1A. Kendo Itsuka, 1B, versus Todoroki Shoto, 1A. Hatsume, 1H, versus Tsuburaba Kozai, 1A. Ida Tenya, 1A, versus Yayoro Zumomo, 1A. Tetsu, 1B, versus Kirishima Einjiro, 1A. Kaminari Denki, 1A, versus Shoji Mizo, 1A. Some matches were interesting. Don't even say it. On this side, we have the blonde ghost thief from 1B, Monoma Nito. Present Mike exclaimed. And, on the other, to the mysterious Shinso Hitoshi from 1A. The student announced. Both students left their respective places and positioned themselves face to face on the field. Don't think you know how useless your quirk is once someone finds out how it works? Monoma exclaimed as Midnight announced the rules. Ready? The heroine asked. The blonde from Class B nodded, as the tired-looking one did. Start. Shinso sprinted across the terrain in a straight line in the direction of Monoma. Who said I'd use my quirk on this? He asked, grinning. Before the blonde could answer, a fist hit him on the nose. He was unconscious. That must have hurt. The good news is that Shinso showed quirks aren't everything. But what's his quirk? Something like hypnosis from what we've seen at the Capture the Flag. Shinso Hitoshi. Quirk, brainwash. You answer a question and you fall under his control. That sounds evil. Sounds heroic. Don't be an ignorant. But it's true. As true as all might is under 30, asshole. For all ages. Then stop fomenting discrimination, piece of S. We interrupt your regular programming due to technical problems to show you breaking news. I introduce myself, I'm Sora Hana, and I'm here with news regarding what happened with the pro-hero Ingenium. Unfortunately, his injuries will prevent him from continuing his career as a hero, having to retire at an early age. The family asks for respect and not to overcrowd the hospital where he's recovering. At the beginning of the UA second-year sports festival, which is still broadcast and will have a block tomorrow there was a beautiful tribute to Ingenium's career. We will return as soon as we receive more news of his condition. We go back to the main block. I'm Darura Kanoko, my friend had to withdraw, so I'll continue the program. Well, 1A's Shinso Hitoshi beat 1B's Monoma Nito unpredictably and quickly. Perfect for a hero. But some matches got juicier. Uraraka Ochako was the purest definition of girl power and plus ultra when facing Bakugo Katsuki, her explosive classmate. Thank you. Uraraka said as she got up from the ground and looked at Bakugo with the purest expression of determination. Thank you for not letting your guard down. And then she linked the fingers of her two hands. Debris fell from the sky, similar to an asteroid shower. Sadly, Bakugo gathered up all the nitroglycerin he had produced and created an explosion that destroyed the girl's chance of reaching the quarterfinals. The crowd roared in rage, exclaiming that Bakugo had acted so brutally with his partner, noting that Uraraka had vanished to the ground and could no longer get up. Excuse me? The anonymous student's voice echoed through the stadium. Do you think Uraraka is so weak that she deserves Bakugo to be soft on her? That girl created a shower of debris. She's anything but weak. If you believe what you are saying, find another career. There's no reason to underestimate anyone based on anything. Uraraka gave her all, used all her strength. The least Bakugo can do is show her respect by fighting with everything he has. I like that boy. Uraraka didn't win her match, but she gained my admiration. Uraraka's quirk is zero gravity, which allows her to nullify the gravity of everything she touches. Her opponent, Bakugo Katsuki, sweats nitroglycerin and can explode it. It was one of the best matches, and it was only in the round of 16. Regarding the fight between Shiro Hanta and Shizuki Ibara, well, watch the video. Shit! Shiro exclaimed as Shizuki's vines immobilized him. The green-haired girl sighed. Don't use that vocabulary. God doesn't approve. Besides, your tape is hurting me. They were both completely tied up. Shizuki's vines were around the boy from 1A and his tape was stuck in various parts of the girl's hair. The match ended with Shiozaki yelling and dragging Siro out of bounds. They both had to stick to Recovery Girl who was waiting for them with scissors. It was a tangled situation. Do you get it? Tangled. Like the pre-Quirk movie. Okay, bad joke. The next match was between Todoroki Shoto, whose quirk allows him to produce ice and fire, and Kendo Itsuka, who can enlarge her hands. I don't think it's necessary. Should I really say it? Also, I have to add the fact that Todoroki Shoto is Endeavor's son. Let's see the clip. The match started with a large wall of ice was thrown by Todoroki at Kendo. The Class B's girl couldn't raise her fists and fight him off. Hi. Present Mike yelled. It ended by declaring Todoroki the winner. That was quick. Not much to comment on, except that the boy's quirk is crazy. The next match lasted 10 minutes. Show video. That's support companies. Hatsume exclaimed as she used her retractable baton and kicked a troubled Tsuburaba out of bounds. Hatsume. Hatsum. In my next match, I'll announce my other babies. Hatsum wins. Midnight said in a blank voice. She stole our speakers. Present Mike announced. The mystery student laughed. But she did her job. Hatsum will show items in every round she participates in. She's UA's brightest mind. Plus Ultra, Hatsum. Commonly the hero course stands out, but Hatsum in the representation of the support course puts her department on high. Common girl. Now we continue with Ida Tenya, Ingenium's younger brother, against the creative Yaoyorozu Momo. Ida ran over and pulled Yaoyorozu out as she created a shield and sword. The girl lost with a disappointed expression on her face. Well, there are different quirks with different complexities. Don't be discouraged, girl. Defeats are steps to success. Now we have an endurance match. Students with the same quirk. Tetsu from Class B and Kirishima from Class A. This doesn't make sense. The student commented in a bored tone. But it's great. Present Mike remarked. This is going to end in a draw and they'll have a rematch. How do you know? The hero asked. Because they're both unconscious. The teacher laughed. What are you dash? He fell silent in mid-comment. What? Both are out. In order not to put you on hold, Class A's Kirishima Ijiro won the rematch. Both students cried as they said that their confrontation had been very manly. Do you know what it means? Crimson Riot? Interesting. Finally, we had the electric boy, Kaminari Denki, against multiple arms, Shoji Mizo. It was quick. Kaminari used all his electricity. He stayed in Wei mode and went out of bounds on his own. Shoji was on the ground, but conscious. Midnight declared him the winner. A rather intense round of 16, and the 8 that survived faced in the next round. Round 2. Shiozaki Ibara vs Tenya Ida. Todoroki Shoto vs Shinso Hitoshi. Shoji Mizo vs Bakugo Katsuki. Kirishima Injiro vs Hashime. I'll just say that Shinso Hitoshi's face is a jewel for comedy. If only he smiled more. The student's expression was one of complete terror, his eyes wide and his jaw wide open. He looked around the booth and uttered a silent, "Is it late to have reported me ill? He's so lovely." Now, continuing with the matches, we have the Vines girl, a current century Rapunzel, Shiozaki Ibara, versus the speedster, Tenya Ida. It ended fast. The boy used the same technique as the match against Yaoyorozu. He didn't give the girl from Class B the opportunity to use her vines. He won. The next match pitted a mental quirk against an emitter. It's impressive that Shinso has passed the entrance exam due to the continuous complaints of various applicants. It allows physical quirks to stand out, but that boy is proof that this exam measures more than strength. Pass video. Start. Midnight exclaimed enthusiastically. Todoroki Shoto threw a wall in the direction of Shinso Hitoshi, who narrowly dodged it. Don't you get tired of the same? The purple-haired boy asked, grinning. Todoroki didn't respond and threw another wall, which did hit the mental quirk student, immobilizing him. The R-rated hero walked over to where Shinso lay frozen. Todoroki faced him. Can you move, Shinso? Midnight asked. The boy smiled. I can still move my lips, so dash. Todoroki threw a small blast of ice at the boy's mouth, shutting him up. Now? Midnight asked again. Shinso shook his head, and Todoroki was declared the winner. Shinso's participation has generated a significant impact in several communities. Those quirks are called villains or useless. Even in the quirkless one, he showed that strength is in the spirit more than in quirk. My whole life, my quirk was called useless. It only allows me to bend my toes. It's a shame that our society values people based on their quirk. I am happy to see someone challenging the system. Well, moving on to the next match, we had Bakugo Katsuki versus Shoji Mizo. Who are you betting on, kid? Present Mick's voice echoed through the speakers. You are a teacher, Mike, and a commentator, you must play neutral. The student pointed out. Present Mike laughed. Too long with eraser. Pay attention, you have to declare Bakugo the winner. The boy said as Shoji went out of bounds. Wait, what? The voice hero exclaimed when he realized that he had missed the match. We have no information about the mysterious student, but we can say that he is in the hero course and learns from Eraserhead. Maybe with that we will find his identity, maybe not. Anyway, he's still a minor and the ethics is worth more than the news. Although some idiots forget the journalist and reporter's oath. Well, let's go to the final match of the girl from the support department, Hatsum, against the indestructible Kirishima from Heroics. Start video. It's not manly to use me as a publicity ploy. The Heroics student growled as Hatsum promoted her jetpack. Apparently, my assistant wants to finish this match. The girl exclaimed. I can do that. And so it was that a large net shot out of one of the girl's support items and threw the student out of bounds. It's this, ladies and gentlemen. Support companies. You want Hatsum Mei. What's Hatsum's quirk? I have to tell you that it has nothing to do with intelligence. That's a gift of her own. Her quirk is zoom and allows her to see up to 5 kilometers away. And there you have them, public. The semi-finalists and their matches. Round 3. Hatsum Mei vs Ida Tenya. Bakugo Katsuki vs Todoroki Shoto. What a thrill to see a student from another department join these heights of the festival against Heroes students. Do you want to know how it ended? We'll return after these commercials. Japan Good News was brought to you thanks to. Do you want a vibrant smile like Miss Jokes? Try Smile Punch and you will see how your teeth shine. Do you want to be a blood hero like Vlad King? Go to Donate Blood and Save Lives. 9 out of 10 beauty experts recommend it, including Nedza himself, Keratin Shampoo. For shiny, soft, and fluffy hair. Kanbanwa Pills. So your dark circles don't resemble Shinso Hitoshi's. End of ad space. How about your weekends, guys? Izuku asked, arriving at the classroom earlier than Aizawa Sensei, who was enjoying his last few minutes of quiet. The students groaned. An extra from Support 1. Bakugo growled. Izuku laughed. Is that why Aunt Mitsuki was saying you looked like an angry Pomeranian? Bakugo hissed. Shut up, Deku. Izuku started to breathe slower and dry his eyes before looking at the other students in front of him. Any thoughts other than Hatsum's victory? Shinso raised his hand and sighed. My weekend was full of paperwork. Apparently, a brand used my likeness to promote some sleeping pills on a TV show. My parents were furious. Kaminari started to laugh at it. On Japan Good News. That reporter defended you tooth and nail from quirkism. Ashido nodded enthusiastically. I heard they are giving her a show since she was trending on Twitter. Shinso nodded. My parents were excited about that. It was like a wake-up call or something. My father joked that they must have used his likeness instead of mine. Izuku frowned. Why? My dad's quirk is not sleeping. The dark circles I have are a hereditary secondary mutation, as is insomnia, apparently. The class fell silent. Some jaws dropped to the floor. Until Todoroki impressively interrupted. Does that mean you're not Aizawa Sensei's secret love child or Midoriya Senpai's brother? Shinso made a face of pure confusion, and Izuku decided to put his own into words. What the heck, Todoroki? Internships. Shoyuta growled, showing the board. Those who didn't receive any will be able to choose between the agencies affiliated with UA. Uraraka raised her hand. Yes. How does Midoriya-senpai skip the sports festival? She asked, frowning. Shota growled, you should ask him that. But he's very cryptid. Kirishima complained. Then learn to decipher. Shota finished before starting to get into his sleeping bag. For Hero Informatics, Midnight will help you choose your hero names dash. And hopefully they're good because if they're wrong, they'll look like Eraserhead. Nemuri cut him off as she entered. They won't be such idiots. Aizawa sensei. Izuku called his teacher. The man looked up from the papers. What's wrong, problem child? Why is Aoyama's hero name can't stop twinkling? Why is Bakugo's blank? Why are Ida and Todoroki just with their names? And Ashido with Pinky? His teacher widened his eyes, showing emotion for once all day, and then his head slammed into the desk. They were such idiots. Okay. Izuku said, confused. Midoriya-senpai. Shinso stopped him in the middle of the hall. Shinso? School ended hours ago. Izuku scolded him. The boy shrugged. It doesn't matter. The point is that I found out from Fuwa-senpai that you do your internships with Aizawa-sensei. Traitor, Izuku thought. Fuwa Maada started sneezing across the town. And? He asked. The first Yed sighed. How did you do it? Izuku frowned. Did you read your internship package? Shinso shook his head. Then read section E. Midoriya-senpai. Uraraka approached him at lunch the next day. Izuku looked up from his lunch and focused on Uraraka, got up from his table, and indicated to his friends that he would be with them shortly. Did something happen, Uraraka? He asked. The girl nodded as she fiddled with her hands. I'm worried about Ida. She said quietly. He chose manual in Hosu as his internship. I feel like he will make a serious mistake. Ida. Ida had been acting weird in class. He was going to intern in the same city where his brother was attacked by Hero Killer. His eyes widened in panic, but he tried to appear calm. He didn't need to over-alert Aizawa-sensei's student. Thanks for telling me. He finally answered. Ida. Shota called the boy with glasses. Come closer. Yes, sensei? The boy asked as he reached where his teacher indicated. Midoriya had told him about his conversation with Uraraka. While the problem child was talking with the other hellhounds, giving some advice, Shota took the opportunity to converse with the younger Ida. Don't think with your liver but your head, he said to the boy. I can't stop you from going to Hosu, but don't you dare do something you might regret. Ida nodded. Don't worry, sensei. Go back with your classmates. Shota finally said, watching as the train approached. As he watched the Ida walk away, he thought how bad the boy was lying. I'll have to watch for him, he thought. Shinso complained as they returned to UA. Was it necessary to go to the station even though I'm going to stay with you? Shinso asked, groaning. Aizawa-sensei nodded with a sadistic smile. The experience outside of the internships is the same for everyone. It means that you had to get up ridiculously early because your classmates did. Izuku said, looking at his phone. At day, training. At night, patrol. Welcome to Underground Heroics. Just so you can see, Aizawa-sensei growled, or permit you to participate. You still don't have a temporary license to decide to act on your own. A question, senpai. Shinso approached him after training. What's wrong? Izuku asked as he ate an apple. Why is your capture weapon bandages and not a scarf? He said with a frown. I see that you know how to handle the scarf. Izuku shrugged. During training, my scarf broke in half, and I had to come up with a way to wear it. I put it on both of my arms and used them as bandages. From there, I invented a fighting style. It's easier for me to handle the bandages than the scarf itself. Aizawa-sensei took 6 years to perfect the use of the scarf. I will take the same time, but I'm teaching you the basics. Later, Aizawa-sensei will teach you the complicated. With faith, for the next semester, it will be added to your hero suit. Shinso held his capture weapon. Really? Yes. Izuku said enthusiastically. You have talent with that thing. Considering that I stumbled because it was too long, he thought. But he wasn't going to say that to the boy. Midoriya. Aizawa Sensei called him during the night. Shinso had fallen asleep the moment his face had touched the pillow. With faith he will sleep through the night, Izuku thought amusedly. Yes, Aizawa Sensei? He said as he approached his teacher, who was going on patrol. Wednesday, go to Hosu. I'll start training Shinso with the scarf. I need you to keep an eye on Ida. His teacher growled as he sipped his coffee. The boy is about to do something stupid. I feel it in my bones. Tomorrow Shinso will have to stay awake. We are going out on patrol. I want him to meet the police department as a student hero, not as a witness to villains' attacks. Izuku frowned. Why Wednesday? Aizawa Sensei put his mug on the sink and started wrapping the capture scarf around his neck. Instinct. He would have to admit that his teacher had good instincts. Hey! He yelled as he watched as Hero Killer threatened to drive the blade of one of his katanas into Ida's body. Get on one your size. The Hero Killer stood up and could see that Izuku's height was nothing like the criminal's. My size? The man scoffed. He has no nose, Izuku thought stupidly. He's a first-year student. He needs to learn. He claimed as he prepared his bandages to attack. Hero Killer snorted. He's already corrupted. Letting resentment consume you, and letting yourself be guided by a thirst for revenge is the furthest you can get from a hero. While the man released the rest of his spiel, Izuku took out his communicator. He requested reinforcements from the heroes, who were facing the Nomus. Most likely, they couldn't arrive, but at least he was trying to get them. He saw Native leaning and paralyzed against the wall. He was another person to rescue. He would have to entertain Hero Killer and, if necessary, fight. Ida growled. You disabled my brother. You destroyed his career. He was an impeccable hero. And I inherited the name Ingenium, I have to dash. Close your mouth. Izuku hissed, not taking his gaze from the assassin. Shut up, Tenya. Ida was paralyzed. Hero Killer was turning his back to him, concentrating on Izuku. This is my business. Don't get involved. Izuku gave a humorless laugh. I'm still a student, but I'm too involved with you to say it's none of my business. I'm studying to be a hero, I want to be a hero, and although it seems illogical, being a hero is being there to help, when possible, those in need. Hero Killer began to cackle, his katanas flapping around his body. You are such a curious boy. He started as he approached Izuku and left Ida. You speak as if you are a true hero, now I wonder. Will you fight like one? He finished, preparing his katanas to attack. Izuku let the bandages slide down his arms and leaned down. You are not the one to judge, he said, putting on a daring smile. But I want to see where your opinion goes. And they both rushed forward. What did I tell you? Aizawa Sensei growled, running his hand over his face while looking at his pupil's bandaged leg. Shinso was sitting in a chair, checking his phone. They were both wearing his suits while Izuku had been stripped, and was wearing a hospital gown. Ida was sitting in the next bed, with his head lowered and a cast wrapped around his arm. Watch over Ida. Izuku said wearily like a child who was being claimed. What did you do? Aizawa Sensei said irritably. I faced Hero Killer and ended up with a katana on my calf. He replied dryly. His teacher examined him. You could have died. That criminal has murdered heroes, and you are a student with a provisional license. Izuku nodded. It was the most logical course of action. Hero's attention was on the Nomus and the other civilians. We were in an alley alone. Ida and Native were priorities. I tried to distract him, I called for reinforcements, but as I said, no one was available. I had to fight, and I managed to submit him before support arrived. I don't regret any of my decisions, he said decisively, facing his mentor. Shinso was observing the situation with a gleam of surprise in his eyes. Ida kept looking embarrassed. Aizawa Sensei was with his neutral expression before sighing. You did well. His teacher agreed. Although reckless, problem child, you did well, he said before turning his attention to Ida. Instead, this would reserve expulsion from UA. The student paled. Like Izuku and Shinso, Aizawa Sensei was a strict teacher, but Izuku knew he cared about students and had a soft spot for children. He hasn't expelled the students that year. Mineta was still there, despite being a pervert, and giving Izuku cold chills. Bakugo was still there, even if the boy was wild. Kaminari and Ashido were scandalous, etc. Aizawa Sensei must seriously have liked this class not to have expelled them by now. But I think I'll be lenient, and you'll only have a red mark on your record. I think your arm and Midoriya's presence in the hospital are enough to motivate you not to do something stupid like that again. He growled. Ida nodded fiercely. Sure, Aizawa Sensei. Then turned to Izuku. Forgive me, Midoriya-senpai, for everything I did and why you got hurt. Izuku nodded calmly and gave him a reassuring smile. The important thing is that we are alive, and we will recover. Aizawa Sensei grunted. The door opened, and a dog-headed policeman next to Manuel entered. The policeman introduced himself as the head of the Hosu Police Department, Tsugarami Kenji, and then delivered a spiel directed at Ida. Shinso was noticeably out of place, and you could tell how uncomfortable he was. Most likely, Aizawa-sensei just wanted him to leave to find a corner to fall asleep until Izuku's mother arrived. Tsugarami said, "You guys won't be involved. Endeavor would get the credit." Izuku snorted. The guy who almost set me on fire while I was being held hostage by Hero Killer? Sansa nodded. Or do you want to come out of underground, Void? Izuku shook his head. I got it. Let's give the credit to Endeavor. What does it mean to be a hero? Izuku heard Shinso ask from his chair. Aizawa-sensei had gone out for a cup of coffee, and Ida had fallen asleep. Izuku frowned. I couldn't tell you accurately. Why? The first-year student looked at him, confused. Because it depends on why you want to be one. Why do you want to be a hero? Shinso sighed. Grudge. I know it doesn't sound very heroic, but I want to show people they are wrong about me. That my quirk is not villainous dash. Izuku snorted. Don't think I'm making fun of you. I laugh at how stupid people can be. To a certain extent, I share your point of view. People called me useless for being quirkless, and I'm longed to show them that they were wrong. He remembered the times when some of his classmates teased him, looked at him with pity, or just ignored him. The teachers didn't believe him when he got good grades or did his homework. All Might told him that he couldn't be a hero. Despite that, my motivation was always to help people. I wanted them to see me and feel safe, but that evolved, and I have grown and matured. I want to save and help people. Being the best hero that I can be. He smiled. Tell me, what do you think it means to be a hero? Shinso thought about it for a while, his brow furrowed, and his eyes scanned the floor of the room. Finally, he sighed and ran his hand over his face. I think being a hero means helping others. Izuku nodded. That's what a hero does. He said quietly. But I tell you, your motivation is good. You understand people like us, rejected people. You want to help them. You want to make a statement that, if I'm honest, it's a good way to be a hero. Shit. Izuku growled as he watched the video on Fua's phone. She nodded, biting her lip. Yeah. The flying Nomu and Stain saving you. Oh, and don't forget Endeavor saving your ass afterward. Ishikawa commented. If you only knew, Izuku thought as he rolled his eyes. And the hero killer's speech. Suzuki added. I know he is a criminal, and he's doing wrong, but you have to accept that he has some pretty valid points. Izuku could not help but think that the man's ideology was correct in certain aspects. He has been aware of that throughout his life and has just accepted it. The system was not perfect. Endeavor was a perfect example of a false hero, and he didn't know why, but his son, Shoto, wasn't very excited about being one, even though he was studying to be one. He had talked to Aizawa-sensei about it. The man had said that he would try to talk to him during their summer camp. Izuku hoped that he would because, from what he had seen during the sports festival, if he kept only using ice, he would end up killing himself. Throughout the Hosu incident, he knew that Todoroki had gone to do an internship in Shibuya. So he had stayed away from his father. Well, a lot happened, he said, trying to calm everyone down. Sasamiya frowned. What about Ingenium's brother? Izuku smiled. He's fine, he has a few damaged nerves, but he'll be fine. The second-year students were talking about their work studies, and their attention was directed to Izuku with his casted leg. It was due to Hero Killer, and the video that was circulating on HeroTube regarding him. Have you heard from the final exams? Fuwa asked, noticing that Izuku wanted to change the subject. All eyes turned to Izuku. What? He asked, confused. Come on, man. Tell us what's coming. Ninasatea pleaded. Izuku rolled his eyes. Why would I know? Because you're rubbing shoulders with the teachers and the principal. They must have blurted something out there. Suzuki exclaimed as the rest of his classmates nodded. Izuku shrugged. I know the first years will fight the teachers. The classroom fell silent before exploding. What the fuck? Several voices repeated at the same time. I told some first years they were against robots. Ishikawa wailed as he put his hands on his fins. Izuku laughed. Well, at least they won't know what hit them. Midoriya senpai. Kaminari exclaimed as soon as Izuku entered the classroom, his leg wrapped in the cast and leaning on a crutch. Need help? Izuku denied. Don't worry. Rather, how did it go? The boy looked at him like he didn't believe him but finally relented and smiled. It takes longer to fry my brain. At least he progressed, he sighed. Sounds great. He told him as he put the books down on Aizawa Sensei's desk and retired to his next class. It was strange to see Kaminari alone in the classroom while the rest of the guys were most likely having lunch or something. Is something wrong? Kaminari denied. I just got low scores in the exams. I'm studying on my own, but Yaoyorozu will do a study session at her house. I hope to pass the exams. He said with sparks jumping around him. Izuku laughed. Okay, Kaminari, but don't forget there is a practical part. The electric boy nodded. I've got it under control. It'll be against robots. Oh boy. Principal Nedzu? Izuku entered the meeting office. Izuku didn't know what he was doing there, especially when he opened the door and met the UA faculty. He gulped. Shit. Aizawa was going to expel him? He had screwed up enormously by confronting Stain directly. He knew that. Suspension? Weren't they going to allow him to take the practical exams? Midoriya. Aizawa Sensei's voice brought him out of his mini panic attack. Stop muttering. Nothing like that will happen. Oh, Izuku thought and lowered his head in shame. His hand tightened on the crutch. Excuse me, he said. I'm a little stressed. Nedzu nodded. Don't worry, Midoriya. How long is that cast going to last? The Chimera asked, pointing at his leg. They'll take it off me in a couple of hours. Izuku replied. I'll be ready for the exams. The teachers gave each other a look that Izuku couldn't decipher until finally, Aizawa Sensei cleared his voice. Did you tell the students that they will fight us for their practical test? He asked him. Izuku denied. They think they are fighting robots. Kiyama Sensei started laughing as Mike Sensei did. The R-rated hero said, Poor kids, I thought you liked them. Izuku shrugged. They haven't asked me, and if they did, I wouldn't tell them. It's not my responsibility to make them study. Mike Sensei completely lost it. He's turning into a mini Aizawa. Why Shota? When he arrived, he was an innocent green bean. Aizawa Sensei shrugged. He's always been like this. It's just that now, you can see his true nature. Also, don't forget that he's my personal student. Nedzu said cheerfully. Cementos Sensei grunted in agreement. That says it all. Ectoplasm Sensei nodded. You guys are exaggerating. Please hurry this up. Since Hatsum came back from her internship on Island, she has even crazier ideas causing bigger explosions. I have to stop her from destroying the school. Maijima Sensei pleaded. Huh, Izuku thought, good for you, Hatsum. The point is, Aizawa Sensei said, that 13 is on a rescue mission to the other side of the world and won't be able to be present for the practical exams. So, like your practical exam, you will fight against 2 students. Only if you accept. Izuku's mouth fell to the floor. He knew he was like an honorary faculty member, but he was still in his second year. It was illogical. Excuse me for asking, but why not one of the big 3? Nedza smiled. Although the most rational thing to do would be to choose between Hado, Togata, and Amajiki. All three are in their final year. Therefore their exams are mostly proof that if they are ready to graduate, while you are in second year, you're an honorary teaching assistant, you are my personal student, and you are capable enough to beat some first years. Izuku nodded as his mind thought of the possibilities. But how could I pass without the students failing? Aizawa Sensei blinked. The exams are for students to pass. You have to leave openings for them to do it. Your grade is going to be based on how you do it, not on whether students pass or not, but you don't make it easy for them. Take them to their limits. Just for Class A? He asked. Aizawa Sensei denied. You will also do it for Class B, can accept it. It all depends if you accept it. It sounded tempting, but would it flatter him? What would it do for me? Excuse me if I sound rude, but I would like to know everything that implies if I accept. Izuku questioned. Wow. The green bean has claws. Yamada-sensei exclaimed enthusiastically. He's asking the logical thing. Aizawa said, and his gaze focused on Izuku. Those will be your practical exam. There won't be many benefits, but you will be able to check the files of the students you are fighting against, along with the behavior records. Well, he couldn't ask for much. Please, can I make a request? Izuku asked. Nedza smiled. What would it be? Izuku smiled defiantly. Mike and Midnight Sensei trembled in their seats. If I pass, we, second years, will choose the location for our training camp. He said after remembering how in their first year, they ended up sweaty, with no signal, and full of mosquitoes in a forest. It was not going to happen again. Accepted. Principal Nedzu said with a smile. Izuku nodded, so I accept. That's a bit outrageously brutal. Izuku said as he watched All Might throw Bakugo into the air. Uraraka looked disappointedly at her teammate as she tried to reach the exit. So she could pass the exam. Aizawa nodded. I'm going to have a hard conversation with him. I think he forgot the part about him being the teacher and not a real villain. Izuku made a pained expression when Bakugo's face hit the ground for the 5th time. That will leave a mark, he thought. The days passed, and the written exams ended. Luckily everyone in Class A had passed, even Kaminari and Ishido, and that brought them closer to the date of the camp. The second-year students also successfully passed the written tests. At that time, they were in the rescue part of their practical exam. When Izuku was up against the Class B students, they would be developing the second half of the examination, which consisted of combat without quirks. After all, quirks weren't everything. Bakugo Katsuki and Uraraka Ochako's team passed the exam. Recovery Girl announced. Aizawa Sensei sighed. 2 others who will go to the camp. Izuku frowned. But they all end up going dash. Aizawa growled. Let me enjoy my logical ruse. Shinso was not happy. What are you saying? Izuku mockingly asked. I can't hear you through your scarf. Was all he understood from the purple-haired student's complaints. Well, Todoroki must be somewhere, since he doesn't come to the exit. He couldn't finish because he visualized a gigantic wall of ice appearing to the right of him. Izuku smirked as he left Shinso dangling like he was a butterfly cocoon. He dodged Todoroki's attempt. The student's heterochromatic eyes met his viridians. It was obvious that he wasn't going to use fire. Or at least unless Izuku would do what Yamada-sensei called Midoriya style. Inspiration. You know. He started as he began to slide down the ice created by the first year. Using just half of your strength, you won't accomplish much. Todoroki growled. I will pass this and be a hero without using my old man's power. He said as he threw another glacier at Izuku. Izuku snorted as he pulled it out and attacked Todoroki with his capture bandages. Obviously, you wouldn't use your father's power. It would be cheating. He exclaimed as he wrapped one of the bandages around Todoroki's right arm and began to use him as a hammer throw until Todoroki created a wall of ice that stopped him. Midoriya-senpai, I will use only my mother's side to be a hero. He replied, throwing a glacier. Izuku was getting bored of the same. It's your quirk. It's half cold, half hot. You control your quirk, not your parents. I'm sure it's your power. He could see out of the corner of his eye as Shinso continued to flail from inside the cocoon formed by his own capture scarf. The strategy of the two boys had been for Shinso to try to escape while Todoroki attacked Izuku. The point was that, while Todoroki was looking for him to confirm to pass the exam, Izuku was already waiting for Shinso on the rooftops, leaving the heterochromatic student as the only hope. Most likely Shinso will fail, he thought, a shame. Todoroki did not reply and threw another glacier in Izuku's direction, which he easily dodged. He watched the frost creep up the boy's arm. "It's disrespectful to me that you hold back, and it's harmful to you," he said while he held up a power pole with one end of the capture bandage on it and kicked Todoroki in the stomach, causing him to fall. "Will your team fail because of you? Shinso trusted you to entertain me," he stated as he dodged Todoroki's ice. "This is how you're going to get someone killed," he yelled. He knew it was wrong to yell something like that at someone. Sadly, it was a reality that Todoroki had to use fire. Aizawa Sensei had seen potential in him. Izuku was supposed to be a teaching assistant. Despite not receiving a salary, it supported him with extra credits and a job secured by Nedzu once he graduated. But, just when he joked with 2A, calling Dadzu to Aizawa Sensei and saying he had adopted his class. Izuku was the honorary big brother of those guys, according to his classmates. Aizawa Sensei had told him that Izuku's grade didn't depend on the first-year students failing or passing but on other aspects. So, he hoped that making Todoroki use his fire and let him pass would be for the best. In case he deserved it. The weight of what he had yelled seemed to have struck Todoroki as the boy dodged the blows. Don't let your grudge drive your actions and free yourself from his control. Use all your power, he screamed, preparing to give the student a final blow. It's your power, isn't it? And then it happened that a wall of fire rose, and Izuku saw Todoroki smile for the first time. It's going to hurt, he thought. Child? Aizawa Sensei asked stoically. Sensei? Izuku replied. You passed the first part of your practical test. He told him calmly. You got Todoroki to use his fire, and you let Shinso keep you entertained for a few seconds. You told me to let an opening and I did, he replied with a shrug. Aizawa Sensei nodded. They both passed. Izuku sighed. I thought Shinso had failed. His mentor denied. He did his part of the plan and kept you entertained. He passed with the slightest bit. Well, something is something, Izuku thought. This is cruelty, he said as he watched Kaminari and Ishido escaping from Principal Nedzu. Ojiro and Aoyama had just finished their practical exam and looked exhausted. Ojiro sighed. And you couldn't see what Jiro and Koda did to Mike Sensei, senpai. Izuku vaguely remembered seeing the English teacher, shakily heading to the infirmary as he returned to the observation room. I'll find out later, he said, shrugging. Uraraka trembled. Make sure you have a bag aside. You will need it. A few days later, while Izuku was observing the exams for his analysis homework, he understood what Uraraka had meant. Young Midoriya, I'd like to make a proposal to you. All Might told him when the Class A exams were over. Izuku stopped and turned to see the symbol of peace. Class B exams will be in the next period. I need to rest. It's the second part of mine. Number 1 hero shook his head. His iconic smile that had once given Izuku hope was making him uncomfortable. It was looking at him as a predator, ready to steal his dream. A dream for which he was fighting and working. An unrealistic dream. A dream coming true. Please. The man pleaded. It will only be a few minutes. Izuku gave up. There was no point in refusing. If the man was going to be so insistent, he would wait another day to talk to him. Fine. He agreed. Make it quick. Let's see if I got it, Izuku said before taking a deep breath. There were two brothers, a good one, who seemingly was quirkless, and the evil one, whose quirk allows him to steal other people's quirks and transfer them to others. He started and looked at the number 1 hero to see if he had said well so far. The man nodded and Izuku continued. So the bad guy gave the good guy, who already had a transference quirk, a stockpiling quirk. These two merged and kaboom. One for all, the one you want to pass me. Exactly, young Midoriya. he exclaimed, smiling. I think you would be a great wielder. You would be a great hero if you had one for all. Idiot, Izuku thought. I'm being a hero. He corrected. I'm licensed and all. I don't need a quirk. The hero's smile tightened. I don't mean you can't be a hero without a quirk. I mean, you would be a better hero if you had one for all by your side. Izuku denied. Don't you have another candidate there? All Might frowned but nodded. Young Togata from 3rd year, but I think you would need it more. Mirio Togata. Izuku knew him. The boy was a younger and better version of All Might, with a complex quirk that he mastered perfectly. He didn't need anything else to be a great hero. All Might was offering his quirk to Izuku because he was quirkless. I don't need your quirk. I don't want to be your successor either. He finally blurted out. I feel flattered to have been considered, but I'm going to decline your offer, and if you allow me, I will go to rest to take the second part of my exam. Young Midoriya. All Might exclaimed before Izuku could get up from the couch. I ask you to reconsider this. He begged. This is a great opportunity for your career. You can be the hero you always wanted to be. Izuku frowned. What kind of hero would that be? One who saves people with a smile, like me. All Might replied. He remembers me. He remembers me, and he doesn't dare to apologize for what he said. Yuri began to erupt in his chest. He remembers me. He sees me here, and he dares to suppose that I need his quirk to be a hero. H's hands were in clenched fists. He remembers me and believes that I'm still that little boy he left on the roof. Izuku wanted to yell at him, but he didn't. He wanted to cry, but he didn't. He growled. That was when I was 14 years old. He started. If you had told me then, I would have said yes without hesitation. The man's smile spread. I'm not that child anymore. So my answer is no. He said and watched All Might's smile fade. I'll be a quirkless hero. He declared before standing up and heading to the door, his hand reaching for the door handle. Young Midoriya. All Might exclaimed. Izuku turned to see him, his hand on the handle. Are you sure of your decision? You could be the hero you always wanted. Izuku denied. My dreams have changed, All Might. He sighed as he opened the door. I'm happy with them. I repeat, thanks for the offer, but I don't want your quirk. He finally said before closing the door behind him, not giving the hero time to answer. Izuku looked at the confused students from Class B. I mean, a green-haired girl, Setsuna Tokage guessed, started. Not robots? Nedza denied. Teachers and hero in training. The blonde, who commonly annoyed Class A, snorted. Hero in training? We are heroes in training. Do you think we are weak? Class A faced a professional hero? Nedza shook his head. He also faced Class A students. He's replacing 13. The Chimera said and turned to Izuku. Will you introduce yourself? Izuku frowned because he hadn't had to do it with Class A until he remembered that he was unfamiliar with Class B, and they didn't know him. So he nodded. You can call me Void. He began, I'm studying to be an underground hero. He finished. The students blinked in confusion. But what did they expect? More details? Izuku was studying to be an underground hero. The more information he kept secret, the better. He was not in the mood, thanks to the talk with All Might. The redhead, Kendo Itsuka, raised her hand. Yes. Izuku asked. Excuse me, but what's your quirk? She asked in a low voice. We know those of the teachers, but not yours. That gives us a disadvantage. Many times, the enemy is going to overtake you. You will always have to find a way out. So you will manage it. He said, keeping his voice as neutral as possible. He heard an Eraserhead in green version come from the crowd of students. Besides, Nedzu exclaimed, all the pros wear armbands that increase their weight. Except for Void. He makes up for those armbands with his inexperience. Izuku blinked under his glasses. Thanks, Principal. The Chimera smiled but didn't respond. He turned to look at the students. Now, we will tell you who to work with and who to fight. Where are you, Monoma? Izuku said playfully. I have your partner trapped here. If I'm honest, I don't see him very happy. What the fuck are these things made of? Kaibara demanded, fidgeting. Izuku shrugged. From carbon fibers and a special metal alloy. The boy from Class B frowned. Then how the fuck do I get out of here? He yelled, shaking. Monoma! Where the fuck are you? Izuku laughed. It's not impossible, he said. It's just very hard besides. Considering that you are so close. But so far from the exit. It had been 5 minutes into the fight. The last thing Izuku had seen from Monoma was the boy entering the buildings and then disappearing. Izuku knew the potential of the Monoma's quirk and had been enthusiastic about fighting him. There were many possibilities in which the blonde could beat him. He must have been distracted because, at that moment, he felt a hit and turned to meet a grinning Monoma. I'll be able to beat you with your own quirk, the blonde declared. His joy lasted a few seconds until his smile faded, and Izuku could see the look of utter confusion on the boy's face. Izuku couldn't help it. He laughed. Are you looking for a quirk? He asked, and the boy nodded with wide eyes in surprise. Breaking news! Izuku yelled, preparing his capture bandages. I'm quirkless! He exclaimed and jumped in the direction of Monoma. Team Kaibara and Monoma failed. Are you recording Aizawa Sensei? Kirishima asked sleepily. In the background, the teacher's tired voice spoke, combined with the wind and the birds. The problem child asked me to record you and send it to him. He wanted to see how you were at your first summer camp. Oh! Hagakure exclaimed. Midoriya-senpai is so sweet. Hi, Midoriya-senpai. Mina yelled. The camera focused on Shinso yawning and sticking out his middle finger while Bakugo grunted. Ida was dictating instructions on the order when getting off the bus. There he could see other students walking around like zombies. We don't know where we're going. Kaminari exclaimed enthusiastically. And I forgot my ADHD medicine. Jiro groaned. Now we have to put up with you like this all over camp. Hey! Kaminari reproached. I'm still charming, aren't I, Shinso? The purple-haired boy grumbled. I need coffee. It's too early to deal with you. The camera moved to show Aoyama talking to Uraraka about something. Izuku was betting it was regarding her crush on Ida because the gravity girl was red as a tomato. Beside him, Suzuki sighed as she began to, literally, inflate like a balloon. Ah, how cute! Ishikawa snorted. It looks like the apple of that pre-Quirk Disney movie. The one where a 14-year-old girl goes to live with adults in a cabin in the woods. As her stepmother, who's dressed as an old woman with scabies, went after her. The girl dies but revives thanks to a prince with a corpse's fetish. Fuwa blinked in confusion. What a nice way to describe Snow White. Ishikawa snorted. It's what it is. That story is disturbing. The camera focused on Shinso dozing on Todoroki's left shoulder, like a cat seeking warmth. Ninasatea narrowed his eyes. Is he the purple boy who the handyman attacked at the mall? Izuku nodded. That's why they changed the location of the camp, and only Aizawa knows about it. Not even you? Sisamiya asked. Aren't you like an honorary member of the UA faculty? Izuku denied. You said it. Honorary, not official. The camera moved away from the students and focused on the wild pussycats talking to the students. Strangely, Shinso was more awake than a few minutes ago. Oi! Aizawa claimed. Get together for a photo. They heard a growl. And no, Shinso, it's not optional. Just join the rest. I don't give a damn if you cover your face. The camera focused on several students posing. Shinso was hiding behind Sato. Or like Bakugo, grunting. Aizawa-sensei, you're recording. Shiro pointed out. I know. Aizawa's stoic voice rang out. Mandalay pointed to the view. All this land is ours. It's perfect for a photo. Then, you'll stay at the foot of the mountain. How far? Class A groaned. Then Shinso's eyes widened in panic, and, for the first time in a place other than training, he yelled. Get on the bus, everyone. Let's go back. The rest of Class A realized what awaited them and started running towards the bus. Run! Kirishima yelled. Hurry! Kaminari seconded him. To the bus! Uraraka exclaimed. Sorry, children. Aizawa's voice said in the same tired and stoic way as always. Mandalay exclaimed. We'll be waiting for you at 12:30. If you don't show up on time, you don't have lunch. Camp. Aizawa Sensei started, and the camera showed the desperate students trying to get to the bus as Pixie Bob touched the ground, already started. And then it happened that the earth rose. The first years screamed as they dragged off the cliff. The video ended, and the entire Class A of the second year began to laugh uproariously. Their faces. Ishikawa yelled as he fell to the ground, his fins moving along with his laugh. Fuwa snorted. Eraser really likes this class. He apologized to them. Hinata nodded. He left us in the middle of the road, and the bus just took off. Crows attacked us. Suzuki sighed. Our first year. Being expelled. Being re-enrolled. Changing homeroom teacher. It was crazy. Sisamiya exclaimed. But no more than the insomniac's face. Ninasatea nodded. Japan Good News was right when they said his face is perfect for memes. Repeat it. Again. Again. Suzuki said between jumps. She no longer looked like a balloon. I think we already made fun of naive first years a lot. Fuwa said. Let's eat. Class B ordered pizza for everyone. Izuku threw himself under the air conditioning. I'm dying. Snipe Sensei snorted. I thought you improved those reflexes with Aizawa. Izuku gave him the classic Aizawa Sensei erasure look. I've never tried to dodge bullets, only knives. Oh, that's why you're here. Plus ultra. His teacher exclaimed. Izuku groaned, hitting his face with the ground. Plus ultra. Ugh. Midoriya. Okawara from Class B greeted. Thank you for getting this place. Izuku nodded with a smile. You're welcome. I almost got burned alive, but it was worth it. The girl laughed. Completely. This place is amazing. No more mosquitoes. Suzuki joined the conversation. And air conditioning. Air conditioning. Sisamiya repeated while he was drinking water. And a lake for me to practice my new super move. Ishikawa yelled as he pirouetted out of the water like a dolphin. Izuku smiled after seeing his friends and schoolmates enjoying the camp. He was glad to be the reason for that happiness. So many years in ostracism and rejection by people, just for his quirklessness, made him much more grateful for the relationships he had formed at UA. There were still people who spoke shit of him. A few from general education. Others from Class B. There had been some from the original Class A who had not been re-enrolled. Izuku must have been distracted because before he noticed, Ninasatea was throwing him into the water. Fuwa snorted. Aizawa would be completely disappointed. They light the campfire, and Class A was around it. Who tells the first story of the night? Hinata exclaimed and feigning a dark voice. Suzuki raised her hand and started hopping. Me. Pick me. Hinata snorted. I choose Suzuki because a spirit guides me to her. He said, making strange gestures with his hands. Suzuki took a flashlight from inside her bag and turned it on. Her face lit up, and she smiled for a second before turning it off. It was a bad decision. My eyes. She complained and started rubbing her eyes before huffing. I'm gonna count a story called, she started. Aizawa Sensei's Purge. Get about it. Izuku yelled. Fuwa slapped him at the laughs. Don't interrupt. It's my favorite. Go on, Suzuki. Ishikawa exclaimed. Ignore Midoriya. The blue-haired girl smiled and started. It was the first day of classes for a group of UA's first years. Class 1A. The excitement was in the air. The students were talking and getting to know each other. Everything was happiness. They were waiting for their teacher to take them to the welcome assembly, but then she stopped and began to wiggle her fingers. A bright yellow caterpillar appeared under the door frame of the classroom. What a horror! Sisamiya exclaimed sarcastically. It was an eraser head. Izuku covered his face with his hands in shame at the mention of his mentor. Aizawa Sensei knew that most of the second-year Class A students held a grudge against him for having expelled them. It was no secret that they made jokes about him. He had even told Izuku not to dissuade them because they had every right to be upset with him. Also, those were mostly innocent things. The caterpillar introduced himself as Aizawa Shota and told the students that they were going to do a Quirk apprehension test, that they would not go to the assembly and that the last one would be expelled. Suzuki continued while pretending to tremble. Then everyone went. And there were some Quirkists idiots out there, so the man mercilessly expelled them without even taking the test. They lasted in UA less than an hour. They deserved it, Ishikawa agreed. They asked me why I wasn't in a fish tank. And they were idiots to mock Midoriya, Minasatea claimed. They lacked brains, so I still respect Aizawa, despite what happened next. Suzuki nodded as her voice turned dark again. So, the students did their tests, and the man expelled 10 students after that. I was one of those. Hinata wailed. I just didn't believe him. I survived until the next day. Fuwa exclaimed. But it was terrible for me in combat training. And by the end of the week, only one was left standing. Suzuki announced dramatically and walked in Izuku's direction as she turned on the flashlight and shined it on him. The one who survived Aizawa Sensei's purge. Sisamiya didn't get to snap his fingers for the third time because Izuku bound his arms with his capture bandages. Let me win one. The brown-haired boy groaned. Izuku denied. That's reserved for first years. Fuwa snorted and whispered to Suzuki. And he says he's not Eraserhead's class big brother. Izuku knew that he was Class A's first-year big brother, to some extent, but he wouldn't give them the pleasure of hearing him admit it. Snipe Sensei left as hastily as he had entered. They all looked at each other confused. Shit. Minasatea cursed as he saw something on his phone. This is bad. All eyes fell on him. What happened? Why did Snipe Sensei get like that? Fuwa questioned, approaching Minasatea. Once she was close to him, her eyes widened in panic, and she looked at Izuku. What's going on? Suzuki yelled, trembling. Tell us. I'm scared. Ishikawa walked over and began to circle the blue-haired girl's back. Midoriya. Fuwa started. Her voice was shaking. Izuku's mouth felt dry. He didn't want to know, but he needed it. What happened? He said in a strained voice, trying not to panic prematurely. Villains attacked the first-year camp. Minasatea spoke instead of Fuwa with a blank voice, looking at Izuku with pity. They took Bakugo and Shinso. And then Izuku vomited. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Izuku called out. In front of him, there was a group of students going on an excursion, trying to retrieve Bakugo and Shinso from the clutches of the League of Villains. Kirishima looked in the direction of Todoroki, who remained stoic. Ida, who was stiffer than usual. And, finally, to Yaoyorozu, who sighed. We have their location. Yaoyorozu said. We're not going to fight the villains. Kirishima exclaimed, we're going to extract Bakugo and Shinso, and, after that, we're back. Izuku shook his head. Heroes are going to rescue them. It wasn't announced at the press conference, so the villains wouldn't know. It's still dangerous. Todoroki reported. The villains could assassinate Bakugo and Shinso as soon as they realize they're after them. Is this the same boy who believed that Shinso was Aizawa Sensei's secret love child? Izuku thought as he blinked slowly. He finally sighed. I know it's difficult, he said, but professionals know what they're doing. We're just students. We couldn't. Midoriya-senpai. Weren't you rejected from the raid? An extremely animated voice sounded out of nowhere. Hagakure. Yaoyorozu yelled. How? You were unconscious. Did you see me unconscious? The invisible girl asked. Izuku wondered if there would be a smile or not on her face. We saw you in the hospital bed. Kirishima pointed out, shaking. You were wearing the gown and everything. The invisible girl snorted. Did you see that it was me? How did you know it wasn't a pillow taking the place of the clothes? Now that he thought about it. Your clothes? Izuku screeched, covering his eyes. Then, he remembered that Hagakure was invisible. He was unable to see anything. You guys need stealth, and I'm mildly good at it. She bragged. No. Izuku said stoically. Just like no one should be here. The first years lowered their heads, but then Kirishima raised it. "Wait!" he exclaimed, and his gaze went to where Hagakure was supposed to be. "What did you say at the beginning?" "Shit," Izuku thought. "That they rejected Midoriya Senpai's participation in the raid." She said. Kirishima observed him. "Why don't you let us go? If you wanted to go, why didn't you?" "I already said it. We are still students." Izuku interrupted. "I'm close to the two of them. I may get carried away by emotions and screw it all up, just like Aizawa should sit down to do the press conference and try to dissuade from villains." Todoroki growled and approached Izuku. "Really? You who meddle in someone else's business come to us with that you can't go speech? It's the right thing to do. They kidnapped them because I wasn't strong enough." Wow. Izuku thought. Using his left side has ignited his inner fire. "I wasn't fast enough." Ida said. "I wasn't quick enough to think of a solution." Yaoyorozu exclaimed. "I wasn't manly enough." Kirishima yelled with a raised fist. "I was unconscious, but I'm usually like a background character that people forget. Therefore, I want to participate in this and do something heroic." Hagakure quickly exclaimed. Izuku blinked in confusion. What? He had to call Aizawa Sensei to bring these guys back to reason, but would he stop them? Izuku also had been a first-year student, driven by a great desire to help others without caring about his own life. "No matter what I do, I can't stop you guys from going," Izuku said as he sighed. "So, I'm going to stop you from being killed. You're next," All Might said to the camera, and the crowd erupted in screams. Everyone thinks he's talking to villains. Izuku thought. They don't know he's talking to his successor. All Might versus All for one battle had been brutal. The first-year students, along with Izuku, had successfully achieved, without confrontations, the extraction of Bakugo and Shinso. Amid the crowd cheers and the students' expressions of relief, Izuku felt his phone vibrate and terror washed over him. Aizawa Sensei. Oh no, he thought. Give me one good reason not to expel those students or you. Aizawa Sensei growled. Izuku lowered his head. You have every reason to do it, he said, but you don't want to do it. You know I made the most logical decision. His teacher narrowed his eyes and looked at him. What would that be? Accompany them instead of saying no and leaving them alone. Izuku replied, keeping his gaze against the man's. Izuku thought. I'm in a staring contest with Aizawa Sensei, the man whose quirk requires him to look at his opponents. I'm so fried. Why would it be the most rational? His mentor questioned him. Because you know perfectly well that they would have gone anyway. At least, I was there to keep an eye on them. He exclaimed. In his first year at UA, he had participated in several missions in which he had been involved. His mentor hated them, but he never gave up on him. He was always there to watch over him. Aizawa Sensei didn't reply but ran his hand across his face before sitting down on the chair across from Izuku's and groaned. You acted stupidly. A lot of things could go wrong. His teacher began. But it's useless to think about the what if, when even the other heroes determine that you won't be judged by vigilantism. Izuku opened his mouth to contradict him because the Greenette could not exercise vigilantism thanks to his quirkless state. Just like Hagakure, because her quirk was a mutation. Under UA regulations, this would merit an expulsion. He continued, not letting Izuku interrupt him. Consider that dash. Just expelled me then. He cut off his mentor. But they're still in their first year. They deserve a chance. Well, this is the end of the one who survived Aizawa Sensei's purge, he internally joked. All his effort to get accepted into UA heroics, despite being quirkless, his dream of being a hero without a quirk, all thrown away. But he didn't regret it because it had been the right thing to do. But I won't. He continued sharply, not caring what Izuku had said. Nedzu also supports me in that decision and most of the board because the press has not found out. It doesn't affect the institutional image of the school. Also, you didn't get involved in a fight against the villains. Izuku felt relief creep up his chest. Aizawa Sensei must have noticed because he shook his head. You've lost my confidence. You know it, right? Izuku nodded dejectedly. Hana. His mentor had allowed him to be his teaching assistant. He let him participate in the heroic lessons of his 20 students, interacting with them, and even take care of those kids when he couldn't. He understood perfectly. All of you will have detention. He said, I would tell you to take a normal class schedule for a while. But I want you to show me that you will regain my confidence. His mentor finished and left the room, leaving Izuku thoughtful with tears without getting out of his eyes. Izuku sobbed and said in a low voice, I'll do my best. His mother received him crying. Why are you doing this to me, Izuku? She squealed as thick tears fell from her eyes. Maybe my quirk is crying like a waterfall, Izuku thought as he let the tears flow in heaps too. He clung to the sturdy little body of his mother in a hug that provided a warm, homely feeling, reminded him of when he was a child, and he used to get hit by the other kids. His mother was always there to receive him. They knew that no matter what they did, the schools would never do anything to prevent the other kids from being cruel to Izuku. Instead, his mother could only do one thing: pick up the pieces of her son and unite them with love, as if Izuku were kintsugi. Excuse me, Mom. He sobbed, running a hand through the woman's hair. I didn't mean to worry you like that, I just wanted to help. She interrupted him, saying what Izuku planned to tell. Mom. She let go of the embrace and put a hand on her son's freckled cheek. The delicate touch calmed him. You always want to help, Izuku, but try not to do it at the cost of your life, not again. His mother sobbed, holding Izuku's hands. They were full of scars, marks that he had earned from when he was attacked by a villain in his work study. Izuku had used his capture bandages with excessive force, and she gave them soft and delicate kisses. Please, baby, I'm letting you be a hero, even though you worry me every time, and I feel like my heart won't be able to support this much. Please promise me you'll stay alive. Izuku couldn't promise that he would do it. Heroes weren't allowed to make promises. I'll do my best, he replied, giving his mother another hug as he stroked circular shapes on her back. I'll try to come back home every time. His mother sobbed into her son's chest. Izuku could see how she tried to focus on his heartbeat as if that rhythm determined that Izuku meant it as a promise or just a way to calm her down. She sighed. Try to come back. She told him. Even if you are broken, try to come back. I'll always be here to pick up your pieces. All Might was being brutally beaten. His flesh shattered. Completely open morbid wounds. Purple limbs purple. Spitting blood. Like a horror film. A confrontation that had taken too long to happen. Two deadly enemies. There was no place for All Might to lose. Not if they wanted to have a future. It had been that way for several minutes. Until United States of Smash was screamed. A blinding light swept through the full view of the camera. On an unconscious body, with his fist raised, All Might declares his victory in Kamino Ward. Kamino's incident has revealed a great truth to the world. All Might, the symbol of peace, our pillar, has been fighting too long, despite his wounds. You are all right, Yuka. That battle was brutal. And the villain, All for One, is finally in Tartarus. He will rot there. All Might is at Kamino General Hospital receiving treatment but not expected to return to his heroic career. It's the best. It's the moment for other heroes to protect us from the villains. All Might can rest. But the retreat of All Might, what does it mean for society? Thanks for asking, Koto. That's why our friend, Isuyuhana, is along with Misako Kaneo and Yuriko Aki, experts in quirked society theory and heroism sociology. Thanks for the pass. I'm here with our guests. Please, introduce yourselves to our audience. Good morning, everyone, my name's Miyazako Kaneo. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Yuriko Aki. Thank you for accepting to be in our show. Kamino's incident has been shocking. It seems that the villains are more active day by day, don't you think? When the hero profession emerged, originally was vigilantism. Then, the government decided to regulate it, and now it's one of the most in-demand careers in the world. Although heroes provoke a sense of security in the population, they also generate villains. Could you explain? Heroes are supposed to protect people. How can they generate villains? Nothing is black or white. We are in a society where we can only do the best we can. We will never be satisfied. Heroes give us an overly idealistic society vision. They always win, or at least, it has been a long time since we have had a great tragedy that heroes haven't been able to stop. Makes you wonder, what will happen the day the heroes fail? The day they show they are humans too? Or at least in which people realize that they are not invincible. Society gives priority to quirks. It discriminates because a hero represents what's good, right, and fair. Most heroes have flashy, strong, and glamorous quirks. They smile at the public and motivate the masses. What about those who are not like that? Underground heroes, for example, work in society's darkest parts and enormously contribute to it, while stepping away from any spotlight. Does that make them weaker? Or their gray morality? It's much more realistic. Does that mean they are bad people? I think they're heroes for a reason, right? Heroes are humans as we are. Victims of the idealization of the system. As well as those who are quirkless or have villainous or weak quirks. Do you mean that you consider that the villains are victims of society? Some yes, others no. Anyways, society is a fundamental factor. Villains increase with heroes. They are two sides of the same coin. Such as the quote, "You die as a hero, or you live long enough to become a villain." The line between both is thin. For example, we have vigilantes. They aren't villains, but they are unregistered heroes. Besides, they are on the wrong side of the law. They help people. Are they our enemies? Really? I understand that both heroes and villains will always be connected. But why? What would motivate someone to become a villain? What would motivate a hero to become one? We already mentioned it, but it's the idealization. If you don't get the standards, people reject you. Have you read Meta Liberation War? No, I haven't. What's IT about? If you give freedom to a limited number of people, then the negative consequences will go to others. That's the greatest desire of the human being is to be happy. When you are not completely free, how can you be happy? Quirks are part of us, but we cannot use them freely because chaos could be generated. Only certain people are empowered to use them. It's not that we say that all of them are adequate. It provokes more harm than good, sometimes. At the same time, we've become very dependent. Quirkless are always despised, but what will happen the day when we can't control our quirks? There is a rather old theory called Quirk Singularity Doomsday by Kyudai Garaki. It ended with the man's career after its rejection. We must admit that he was right in assuming that the quirks get stronger through generations. There will come a day when we won't be able to use our quirks. Society will collapse. The system would have to be reformed since it doesn't include quirkless people, only quirked. Do you realize what the meta-liberation proposes? Before it's too late, we should be able to enjoy our quirks, use them freely. This is how you realize that villains are people who, many times, have been neglected, abandoned, and rejected. They want to get rid of the system that labels us. With the symbol of peace apart, the other heroes will have to work harder. I understand that All Might has left a great void in our society and hearts. Believes and trusts in the new generations of heroes. He told to every villain, "You're the next, to not generate more damage." Haven't you noticed how active the villains have been this year? UA, the best heroic school, was attacked in April. Then the hero killer. Hosu Nomu's incident. The attack on the heroics training camp. League of Villains rise. All for One's rise. Many things have happened and will happen. At this rate, it seems that the villains have given us a period of false peace. Without All Might, the people's faith is strong, but it's on a tightrope. I think we could be on the doorstep of something bigger. Like what? The rise of the villains. He was in Aizawa Sensei's office, presenting an analysis of the students from Class 1A so they could prepare super moves for their provisional license test. Since the day of the Kamino incident, the situation has been tense. Ishikawa had almost had a cardiac arrest when Izuku told them about the threat of expulsion. But the Greenette reassured them by telling his classmates that it was not going to happen and, for the moment, he would just have to regain the man's trust. Still, he noticed that his mentor was distracted. "You saw the interview with the sociologists, right?" he asked. Aizawa Sensei grunted and nodded. There's an investigation into everything they mentioned on TV. We don't have enough clues yet, but we hope to have them soon. Izuku nodded. This year's very hectic. That interview has only shaken everything. The commission censored the show. They have suspended it, trying to erase any trace of that interview. The other channels are forbidden to mention it. In addition, sociologists have not declared anything since that day. It's as if they had disappeared. Do you think we are facing something big? He asked. His mentor sighed. I'm sincere, I don't know Midoriya, but we can't stop. We have to strengthen ourselves, be able to trust each other. I hope I get it. Izuku admitted with a slight smile. Can we talk to you, Midoriya-senpai? Kirishima called out to him as Izuku made his way to the Class 2A dorms. Izuku turned. Does it need to be right now? The redhead student nodded. Please, we haven't seen you much recently, and we want to talk to you. Izuku sighed. Okay, but be quick. I have analysis to finish. Izuku followed Kirishima to the entrance of 1A's dorms and met Shinso, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, Ida, Todoroki, even little Kaken was there. What's up, guys? He asked. Ida stepped forward and bowed in a perfect 90 degrees. Sorry to get you in trouble with Aizawa, Sensei. Yaoyorozu nodded as she placed a packet of tea in his hands. Izuku saw the tag faintly, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This packet costs the same as the rent of the apartment. He thought. Take this as an apology gift. Yaoyorozu said. You knew we wouldn't stop, and that's why you went for us, took care of us, and got in trouble for that. We're so sorry. Hagakure exclaimed. We miss you in our lessons. Will you return? Todoroki asked. Izuku shook his head and gave them a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'm going back. He said. It's just that, now, I'm pretty busy with Principal Nedzu's lessons. Also, you guys will have to prepare for your provisional license test. He said, looking at the guys from the first-year sigh in relief. Still, we're so sorry. Kirishima exclaimed. It wasn't manly from my part to try to emotionally blackmail you. I hope you'll forgive us. He lowered his head. Izuku approached him and squeezed his shoulder with his right hand. There is nothing to forgive. He said and saw how the redhead looked up. He smiled quietly and turned to see the others. You will be good heroes. Thank you, nerd, for keeping those idiots from dying. Kaken growled. Don't worry, Auntie, is that again, or I'll get the shit out of you. He finished and left the place with his hands in the pockets of his sweatpants while grumbling. Izuku blinked in confusion. That was interesting. After a few minutes, almost all of the students he had encountered had retired to their dorms. Now, only he and Shinso remained. Is something wrong? Izuku asked. The purple-haired boy sighed before placing his hand on the back of his neck. Everything's strange. The boy admitted. When they held us, both Bakugo and me, they said that we would be great future allies because of the inner darkness that we held, that the hero's path wasn't for us. Then, I saw how that member of the press hinted that my quirk was villainous, and I started to wonder. He sighed. Will I be remembered as a hero or a villain? Aizawa-sensei and Nedzu defended you. Izuku replied. Society sucks. We can't deny it. Don't pay attention to them. Some people really cared about you. I know that, but it's difficult. Shinso said. People don't usually expect good things from me, except for several here at UA and my family. Izuku snorted and lay down on the grass, his gaze directed at the night sky. Even though he couldn't see the stars, it was comforting. Accompany me, he told the purple-haired. The grass feels like your hair. Shinso looked strangely at him before dropping his shoulders and throwing himself to the ground at the side of Izuku. Why are we lying on the grass staring at the dark sky? Because we are seeing things that seem not to be there. Izuku said, there are no visible stars, but we know they are there. Your quirk can be used for both heroics and villain, but you are a good person. So the villain is not there. How do you know? Sometimes I do unheroic things. The boy confessed. Izuku sighed. We can no longer classify everything in black and white, good and bad. We can only say that if something is mediocre or acceptable at the time, believe me, you will be a great hero if you continue on this path, never doubt that. You're crazy. Shinso snorted. But the best people are. Can't you come with us, Midoriya-senpai? Uraraka asked. We need some extra motivation. Izuku denied. With Aizawa-sensei's, enough and plenty. Lots of complaints flooded the bus. Kaminari stuck his torso out the window. Wish us luck. I wish you success. Izuku told them, raising his hand. Before Aizawa-sensei got on the bus, he nodded towards Izuku, and the boy returned the gesture. Everyone calmed down. The voice of his mentor was heard. We're leaving. Within seconds, the bus was prepared and subsequently began to move forward. Izuku started laughing when most won. A student stuck half of their bodies out the windows and yelled in unison. Bye, Midoriya-senpai. Thanks for the good wishes. He could see out of the corner of his eye as Aizawa got up from his seat and activated his quirk. His eyes were glowing red, and his hair was levitated. Most likely, he was yelling at the guys to return to their seats. Now that he thought about it, Izuku stopped short and slapped his face with his open palm. Shit. He whispered. I didn't tell them they'll be the prey. Don't you tell them about the crushing of UA? Suzuki scolded. What kind of senpai are you? Izuku shrugged. I know they can deal with it. Liar, you forgot to do it. His mind scolded. You are cruel. Hinata said, throwing herself on the couch with a bowl of popcorn. Those poor unfortunate souls are going to their doom. Fuwa frowned. But we didn't know it either, and we all got our licenses. Yeah. And we didn't even have half of the experience of those guys. Ishikawa exclaimed over his seaweed tea. Let's just hope they give their best. I don't doubt that. Izuku smiled as he poured himself a cup of Yaoyorozu's tea. This is the most expensive thing I will have on my stomach, Izuku thought amusedly. How are you so sure? Ninasateya asked. Izuku shrugged and took a sip from his cup, the warm liquid caressing his taste buds and then running warmly down his throat. I just know it. He admitted. They have spirit. Those guys are gonna be fine. Aren't they going to be okay? Huh. Ninasateya snorted. Izuku rolled his eyes. 18 students out of 20 is not bad. Suzuki frowned after reading the report. Bakugo and Todoroki? Izuku nodded, running a hand over his face as he looked at the students' grades. At least they didn't fail the crushing of UA, he thought. They failed because of their own. It ended up being that Bakugo had yelled at the actors who played the victims and caused unnecessary damage. At the same time, Todoroki had ended up facing a Shiketsu student during the rescue part. Idiots. I don't want to sound cruel, Suzuki began, but if someone was going to fail, I thought it would be Hagakure or Shinso, not those two. Todoroki and Bakugo had shown that they were strong students. They had almost destroyed the stadium at the sports festival. Shinso and Hagakure were the least destructive students in Class A. He and Aizawa-sensei had talked about them. Those two had the lowest chance of passing the exam, considering they would face second-year students with extremely powerful quirks. Neither would have an advantage over the exam format. But they had passed, obtaining their licenses, even if they had almost failed. Hagakure's positive and cheerful attitude had earned her many points after her poor performance in aspects of quirk use. Instead, Shinso received criticism from the actors who played the victims. Apparently, he was not comforting enough, and that his mask was scary. But the purple-haired boy was going to be an underground hero. So, his look was not necessary to be nice. Also, considering that Aizawa-sensei could look like a homeless man, and Izuku had all the vibes of being a vigilante. Quirks don't define the hero. Ishikawa pointed out. I'm only useful if I'm near water. I can't produce enough to control it. Fuwa tapped him on the flippers. The support team is preparing something for you to do that. She reminded him. If we think of useless quirks, think about mine. I can fluff things. I passed the entrance exam by fluffing the robots and make them fall. Izuku frowned. In Class B, there's a boy named Hananuki who can soften anything he touches. Recommendation student. Fuwa opened her eyes. Really? I have to talk to Silky. It would be amazing to have someone with a quirk like mine, she exclaimed. The girl took her phone and began to write enthusiastically. Now that you mention it, who will you go with for your work studies this year? Hinata asked enthusiastically. I'll go with native. We'll practice increasing the range of my whistles. Good choice. Suzuki pointed out. I would go with Fat Gum again, but I want to improve other aspects. So, I decided to go with Kakusada. Oh, the skin hero. Sisamiya exclaimed. Ninasatea and I were thinking of going with Mr. Brave. What about you, Midoriya? Ishikawa asked. Eraserhead. Izuku shook his head. He's involved in an investigation, so I'll talk to Miss Joke. What? His friends blurted out in unison in disbelief. Does this count as betrayal for Sensei? Suzuki exclaimed. Miss Joke proposed to him on the day of the license test. Izuku shrugged. She does it every time they meet. Aizawa Sensei is used to her. That woman has my respects. Ninasatea exclaimed. Anyone capable of teasing Sensei and getting away with it deserves heaven. It will be interesting. Izuku said. Although she may not look like one, she's part of Undergrounds. I can learn a lot from her. His plans were thrown in the trash when All Might intervened him in the hallway. So, Night Eye. Fifth. All Might nodded. I passed one for all to young Togata, but he's having a hard time with it. Nedzu recommended me that I should talk to you, young Midoriya, so that you will help him to control it. Izuku confused blinked. Do you know this is work studies? Do you know? Do we have to get stronger and better? All Might nodded. I know you were thinking of going with Miss Joke, but consider the offer with Night Eye. You can learn other things, like research, plus patrol on your own. It sounded tempting. Night Eye had been All Might's sidekick for a while. Since he didn't feel completely comfortable in the presence of the peace symbol, he couldn't judge his former sidekick either. Especially, considering that he was a hero without a flashy quirk. Also, Izuku liked Togata. He was nice and funny. His resemblance to All Might had already stopped irritating him. Helping him control one for all would be good practice for his analysis. There were many positive points. So, All Might asked, smiling. Do you agree, young Midoriya? He extended his hand. Izuku sighed and accepted it. It's a deal. This sucks, Hitoshi exclaimed. I have no options for work studies. I'm screwed. Are you sure? Midoriya Senpai asked with a smile that could only spell trouble. Hitoshi narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Midoriya Senpai snorted at the expression and handed him a folder. I think I have the solution. The green-haired boy told him. And without saying more, he stepped out of Hitoshi's sight. The purple-haired boy blinked in confusion before opening the folder suspiciously. When he saw the information that was there, he snorted. Interesting. He nodded. Midoriya. Aizawa Sensei said. Izuku put on his best, I don't kill a fly, look. Yes, Aizawa Sensei? Really? Joke? He asked, lifting Shinso's paper. Izuku shrugged. He asked me and it happened that I had Miss Joke's contact. Aizawa Sensei grunted and dropped his head on the desk. Why the fuck you, a quirkless, could get a license and I didn't? Bakugo yelled at him. The blonde's hands were gripping Izuku's hoodie by the neck, his eyes furious and bloodshot. Because I didn't act like you, Izuku said, freeing himself from the first-year student's grip. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Obviously, you don't act like me. Because you're not like me. He spat as he approached Izuku and looked him in the eyes. Izuku was not very tall. Therefore, he and Bakugo were almost the same height. He was just a few inches taller than Izuku. Izuku shook his head. But with civilians, you must act well. You don't want to be another Endeavor. He pointed out. You know what you did wrong on that exam. You don't want to accept it. You know nothing. He growled. You don't know anything. Then explain. Izuku challenged. I hear you. Bakugo's bloodshot eyes glared at him with murderous rage, his fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. Always people told that I'm the best. He spat. I came here, expecting to be number they're all extras, but It seems everyone is better than me. I'm supposed to be the best. Round Cheeks kept me in the arena longer than anyone at the sports festival. My internship with Best Jeanist was a waste of time. Eyebags beat me in a race. I passed the practical test, thanks to Round Cheeks. I was kidnapped at camp, and dash. Bakugo didn't finish the sentence because his eyes started to fill with tears and his growls turned into sobs. What the fuck? The last time Izuku had seen the boy cry had been when they were still children. What was affecting him so much? I'm weak. He blurted out. I'm so fucking weak that I couldn't stop from being kidnapped. Because of my fault, All Might can't be a hero anymore. What should I do? Izuku thought, panicking. Hug him? No, this is Bakugo. Tell him that everything will be okay? No, if what Aizawa-sensei said a few days ago is correct, everything will go to hell. Should I call Aizawa-sensei? Hound Dog? All Might? Kirishima? Uraraka? Shinso to use his quirk in Bakugo to calm him down? Then Izuku had an idea. A destructive one. But it would be nice for the boy. Bakugo! The blonde was still teary-eyed. What the fuck do you want? He yelled. You already see me being pathetic. Do you want to spread your quirkless ego in my face or something? Izuku shook his head. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., meet me here. There is a place where I want to take you. Could I receive a special pass, Bakugo included, to leave UA from 4 p.m. until curfew? Aizawa-sensei narrowed his eyes. Reason? He asked. To release rage. Why are we here, Aizawa-sensei? To release rage. Aizawa-sensei nodded. You have 1 hour of tolerance from the end of the curfew. If you don't comply, I'll give you both detention, get it? Perfectly clear. Izuku replied. I'm tired of being underestimated. I'm sick of being considered weak. I'm tired of everyone. I'm not weak. I'm not useless. I'm not a waste of space. My name is Midoriya Izuku. No quirkless boy. Are you listening to me? My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm quirkless and I'm not SAP to admit it. So stop using it as an insult. Mido-senpai. Hatsume's enthusiastic voice greeted him from the intercom. Hatsume? He asked. Shouldn't you be in the bedrooms? I applied for a weekend pass to take care of this place while my mom is visiting a friend. The girl exclaimed. Izuku smirked. Do you have crazier ideas? Yes. The girl squealed. Winning the sports festival was as good as you recommended. And was. Fantastic. I have so many new ideas for new babies. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise. Crazy items? Blasty is with you. The girl exclaimed. Are you here to release rage? You know Hatsume. Izuku replied. Wait a minute. I'm going to open the gate. The girl said. Aizawa-kun? What a surprise. A salmon-haired lady greeted them. Same here, Hatsume-sen. Aizawa-sensei said. It's Midoriya, my student. My pleasure, Hatsume-san. Izuku shyly greeted. The woman looked down and examined the green-haired boy as if she was looking for something wrong with him. Release rage. Yes. Aizawa-sensei nodded. It has been a stressful season. Release rage. Bakugo snorted. What kind of shit is that? The kind of shit that keeps you sane. Izuku replied as they followed Hatsume. It's quite therapeutic. And fun. Hatsume exclaimed, but only if you don't use your quirk. Why the fuck can't I use my quirk? Bakugo growled. Because you would do it faster, and that completely removes the motive for this. Izuku shrugged. After a few more seconds of walking, they found themselves in front of a pile of rusty cars and home appliances. Most likely, they were free of anything that could be salvageable and reusable, Hatsume's courtesy. Well, the girl said, turning and spreading her arms. You can destroy everything in this area. No quirks. At the end of her directions, the girl handed both boys protective goggles and baseball bats. This is so American. Izuku joked. The girl nodded. It's what it is. She exclaimed. Release rage. What are we doing, Aizawa-sensei? Izuku took the baseball bat that Mrs. Hatsume had handed him. Aizawa-sensei gave one of his calm smiles, put on his goggles, and walked towards the cars. Many people confuse rage with anger. His mentor pointed out, anger is like a fire that consumes you from inside. Instead, rage contained frustration, a storm of anger and sadness. It's lethal, he said and raised his baseball bat. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as the commonly stoic teacher banged on the window of one of the cars. The glass on it exploded at the touch of the wood. Therefore, you have to release it. This is pathetic, Bakugo claimed. Better fight me. Izuku shook his head. You can't hurt people every time you feel like this, he said and held out the baseball bat. Take this and break things until you feel like you can breathe again. What is going to fix this? The damage has been done. The blonde yelled. You can't fix what's already done. Izuku said. But you can't let your emotions hurt others. Stop using your cheap philosophy and fight me. Bakugo exploded. Have you heard of the kintsugi? Aizawa-sensei asked. Izuku nodded. It's breaking ceramic and reattaching it with special resin varnish. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Do you know why it is considered an art and part of a philosophy? Izuku denied. In the face of adversity and mistakes, you have to know how to recover and cope with the scars. His mentor replied. It will sound masochistic, but there is beauty in the pain we have been through. Izuku knew pain better than anyone. The only light in his life for a while had been his mother and the Bakugo. He sometimes remembered the most sinister thoughts that overwhelmed him and tried to push them away. Scars are not aesthetic, but they are proof of our battles. Aizawa-sensei said, sometimes, to repair something, you have to break it first. And remember, broken does not mean irreparable. Izuku walked over and abruptly placed the bat on the blonde's chest. Take this thing and destroy that car. He ordered. Release your rage and destroy that fucking car. It was strange to hear Izuku scream. He was commonly a calm and quiet presence. It was even weirder to hear him angry. Bakugo was seeing those two facets in one. Anger can give you strength, but rage leaves you completely blind. Izuku said, that's why you can't suppress your emotions like this. Do you saw what happened in the license exam, right? And then Bakugo's bloodshot eyes turned murderous. The blonde ripped the bat out of Izuku's hands and yelled, running towards one of the cars. Aren't you sick, Midoriya? Aizawa-sensei said. Do you remember what happened today? What Kanemoto said? Izuku's fingers wrapped around the bat tightly. He said that I was too weak to be on the hero course. That I was just a waste of space. And is it true? Are you a burden? Aizawa-sensei asked him. I am not. Izuku squealed. Suppressing emotions is never a good thing. His mentor pointed out. You have to release them from time to time, get it? Izuku nodded. He was shaking. At this, his teacher reached out his hand and motioned for him to approach. Izuku felt his grip on the bat tighten, and he started walking. Bakugo started hitting the car with the bat. The anger that the blonde felt could be felt vibrating in the air. I was supposed to be the best. Not a fucking weak. He yelled. It's my fault that All Might has retired. It's my fault that he can't be a hero anymore. Tears began to flow from his eyes. Are you sure it is your fault? Izuku yelled. Understand it's not your fault. Free yourself from the false guilt now. Just destroy that car, Midoriya. Aizawa-sensei told him. I promise there is nothing wrong with that. Really? Izuku quietly asked. Am I not weak if I do? Aizawa-sensei denied. You are not weak if you have emotions. You are weak if you repress them. And then Izuku took a deep breath and, with all his accumulated strength and rage, he struck the car. It took several minutes for Bakugo's blows to subside. The blonde was sweaty. There were still traces of tears running down his cheeks. His red face and puffy eyes. But he looked calmer. Are you feeling better, Kaken? Izuku asked. It was fucking great. Bakugo exclaimed. Izuku smiled. I'm glad. He bent down and started rummaging through his backpack until he pulled a towel from inside and tossed it in the blonde's direction. Dry off. He ordered. We have a few hours before we go back to UA. I think it's enough time to visit our mothers and arrive before curfew. He said, checking his phone. Come on, we have to pay to Hatsum. Calm, child. Aizawa Sensei said, approaching Izuku while he was weakly hitting the car. You have suppressed your emotions for a long time, right? Izuku sobbed before nodding. I'm trying. He said. I really don't want to fail. This is my dream. You have potential. Aizawa Sensei put his hand on Izuku's head and stroked his hair a bit. Remember, you are the only one I didn't expel this year. And I want to do this. Izuku said. I want this with all my will, seriously. But it all comes back to me. You mean the insults and teasing? Aizawa Sensei asked. Izuku nodded. Several times they left me red spider lilies. He said and watched as his mentor's eyes filled with fury. They told me I wasn't worth and things like those. That I was better off dead. Seriously, I thought it hadn't affected me. But today, after so long, it came back. That's suicidal bullying, child. Aizawa Sensei growled. What was your school's name? Aldra Junior High. Izuku replied. Why are you asking? I think Nedzu could visit them. He replied nonchalantly before sighing and crouching down at Izuku's height. This world wouldn't be a better place without you, get it? Izuku nodded with his head down. I hope you're sincere. Aizawa Sensei said. Because you still have a way to go. Mistakes to make and suffering to live. Izuku felt the weight of his mentor's hand on his shoulder, and he raised his head slightly. But there are also experiences that you will enjoy, okay? It's not your time. Was it okay, Midoriya? Aizawa Sensei asked after Bakugo went to his bedroom. Pretty good. Izuku replied. Hatsum-san is on a trip, but I was able to talk to her. She sends her regards. His mentor nodded. Good to hear. He replied. Good night, Midoriya. Good night, Aizawa Sensei. So, are you Midoriya? Sir Night-Eye said, drawing his slim figure closer to him. This man is more intimidating than Sensei. He thought. How is this possible? Izuku nodded, trying to stay calm. Yes, my pleasure, Sir Night-Eye. The man frowned and looked him up and down as if searching for something, examining him. Izuku watched as the man's slender fingers approached his face, and the second-year student quickly grabbed his wrist. It's rude to see the future of others without asking their permission. He said and released the man. Sir Night-Eye blinked for a few seconds before nodding calmly. I see that it's not in vain what people say about you. The thin man exclaimed as he walked towards his desk. Eraserhead is a complicated man. I was surprised when I heard that he had an apprentice. And he has another one this year. Izuku added. He is a good mentor. Sir Night-Eye nodded. Yes, he seems like one. He said quietly as he held out his hand. Your papers? 1 second. Izuku requested as he bent down to find the folder with the forms for his work study. He felt the familiar texture on his hand palm and drew it from inside his backpack. He got up and handed it to the man in front of him. Sir Night-Eye looked at the sheet. What are you going to contribute to my agency? He asked. Izuku shrugged. All Might asked me to come here to support Togata with his handling of One for All. The man in the suit frowned. Why would that be, Midoriya? To be honest, I don't know. He admitted calmly. He offered me One for All, but I declined. Maybe it's because I'm good at analyzing quirks. As I said, I'm lost as much as you are. I always like honesty. The man grumbled as he pressed the seal against the blade. I would be lying if I said I'm not intrigued. May we both be surprised. Izuku finished. 15%? Izuku asked. Togata nodded. I redirect the energy to a point in my body and use it from there. Izuku frowned. Haven't you thought of better utilizing the energy throughout your body? I mean, distribute it. It would work with your original quirk. The blonde boy tilted his head. Like a new move? Full Cowl would be a great name. Izuku added jokingly. You could also create air currents from kicking or using pressurized air. There are many variations, not just punching. He pointed a graph in his notebook to the older student. But you have reached a good control. It must be because of your quirk. Togata blinked in confusion. How? The green-haired student shrugged. Your quirk allows you to go through anything. Most likely the energy will pass through you. So, you don't break your bones as All Might warned you. Grateful for it. Togata sighed. All that explanation of my limbs exploding and me dying gave me nightmares. It was a possibility, Izuku admitted. Quirks get stronger every generation, and this one is transferable. It must have accumulated a lot of energy, especially considering all the time that All Might was its wielder. Togata's eyes widened in panic. Could I have exploded? Yes. Izuku hummed. But you also have a strong body. The possibility was not very high. He pointed out as he watched his senpai calming down when he heard that. Let's practice. The second-year student said. Imagine an egg in a microwave. Izuku leaned towards the girl who had bumped into him. Are you okay? He said, stretching out his hand. The girl trembled in fright, and she pulled away from him slightly, her small figure trying to shrink and crawl down the sidewalk. Izuku felt his heart clench. A scared and trembling girl running full of bandages was not a sign of a loving home. Izuku had been one himself before his father abandoned him and his mother. Then he observed a man, coming from the same alley, with a mask similar to a bird as if they were in a time of plague. A green and purple coat resting on his shoulders. You can't go around causing trouble for the heroes. Oh shit, he thought. My daughter Eri likes to play around a lot, and keeps getting hurt. This is Overhaul. Night Eye is after him. Togata decided to continue the conversation with Chisaki in an attempt to get out of the situation. The girl, Eri, held on tighter to Izuku, begging him not to let her go. She doesn't look too happy, Izuku said coldly. She looks scared. Chisaki narrowed his eyes. She falls a lot. It's child's play to get hurt. I don't see how much damage can cause childish falls. Izuku growled, feeling the little girl's tears. I will not let you go. There are a lot of people here. If you accompany me to the alley, it would be more private. Chisaki suggested, turning around. Togata nodded, and Izuku lifted Eri. They both started to follow the man. Kids seriously think that? Eri broke free. She jumped out of Izuku's arms and ran to Chisaki. See? The Yakuza said quietly. She is a girl. They're always like this. Sorry for wasting your time. But Izuku started. Kids are kids. Togata interrupted. Don't worry, Void. You let them go. Izuku growled once they were alone. You let them go. Togata sighed. If we catch them now, we won't be able to track down the rest of the base of operations. We have to ask Sir. I don't care about Night. Izuku yelled. You let a villain take a girl who was running away. I know it looks bad, but aren't you Eraserhead's protege? It's the most logical decision, even if we don't like it. He was right. Izuku was getting carried away by emotions. Those parallels with his childhood full of abusers. He wanted to be a hero for those ignored and rejected people who would ask for help. He had been one too. Togata was the successor of All Might. He was as bright as the hero, so smiling and strong. His mere presence seemed to reassure people. Izuku? He went unnoticed. Nobody realized that he was there. That was the point of being an underground hero. He had rejected All Might because he didn't want to be the kind of hero one for all required. Togata Mirio did. Togata Mirio and Izuku Midoriya were completely different people. Two different people with the same offer made. If Izuku had accepted, things would be different. But he didn't regret having refused. What he regretted was not having done more for that little girl. Shota, Yamada said, standing under the doorframe of his office. He looked up from the essays he was correcting. What? Shota growled. Some students want to talk to you. They can wait until we have classes. He replied as he checked Kaminari's homework. The child was improving. The blonde hummed. I don't think you can do that. You don't have classes with them. Moada sighed. Good morning, Aizawa Sensei. I don't know if you remember my name. I'm Fua Moada from Class 2A. She greeted calmly. Behind her, half of 2A class was waiting for the teacher's response. The man narrowed his eyes. What do you want? he growled in response. In front of Aizawa were 2 piles of papers. To his right seemed to be the qualified ones. To his left, the ones that hadn't been reviewed. "We're worried," she said calmly, trying to ignore the raven-haired man's rude reply. "Why are you talking?" he asked as he pulled another paper out of the row to the left. "I'm the class representative," she exclaimed. Moata could feel Ishikawa and Suzuki tensing behind her. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose before releasing the pen he was correcting with and leaning back in the chair. His arms crossed over his chest with his typical stoic and tired expression. "Then speak up," the raven-haired man growled. "If you come to me, instead of your current homeroom teacher it must be important." She sighed. "Midoriya is. How do I put it?" she said, and her eyes sought support from her classmates. They hadn't become statues, had they? Ishikawa sighed. Out of himself. He intervened. Sad, upset. He's like a whirlpool of emotions. "Yes," Suzuki stated. "Yesterday, he cried seeing his Katsudon. He loves Katsudon. We thought it would put him in a better mood. But he just cried even more and he didn't even touch it." Hinata added. "After that, he hasn't spoken to any of us again. He doesn't leave his bedroom during non-school hours." Ninasatea explained. "Thanks, guys," she thought. "He got us worried." Moata finished. "We think if you talk to him, it would be the best." Aizawa just sighed and ran his hand over his face. "It must be bad because, otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me." They were putting their pride aside to support Midoriya. At least those closest to him. That's what friends do, right? Midoriya would do it for them. When he stayed up all night explaining math to Moata. The time he helped Ishikawa with his quirk. When he scoured the entire shopping district in search of Suzuki's favorite cupcakes. When he took care of Ninasatea's little brothers because the boy had to work overtime. Talking with Aizawa was the least they could do for their friend. The man sighed. "Thanks for letting me know. I'll talk to him." Moata bowed. "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei." "He's here, right?" Shota asked Hatsum-san. The pink-haired woman nodded. "He looked quite sad, but I think he's calmer now." "That's good." Shota sighed. "I'll talk to him." Izuku was leaving the last bits of frustration in the car. "This is why you have been distracted in class." The stoic and calm voice of his mentor took him out of his thoughts. "Didn't we agree that you would do this well?" Izuku remembered Aizawa's words. "I will keep an eye on you. If you're going to do this, do it right, Midoriya. Got it, problem child?" "I'm releasing rage," Izuku said, wiping the remnants of tears from his eyes. "I was just frustrated. I almost committed a recklessness that could cost lives. Togata was the one who held me back." The man hummed. "I heard that, but you didn't. It's a nice change, considering what happened at your work study last year." The scars were still on his hand, the marks had never completely disappeared. "What are you doing here, Aizawa-sensei?" Izuku asked. "It's not to be rude, but I didn't expect to see anyone here." "Because your friends were worried," his mentor said. "Friends?" Izuku frowned. "The class I expelled." The man replied. "They hold you in high regard." The guys from class 2A? Had they talked to the man they held a grudge against just because of Izuku? Was Izuku really that important to them? "Don't look surprised, problem child," Aizawa-sensei said. "You earn the esteem of people who are willing to meet you. Your classmates, my students, UA faculty heroes." Those were things that he had talked about with Inui-sen. Since the beginning of his first year, the UA therapist had seen him, and recently Izuku had been going less often. Everything for him to get out of his head that he was inferior to others. Years of ostracism do that to your head. He had expected discrimination and loneliness. But, barring a few students, Izuku had found a school that cared about him, had met wonderful people and was fulfilling his dream. So, stop getting depressed, because no one has died. His teacher said, "To err is human. What you do after that is what defines you." In the middle of the night, Izuku Midoriya's phone rang. "It's time." Since he could remember, Izuku knew he wanted to be a hero. Since he was 4, people told him that he could never be one. The sobs of his mother and the constant stream of apologies pouring out of her voice still pierced his soul. "Mom, can I be a hero without a quirk? I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry, Izuku." And so, he continued his life, with the burning desire to be a hero and training for it. He would take any class that accepted quirkless children. He would do any training regimen: ballet, kendo, kickboxing, karate, gymnastics, swimming, kung fu, capoeira, parkour, fencing, etc. Izuku would be a hero. He would be a hero like All Might. A hero who would save everyone with a bright smile. Or so he would believe until he met the man in person. He was not proud of what he had done. It definitely hadn't been his brightest idea. But, for his 14-year-old self, it was a necessary measure for his idol to give him the confidence boost he needed. He ended up with the hero telling him that he had to be more realistic. Being a hero is dangerous. You can't do it without great power. If you want to save people, you could join the police force or be a firefighter. It's okay to dream, kid, but you have to be realistic. And he left, leaving Izuku with broken dreams and hopelessness on a rooftop. What kind of person leaves a child on a rooftop after saying that? Rather, what kind of hero? Well, it ends up being that instead of demotivating him, it lit a fire that Izuku didn't know he had. Anger is a great motivator, use it correctly, and it's capable of propelling you to success. Letting it dominate rationality and will create a painful fall. So, he trained harder. He needed more flexibility if he wanted to pursue underground heroism. Brute force wouldn't help. It was his routine until the date of the entrance exam. That day, he faced the fact that he was against robots. Fucking robots. How would guys with quirks intended for organic matter or those that only affected people do it? Worse yet, how would Izuku do it? The answer came in the form of a red stop sign. The fake city where the test was taking was ridiculously accurate. They could turn those into homeless shelters if they wanted to. He took the signal and ran as far as he could. The other applicants destroyed all the robots they came across, leaving none to people like Izuku. So, he had to go to an area without the other children and take advantage of those robots, while avoiding that some children were crushed by the machines or injured by the quirks of others. He smashed a few robots and then it happened. The zero shit pointer. Small obstacle miss. The exams at UA were supposed to change every year, but it ended up being that the exam consists of the same thing, only that there are slight variations. The case of this one? It was a city. The previous one had been in a kind of industrial area full of pipes. So, Izuku planned to continue destroying robots until he realized that some people needed help. Some of quirk exhaustion, others had been trapped under rubble. The robot advanced. They're going to stop it, right? Izuku ran to the aid of those people. When the end of time was announced, he was disappointed. Only 15 damn points. It wouldn't be enough. He was grateful that he was wrong and helped those people. 50 fucking points, 35 rescue plus 15 villain. Furthermore, he had achieved the best score on the written exam, 95%. He had passed the grade of Present Mike and other heroes who had studied there. His dream was taking off. Joining UA had been the easy part. Staying there with a teacher like Aizawa Shoda, Eraserhead, was somewhat difficult. Everything had started on the first day of school. 20 enthusiastic hopeful heroes in Class 1A, among which there were 5 who were quirkists. They started teasing a boy with fish features, asking him why he wasn't in a fish tank. Then a girl with a dog mutation was asked if she wanted a cookie. They made fun of another boy's bald head and a girl's quirk. When they finally reached Izuku, he admitted with all the pride in the world that he was quirkless. His classmates made faces of astonishment, but the idiot scoffed at him and asked him why he was still there if quirkless people were supposed to be extinct. Then, a kind of yellow caterpillar caught his attention from the doorframe. Out of it came a man dressed in black, looking tired and disheveled. Izuku recognized Eraserhead from his scarf. It only took the man 5 minutes between showing up, introducing himself, expelling the quirkists, and asking them to do physical apprehension tests, with the use of quirk allowed. All this at the risk of expulsion. They wouldn't give him that much power, right? Especially since they hadn't done anything wrong yet. At the end of the apprehension test, Izuku was in the bottom 5, but he wasn't the last. Aizawa Sensei expelled 10 other students. So there were only 5 left. The girl, whose quirk fluffed everything she touched, introduced herself as Fuwa Moada. The boy with the fish mutation name was Ishikawa Kenji. A girl who could inflate like a balloon named Suzuki Aoi. Another boy named Sisamiya, who could grow his hair at will and no one could cut it except for himself. And himself, Midoriya Izuku, quirkless. By the end of the first day, everything seemed fine. His classmates were nice and didn't give a damn that he was quirkless. The joy was short-lived when Aizawa Sensei expelled Fuwa, then Sisamiya, Suzuki, and finally Ishikawa. At the end of the week, Izuku nervously arrived at UA and was already mentally prepared for his expulsion. After all, he had expelled a whole class, even the student with the best score on the practical test. What stopped him from expelling Izuku? You survived the first week. Congratulations. What? You're the only one who won't have an expulsion mark on your record. Your classmates will. Aren't you going to expel me? Do you want me to do it? Of course not. Why do you ask me? Because you expelled my classmates. Child, I don't waste my time on useless things. I only teach students with potential. Do you really think I have potential? It's not 0. Even though I'm quirkless? I don't see what would be the relevance of it in the field of heroism. Do you really think I could become a hero without a quirk? Do you believe it? If you don't have confidence in yourself, then maybe I overestimated your potential. No. I can be a hero. So here is your chance, child. Don't waste it. One opportunity is enough and plenty. 14 of his original classmates were re-enrolled and offered to have another homeroom teacher. Snipe took Class A, while Izuku became Nedzu's personal student and was trained by Aizawa Sensei. He was still a member of Class A. He was with them for heroics and some general education classes. Sometimes he even joined the support department. After the sports festival, he didn't participate. Kayama Sensei entered the classroom to announce that they would be choosing hero names. Some were creative. Ishikawa was for the aquatic hero, Luca, in honor of the pre-Quirk movie where the protagonist was a sea creature boy, and his name was Luca, which means last universal common ancestor. Fuwa went for cotton candy because the things she touched felt like cotton. Suzuki chose Colossal. Sisamiya chose Samson. Ninasatea, target shooting, among others. When Izuku's turn came, he came out with the blank slate. Midoriya, you were supposed to write there. Suzuki said. Come on. Guess. Empty? Fuwa asked. You are close. Oh. Your name refers to your quirklessness, right? Hinata asked. That girl needed to learn to have a filter, but she did it without malicious intent. Izuku nodded. I know. Sisamiya exclaimed. It's void. Following Aizawa around the rooftops was an interesting experience. His parkour and gymnastic skills were very supportive of his keeping up with the underground hero. He began educating and training Izuku to be a future one. Months later, with a provisional license, Izuku could already actively participate in patrols. Aizawa Sensei always complained about his recklessness and his martyr complex. Izuku, seriously, wanted to keep that lesson in his head. But it wasn't until a villain cornered them when Izuku completely forgot what his mentor had taught him. It was a quiet night. They just had to arrest a few drug dealers. They didn't expect one of them to have a strong mutant quirk. One that Aizawa Sensei couldn't erase. Much less the bullet going to hit his mentor. What do you think makes a person a hero? The interviewer asked. All Might smiled. There are different types of heroes. Not just my profession. I consider it as a matter of heart. And for our viewers who wish to be professional heroes like you, I'll just say that if you ask pro heroes about their school experiences, they all will tell you at least one anecdote of their bodies moving on their own to save someone. Void. Togata yelled as he watched the blood pour out of Izuku's stomach and limbs. Aizawa Sensei would kill him for getting in the way of a bullet again. Much more to push to get impaled. See what you cause, Eri? One of your heroes has lost his quirk. Overho shouted jubilantly. Eri trembled in fear, tears rolling down her pale cheeks and her hands gripping Togata's cloak. "Hey, Overho!" Izuku yelled. "I'm Quirkless." The villain's expression changed drastically to one of surprise and then confusion. It entertained him long enough because Mirio attacked. "Come on, Eri," Izuku said as he took the little girl's hand. He was leaning against the wall. "Heroes are waiting for us. We have to get out of here." With each step, Izuku left a trail of blood. It came to a point where his vision began to fail. His weight overcame him. He fell. "Get up!" Izuku yelled helplessly to his body. "Get up, Midoriya Izuku." Izuku couldn't get up. His body didn't obey his orders. At this rate, he wouldn't save Eri, and all the work would be wasted. "Please," Izuku begged. "Eri, hide. We came here to save you. If you hide, you will help us a lot." He didn't know if Eri responded because the darkness blinded him, and he fell into unconsciousness. When Izuku opened his eyes, he saw Aizawa Sensei sitting on the chair next to the bed where he was lying. He felt sore and confused. How did he get there? The last memory his mind evoked was receiving the text message approving the raid to save Eri. "Aizawa Sensei?" he asked. His throat felt dry, and his voice sounded hoarse. His mentor snapped his eyes open and turned to see Izuku. "Hello, child," Aizawa Sensei greeted before sighing. "This is not the right way to regain my trust." He teased lightly. Izuku inhaled deeply. "What happened?" "My head is a mess," he replied, trying to sit up. He thought as pain erupted in his stomach. "Bad, really bad choice. It must be because you were sleeping," his teacher suggested. "Also, the healing quirks and the amount of blood you lost." Blood. Eri's blood. Quirk-destroying bullets. The blood that had drained from his stomach when he launched himself to prevent Togata and Eri from being impaled. Togata covering Eri as spikes exploded from the ground. The quirk-destroying bullet that Izuku had received instead of Togata. How ironic. Izuku mentally snorted. "What's a quirk-destroying bullet going to do me? Give me one? Did the bullet have any effect on me?" Izuku asked. His teacher shook his head. "It only affects the quirk factor. You don't have one. Nothing happened." At least, Izuku thought. How did it all end? Eri? Togata? Izuku asked, remembering that he had left the blonde facing Overho and that he had passed out while trying to escape with Eri. Aizawa sighed. "Eri is quarantined. She has a fever. Also, the excessive use of her quirk." The man said with a touch of bitterness in his voice. "Eri will be treated by psychologists due to post-traumatic stress and will be under my guardianship. On the other hand, unfortunately, Night Eye passed away. Sometimes they couldn't save everyone. They had to accept it if they wanted to be heroes. Although it always hurt, and there was that feeling of guilt. With possibilities crashing into thoughts. Everything that wasn't made. Being a hero was not what the TV painted. Being a hero was to be willing to carry burdens. If you can't do it, you shouldn't be one. Losses are part of the job." Obviously, he felt sad for Night Eye. It was not as if Izuku had been able to know him in depth, beyond a few conversations. But he felt worse thinking about how Togata had reacted. The man was a kind of father figure to the blonde. His mentor. The man who believed in him. He hoped they had come to say goodbye. "He left you a note," Aizawa Sensei said, handing him a piece of paper. He asked a nurse to write it down while he waited for Togata. Izuku nodded, taking it. "How was Togata?" "Shattered," his teacher replied. "But he will recover. He's strong." "He really is," Izuku said as he stroked the folded paper. His teacher must have noticed that Izuku might need some time alone because he sighed heavily and got up from his chair. "I'll call the nurse to check you. I'll call your mother too. I told her I would keep an eye on you. You have to stop giving her those scares." And so, Aizawa Sensei walked out the door, leaving Izuku alone and allowing him to shed some tears. His mother was going to kill him after a prolonged crying episode on her part. She was going to tell him that he had to start taking Aizawa Sensei's lessons. Seriously. That at this rate, he was going to kill her because of strong emotions. With his hands shaking, Izuku opened the paper that Night Eye had left for him. Please take care of Mirio. He's like All Might. Thanks for your help. Until always, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku, tell me. After Kamino, what do we talk about? His mother asked with teary eyes as she wrapped him in a delicate hug. Izuku raised his hand to caress her mother's hair at the same time he put his head in the crook of her neck. That I would help people without putting my life in danger. I remember it. Sorry, Mom. Please, Izuku. She begged. You need to listen to your teacher. Midoriya. Togata greeted as he entered, carrying a basket of fruits in his hands. I brought fruits. They are from classes 1A and 2A. Izuku gurgled at that. My mom will be delighted. Togata nodded as he placed the basket on the table. How did she react? We cried. It's a family second quirk. Izuku sighed. I feel bad for worrying her this much. I'm quite reckless. But you saved our lives. The blonde boy exclaimed. And everything is fine now. Stop concerning, and think that you'll be out of here by tomorrow. The room fell into an awkward silence, Togata sitting in the chair next to Izuku's bed. I'm really sorry about Night Eye. Izuku said. I know you two were close. Togata's smile didn't disappear. His eyes focused on the open window. Sir was a complex man, but he had a huge heart. Before he died, I made him a promise. I'll keep smiling for a bright future. That's my motto. Izuku frowned. When he was growing up, he had smiled a lot in a desperate attempt to hide everything that was happening to him. In that way, he wouldn't worry his mom. All Might always said that in his interviews. The people in this world who can smile are always the strongest. After his time training to be a pro hero, Izuku had realized that was true only to a certain point. All Might could afford to smile at civilians. He was the symbol of peace and a pillar for them. There were people who have the same mentality that Izuku had had when he was younger. People who received a boost from seeing the hero smile. It was not bad. It gave hope. But crying wasn't a weakness too. Crying was liberating, and he understood it after a long time. Expressing emotions wasn't something to be ashamed of. Setting them free. The point was that you had to know when to release those emotions. The right time. You know you can allow yourself to cry a little more, right? Izuku told Togata. You're not All Might. The blonde nodded calmly. Don't worry, Midoriya. I think I've cried enough. Izuku sighed and finished with a shrug. Remember, I'm here to give you a hand. In case you need it. Void. Eri asked as she spotted Izuku at the door. He nodded calmly. It's me, Eri. How are you? Fine, I guess. Everyone is nice to me. I want to be their friend. I ate apples too. I like apples. The little girl replied calmly. The apples are delicious. Izuku said. A little bird told me that you would join us at the UA school festival. Is that right? Yes, Lemillion proposed it to Aizawa and he said I could. They said there would be caramel apples. They're sweeter than normal ones. How is that possible? She really likes apples. Izuku thought. So many things are possible. Izuku exclaimed in a low voice. I'll give you the school's tour. Lemillion will join us later. Little Eri made a strange face. Izuku frowned. Sorry. Eri said. I can't smile yet. I asked Lemillion to teach me to do it, but he said that I shouldn't force myself. Lemillion is right. Izuku emphasized. Don't worry, Eri. There's plenty of time for you to smile. Can I give you a hand? Ishikawa asked as Izuku walked up the stairs in the direction of his bedroom. He wanted to be alone. Since he left the hospital, his friends hadn't left his side. According to them, it was to prevent him from ending up sacrificing for a fly. Izuku denied. Guys, no worry. I'm fine. His friends gave him a look that indicated that they didn't believe him at all. Fuwa snorted. Of course you're fine. It's not like you've been about to die again. Trust me. Izuku said, raising his hands in surrender. I promise. I'll only go to my room to sleep. I won't give my life for a fly. Hinata narrowed her eyes. Your mouth says words. But, I'm not sure if your body will obey. Suzuki nodded. We should call the brainwasher from 1A. He would put Midoriya to sleep. It's just to make it sure. Minasateya agreed. Izuku rolled his eyes and continued up the stairs. I'll see Class 1A tomorrow. Let me rest because I'll have to deal with them too. When Izuku entered 1A's classroom, he was received by a unison Midoriya senpai that was yelled by the first-year students. Izuku sighed. Hi guys. How are you doing? Karo, how are you feeling? Azui asked, ignoring Izuku's question. Fine, Izuku replied. The worst part is over. You were so manly in the raid. Kirishima exclaimed. Don't acclaim him. He was an imprudent shit. Katsuki yelled at the redhead guy. After that, his attention focused on Izuku. You almost killed Auntie of Concern, fucking shitty nerd. That was Katsuki's way to say, you worried me a lot. Don't do it again. Shinso nodded. We thought you wouldn't live to count it. Izuku snorted. You're exaggerating, guys. I'm 85% fine. The ideal would be 100%. Uraraka said. It's part of being a hero. Izuku replied. After that, he gave them a reassuring smile. In other things, have you already chosen what to do for the school festival? It's the next week and we'll have a special guest. When Hitoshi asked Midoriya senpai regarding the event that Class 2A had held at the school festival in their first year, the green-haired boy ran. So, he asked Fuwa senpai, and she sent him the link of a video. Now, they were laughing in the common room of the Class 1A dorms. The footage began with a man in a yellow sleeping bag and a group of 10 students surrounding him. Let him free. Midoriya wants to be free. A girl said. He recognized her as Suzuki Aoi, one of the Midoriya senpai's friends. The girl was extending a sock in the direction of a giant covered cage. The man in the sleeping bag looked at them indifferently. Midoriya doesn't need you. He's perfectly fine. A shudder came from the CAG. Master. Midoriya wants to be free. Sisamiya, the boy who represented Aizawa sensei's parody, walked furiously to the cage, removing the cloth that covered it. Inside the cage was a boy in a green wig, and dressed in the same color from head to toe, wearing elf ears. Sisamiya growled and slammed the cage. Don't you dare to take my precious. Then, we will have to go over your corpse, Era Sensei. One of the girls yelled, and they began to strike each other. Don't fuck. Siro exclaimed, clutching his stomach as the footage continued. What is this low-budget theater jewel name? Hitoshi sighed and checked the title of the video, The Elf Who Wanted to Be Free. It's a complete disrespect to a staff member. Ida exclaimed with his sporadic hand movements. They should have been expelled from UA. Bakugo snorted. Weren't you the one who went after Hero Killer? The room fell silent until an "oh" was heard loudly. Turned down for what? Kaminari yelled. He, along with Mineta, began to dance around Ida. It lasted a few seconds because Jiro's headphones connected to both boys' ears. Shut up. I want to enjoy this before continuing with the concert preparations. The rocker said as the video continued. Midoriya is a free elf. The green-haired boy exclaimed, waving his sock excitedly. The audience laughed. Midoriya has no master. Midoriya is a free. The screen went completely black. What? Kirishima yelled. It was about 10 minutes to go. So close to the end. What happened? Hagakure asked. The power hasn't gone out. The students began to search for the reason why the television had suddenly turned off. They could not find the control. Maybe someone had sat on it. They heard a familiar cough, and everyone stiffly turned their heads. Under the door frame, with the control in hand, was Aizawa sensei. That's why that's the class that was expelled. He said quietly. Hitoshi began to pray mentally. But this thing reads funny. Hinata exclaimed as she handed Maada a piece of paper. She stifled a laugh when reading Romeo, Juliet and the Prisoner of Azkaban, The Return of the Kings in the brochure. They're gonna make a play. We wanted to do it. Minasateya sighed in disappointment. Ishikawa shrugged as he lifted some boxes. We're not allowed to make one anyway. He pointed out. Suzuki nodded. We passed a bit. They just don't understand the complex art of parody. Sisamiya defended. We are preparing a maid and butler cafe. Izuku answered Uraraka's question. I heard you guys decided on a concert. Kaminari nodded. Jiro is organizing everything. She's really amazing. She plays so many instruments and sings beautifully. Easy to. A little more, and the hearts in your eyes will pop out. Shinso joked. Kaminari suddenly blushed. She loves music. She's good at it. We are her friends. We have to encourage her to do what she loves. She doesn't know how amazing she is. How amazing is she to you? Shinso pointed out, and then his gaze focused on Izuku, as the blonde boy started to blush at Uraraka level. You will have restrictions, right? Izuku nodded. Grapes are forbidden. What? Mineta's scream was heard throughout UA. Do you remember when you wanted your last name to be your hero name? Suzuki asked. Ishikawa nodded. It's because of the Ishikawa diagram. Do you know it? Suzuki nodded and rolled her eyes. Also called fishbone diagram. She said, it made sense, but it was lousy anyway. It doesn't hurt, it burns me, it hurts me. Ishikawa squealed as he threw himself to the floor dramatically. No one helped him up. Moata stepped over him. Don't be so dramatic about something that happened last year. Hinata, who was ironing the skirts, looked up. Isn't that exactly what we do with the Purge incident? Sisamiya blinked and snorted. It's another matter. He said. It was traumatic. Also, we can't get rid of that mark in our student's record. Ninasatea growled. But teasing Era Sensei is hilarious. When Shota Aizawa entered his office, he was greeted by a laugh from Hisashi Yamada. A bunch of yellow sticky notes were taped to the wall. In the middle of everything on top of his desk was a large painting of Midoriya marked, Air. I should have expelled them permanently. He growled as Kayama entered and joined Yamada's laughter. Even though he couldn't see it, he knew the rat was laughing from his office as he watched the cameras. I'm not paid enough. What happened? Izuku asked after seeing Ninasatea, Ishikawa, and Sisamiya wearing maid uniforms. Fuwa growled. They made a joke on Aizawa sensei. The three boys claimed in unison. Don't fuck FD. You laugh too. Ninasatea screeched with his hands on his head. But not in front of him. She yelled as she pulled out a bag and handed it to Izuku. Here, take your portrait. Izuku frowned and decided to see what was inside. He barely looked at a framed picture of him. He regretted doing it. Are you screwing me? Izuku groaned, reading the air on the frame. It happened a year ago. Ishikawa snorted. And it will continue to bother us until the day we die. You guys are immature. Hinata replied, throwing headbands at them. Sisamiya gasped. You gave us the idea. Hinata nodded. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Izuku and Fuwa turned to look at her with serious expressions. Fuwa slapped her forehead with an open hand. You knew these idiots a year ago. You should have known they were going to take it seriously. Hinata groaned. When the day of the festival came, Izuku met up with Eri and Togata in the morning. Hi Eri. Izuku greeted, smiling. How is everything? The little white-haired girl looked at him with her big red eyes. Well, Lemillion told me that he has to do something and that I'll stay with you for a while. Izuku nodded. Lemillion has a few things to do with his class, but he'll join us later. He extended his hand to Eri. The girl took it and squeezed it hard. Yes, Eri. It will only take a few hours. Then I'll join you. Togata promised and then looked up from her to Izuku. Didn't your classmates plan anything? Izuku denied. We have a maid and butler cafe, but I have permission from Nedzu and Aizawa sensei not to participate because of my recovery. Togata sighed before putting a smile back on his face. That sounds good. Are you going to see the guys from 1A? Izuku nodded. Uraraka, Azui, and Kirishima will be happy to see Eri. He said calmly before bowing to the little girl. We will go see Uravity and Froppy, plus a friend who also came to rescue you. It seems good. Yes. Eri said in a low voice. I want to be their friend and thank them. You will. Izuku replied. The guys from 1A were delighted with Eri. Midoriya senpai. Shinso called out to him from a corner, and Izuku approached. Yes. The green-haired boy asked without taking his eyes off Eri. Have you seen Shiro? The purple-haired boy said. He went to buy some things and he hasn't come back. All Class 1A students wore bright yellow suits. If he was honest, the color was too much for Shinso's tired expression. Izuku denied. Maybe he's just stuck in line. Get back here. Hanta yelled as he tried to catch Gentle Criminal. I'm calling heroes. The man laughed. Young man, it's a bit rude to break into the crosswalk, he said as he used his quirk and made Hanta fall to the ground. The boy with the quirk tape stood up. I'll entertain you until the heroes arrive. Gentle Criminal sighed. I want to see you try. And then Hanta jumped. Midoriya. Hato jumped excitedly. Eri. Hello, Hato-senpai. Izuku greeted. Eri raised her hand shyly. Will you win this year's pageant? The blue-haired girl sighed. I hope so. She sighed. It's my last year and dash. Kendo will win. An irritating voice interrupted Hato. The beauty of Class B will succeed overall. Izuku sighed as Eri squeezed his hand tighter. Hello, Monoma-kun. The blonde, who was next to Kendo, looked at him confused. How do you know who I am? I don't think I ever officially introduced myself. Izuku ran his hand through his hair. My pleasure. I'm Midoriya Izuku, Class 2A, hero name Void. Kendo greeted. Oh, a pleasure. How's everything going? She kindly asked as Monoma widened his eyes in surprise. Giving Eri-chan a tour of the festival. Izuku replied calmly and then focused his gaze on Monoma. Hey. I know you guys will have a joint training in a few weeks. Monoma just nodded open-mouthed. Izuku didn't know what was worse, hearing him speak or seeing him surprised. After it, will you agree to see me in one of the gyms? I have an idea that could help you. Togata joined them shortly after visiting Hatsum in the workshop and nearly dying in a robot explosion. They were in the cafeteria while Eri drank an apple soda. How's everything going? Togata asked. A blonde scared me, but then Void made him shut up. Eri said calmly. His senpai looked at him with a question mark drawn on his expression. Izuku sighed. She means Monoma. We ran into him when we visited Hato-senpai for the beauty pageant. Togata nodded. He's UA's black sheep. He replied jokingly. Izuku shook his head. He's an eccentric boy. He said calmly. Then we went to the support stand dash. The one that exploded? Togata asked. The robot blew out smoke, and a girl screamed that her baby was dying. I hope she's okay and the baby too. Eri replied. Void took me out running and then we got this. She said, pointing to her soda. It's good. It tastes like apples. Togata looked confused at him. Hatsum calls her inventions babies. Izuku clarified. Then we went to my class's maid and butler cafe and came here to wait for you. The blonde sighed before nodding calmly. My class is making a mirror room, but we've already lost a few people there. He commented. I suggest going to another event. Izuku nodded as he took out the brochure they had given him. In a few minutes, 1B's play starts and 1A's band performance. 1C? Togata asked. Haunted house. Izuku replied and looked at him with an obviously not expression. Then, it will be the band performance. Togata replied. The black sheep is in 1B. Izuku sighed. Stop calling him black sheep. The venue where the Class 1A concert would take place was crowded and dark. It didn't last long because Kaken's scream was heard, and then the explosions lit up the place. Jiro began to sing along with the instruments played by Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami. Many of the students were dancing on stage, and others were missing. He could see Shiro, taking slow steps, as if he was tired, but he didn't see Shinso or Aoyama anywhere. He should have expected it. Most likely, they were supporting the special effects with Todoroki. Hero 2. Jiro sang excitedly. Azui grabbed Uraraka with her tongue, and the gravity girl took some people's hands, making them float. Yaoyorozu released serpentines as Shiro did with his tapes. Aoyama used his laser to illuminate the place, and Todoroki supported him with his ice. I have met so many heroes in my life. Gave me strength and courage to survive. Then Eri smiled. Togata smiled at the same time as thick tears spilled from his eyes. Izuku also cried, along with the blonde, while the little girl's eyes shone with amazement and pure happiness. Gave me the power to smile every day. Now it's my turn. To be the one. To make you smile. At that moment, Izuku could only think that the future looked as bright as Eri's smile. When winter came along with the festivities, it happened that a shadow began to emerge from the depths of society. This generation of heroes come more prepared and powerful than ever, do they? Right, Hinamoto. I'm sure we can trust our future heroes so that a tragedy like Daika City's never happens again. 9 days ago, in less than an hour, the city was destroyed by about 20 people. Fortunately, the victims have been considerably low, but this is a strategy of the villains that seek to demoralize the population and make them stop believing in heroes. What do you think, Kuraishisu? Before, criticism would have rained down on heroes, but now, those criticisms have turned into shouts of encouragement. What do you think is the reason? Since the Kamino incident, an era ended up. The fall of the symbol of peace. Villainous activity increased. It's a key moment for our society. All Might may no longer be a hero, but his very life gives many a reason to rise. Not to mention, Endeavor, the current #1 hero, who recently had to face a Nomu and with Hawks, #2, defeated it. In these times, faith is fundamental. More than what you believe. We can trust this generation. I'm sure of that. The rise of the villains was mentioned a few months ago. Things this year have been brutal. We can be grateful that it's already ending. It's true. This year is almost over. Christmas is tomorrow. So, let's continue with the following report given by our colleague Sorahana about the offers if you want to make your last-minute purchases. Work studies will resume. Fua moaned as she threw herself on the sofa. This has never happened before. This time is supposed to be the quietest and most festive. She said with her face directly on the furniture. Hinata threw a cushion at her from where she was standing. We have to decorate this for the party. Izuku laughed as he carried a table with Suzuki. I'm dying to try Sisamiya's turkey. The girl sighed. He nodded. Ninasatea's machi is legendary. He replied as his mouth watered at the thought of the delicious taste of the dessert. They both left the table in the right place. Fua raised her face from the couch and looked at Izuku with a frown. Aren't you going to one as party? Izuku hummed. Just to see them for a few minutes and accompany Eri, but I'll be back here in less than an hour. At that moment, Ishikawa entered the common room, wearing a kitchen apron and a chef's hat. What are you doing standing around doing nothing? He demanded, waving a scoop. A Christmas party is not preparing itself. The four who were talking stood up straight and, putting their hand on their foreheads, they shouted. Yes, Captain Ishikawa. The boy just laughed, shaking his head. Let's get to work. Merry Christmas, Aizawa Sensei. Izuku greeted, entering his mentor's office. The man looked up from his papers and nodded. Merry Christmas, Midoriya. The green-haired boy ran his hand behind his neck and sighed before asking. This work studies has to do with what we talked about after the Kamino incident, right? His mentor dropped the pen before looking at him. For a reason, that interview is almost impossible to find. The commission doesn't want the public to be alarmed by something imminent. He said and gestured to Izuku to sit down. Izuku did so before growling. If there is a big operation, they are looking to train us as soldiers. Aizawa Sensei nodded. We don't know if we're going to need you all, especially considering the excess of heroes right now. But still, the commission decided this and we can't refuse, no matter how much we want to. So, Izuku started while pinching the bridge of his nose. Daika is part of the rise of villains? I don't know, child. Aizawa slowly shook his head. At this rate, we too are just as ignorant as you are. Don't you have a party with your class? Aizawa Sensei asked him as Izuku escorted Eri to the 1A class dorms. Izuku nodded. I'll only be here for a maximum of half an hour. He replied as Eri, wearing a red Santa Claus suit that Class A had specially prepared, took a few little hops holding his mentor's hand and his own. He turned his head to the little girl. "Are you ready for your first Christmas, Eri?" The little white-haired girl stopped and nodded. "I painted eggs to give to you, Ravity." Izuku blinked and could hear a loud sigh coming from Aizawa Sensei before he leaned down to Eri's height. "What will you say when we enter the party?" Eri blinked. "Trick or treat." Izuku knew that he shouldn't laugh, but he wanted to do it with all his might because of the comical and tender situation, so he resisted. Aizawa Sensei sighed again. "You're mixing them up," he said calmly. "You come in and say Merry Christmas." The little girl tilted her head to the left. "What about in health and sickness?" "Marriage," Izuku replied. "Today, you just say Merry Christmas." Eri blinked multiple times as if her little brain was processing everything. "Just Merry Christmas?" Izuku smiled. "It's Christmas." The little girl just nodded confidently and proceeded to keep jumping, this time on her own, letting Izuku and Aizawa Sensei walk behind her back. Wouldn't it have been better to just tell her about the holiday dates and events when they happen and not tell her all at once? He asked Aizawa Sensei in a whisper. His mentor gave him a dirty look before sighing. "Kayama's fault. Put this on," Shinso said, handing him a green hat with a green fluff instead of the traditional white pom-pom. As he had imagined, all the students in Class A wore a Santa suit. It could be red or green. Shinso was wearing a red one. The unique thing of all was that, when paying attention to the pom-poms of the hats, they all had something distinctive of each student. Kaminari's had lightning. Uraraka's planet. Momo's a book. Among others. Shinso's had a little hanging brain. "I'm surprised you accepted this," Izuku joked. The purple-haired boy sighed. "Ashido and Kaminari are very convincing when they wish to be," he replied with a shrug. "Even Bakugo is wearing one." Izuku blinked for a few minutes as he imagined little Kaken Grumpy in a Santa suit. "His Christmas hat has an explosion, right?" Shinso nodded. "Hagakure has nothing," he added with a shrug before frowning. "Isn't Togata's senpai coming?" Izuku denied. "He's with to his class. Mine will be waiting for me in about 20 minutes. Then we better hurry up with the gift exchange," the first-year boy said quietly with a frown before looking up. "Ashido, Siro, Yaoyorozu, let's start the exchange that senpai left early." Izuku frowned while holding one of the tapes. "But I didn't bring anything. How will you go about completing it?" he asked Bakugo. He growled. "We bought 2 more," he replied. "We wanted it to be a surprise." Yaoyorozu nodded. "Don't worry, senpai." Izuku looked at the pile of boxes and bags in the center of the circle they had formed and gave a smile to Eri, who returned it to him. Sitting on one of the sofas, Aizawa Sensei watched while drinking a cup of coffee from a brand that Yaoyorozu had brought from Colombia. From the eyes of his mentor, Izuku realized that he was enjoying it. 1. Ashido yelled. 2. Kaminari continued. 3. They all yelled in unison as they pulled on their tapes. The gifts flew into the air into the hands of the students. It must have been a stroke of luck, the fact that the sword, Tokoyami's present, didn't fall by the edge on Eri, who had obtained it to the horror of Ojiro. Izuku smiled upon seeing Machi's bag in his hands. "I'm rich," he heard a female squeak and a thud. Next to him, Uraraka passed out with a pile of gold in her hands. Most likely, it was a gift from Yaoyorozu. Shinso was scowling at an alternative rock record. Bakugo had glasses. Sato, a plush bunny. Ida, an orange hoodie. Mineta, a photo of Aoyama. Mina, some weights. Jiro, a blanket. Among others. What seemed strangest to him was Kaminari with a tear while he watched a basketball. He was about to ask him until Shinso leaned in next to him and whispered, "That's one of the complimentary gifts." Apparently, Kaminari listened because he nodded. "At least, I like to play basketball." Izuku heard laughter coming from Class 2, as dorm. The song All I Want for Christmas Is You was playing at full volume and he smiled. He would never have imagined that he would be studying at UA. Much less being an underground hero. He never thought that he would have friends like the ones waiting for him behind that door, people who would put their grudges aside for his well-being, people who didn't care that he was quirkless. It never crossed his mind, the fact that All Might would no longer be his favorite hero, that it would be Eraserhead in that place. The fact that he would be a kind of big brother to an entire first-year class. Izuku knew something big was coming. That the peace and joy he felt would not last. But he allowed himself to ignore those negative feelings just for that night because it was Christmas. And the colored lights illuminated the bedrooms and surroundings. The music filled the atmosphere, along with the laughter and happy conversations. The aroma of delicious food lingered. And feelings of warmth spread through every student and UA staff member. He knocked on the door. He waited a few seconds until Fua opened the door. "It's Midoriya," she yelled enthusiastically, and her eyes focused on his little green hat. "And he looks like a Christmas tree." His friend's laughter was heard inside. Ishikawa snorted before shaking his head. "Have you seen where you guys are standing?" Suzuki asked from one of the sofas holding a mug of hot chocolate. Both guys scowled at each other. "What are you talking about?" Fua asked in a nervous voice. Ninasatea, who had a big half-nibbled turkey leg in his hand, pointed over his head. Izuku looked up and could feel his face turn into a tomato. "Mistletoe." He looked down at his friends with wide eyes. He could feel Fua tense next to him. Hinata smiled. "You know what to do under the mistletoe, right?" Fua started waving her hands and shaking her head. "It's an American tradition. We're Japanese, we don't need to follow it." She exclaimed hurriedly. "I know you want it." Kawasaki, a girl with a dog mutation, said in a joking tone towards Fua before turning to see Izuku. "Just a little brush." Both Fua and Izuku looked at each other with fiery red cheeks. "A short one?" Fua asked as she brought her fingers together. Izuku nodded nervously. "Only 3 seconds?" The girl nodded. "Perfect." And then, slowly, they both approached trembling like jellies, their eyes closed, or at least Izuku's, and their lips poised. He felt Fua's soft, sugary lips on his, and they both kissed chastely. And Izuku would have to accept that it felt good. He remembered that it was his first kiss. He didn't know how long they had been there, but they had forgotten to count. He recognized that the girl's arms had wrapped around his neck, and he was cupping her face. "Fua moata." The girl greeted, extending her hand. "Mimi Midoriya I Izuku." Izuku replied, trembling. "Fuck them if they think you're weak for being quirkless." "Midoriya. Let's be a team. We got the licenses. Let's celebrate. I buy the milkshakes." "Happy birthday, Midoriya. Thank you for being there, you are a great person. I'm happy to be your friend." "So am I, Midoriya. We will be heroes." "But it's already been 3 seconds." Ishikawa's voice exclaimed, completely breaking the little bubble in which they both had gotten themselves. Fua slammed apart. Izuku saw that she was redder than at first, and Izuku knew that he was too. The girl said, "Are we still friends?" The other students in Class 2A started laughing outrageously at that. "Go on a date, lovebirds," Suzuki exclaimed in a tired voice. He would like that. He hoped Fua would too. He turned to see her. "Would you be comfortable if I asked you out on a date?" The girl opened her eyes. "Do you want to go on a date with me?" she asked. Izuku nodded. "I would like that, but only if you want to." Fua shook her head up and down in assent. "Yes," she yelled before opening her eyes in panic and coughing. "I would like it," she said in a calmer tone. Izuku's heart stopped for a few minutes before he started to grin. Fua replied with a nod and stretched out her hand. Izuku took it, and they both intertwined their fingers. "At last." Hinata squealed, lifting a giant turkey leg. "Now, let's continue with the party. The gift exchange is waiting for us." And Izuku felt the tears want to come out of him from the edge of his eyes. Because in front of him was everything he had once dreamed. "I'm so blessed," he whispered. So the night continued with Izuku hoping that the next Christmas party would be just as fun and that, hopefully, there would be more after their graduation. "Look, Mom." Izuku caught his mother's attention as they both sat facing each other. The woman focused her gaze on the pink envelope between her son's fingers. Izuku smiled. Do you remember Eri? The girl we rescued from Overhaul? Inko Midoriya nodded, feeling her eyes start to fill with tears before Izuku could say anything to her. She wrote me a letter, Izuku enthusiastically said as he showed her the paper written with ugly handwriting and spelling mistakes. Togata-senpai has been teaching her, and she learned to write this to me. Don't you think that's the sweetest thing? Happiness exploded over her emotions, and tears spilled out of her eyes uncontrollably. She couldn't help it. Izuku had always been like this. He was capable of giving his life for others, and sadly his mentor couldn't make it clear to him that he should stop doing it so recklessly. She had already lost count of all the times the man had called her in a tired voice to inform her that her son was in the hospital or police station. But seeing him so happy, fulfilling his dream, and being a great person made it all worthwhile. Mom, don't cry. You will flood the Koike family apartment. Bakugo went with Endeavor? Shinso asked, frowning. Izuku nodded. Originally he wanted to go with Best Jeanist, but he's still missing. The fact that the #1 hero is going to teach him would make me jealous if the man didn't have such a trashy personality. The first-year student opined. Izuku shrugged. It's none of our business. Rather, I have a strange feeling about this work-studies thing. The purple-haired student widened his eyes in surprise. It has to do with that rare interview that took place after Kamino, right? The one that the commission tried to erase from existence. The second year hummed at that. I only know that the villains are planning something. Everything is related. I can feel it. And you will continue feeling it. A female voice exclaimed from behind them. The silhouette took the form of Emi. Fukukato, aka Miss Joke, who smiled at them. Catch green bean, she said, throwing something at Izuku. Both were in Miss Joke's agency with whom they would carry out their work studies. It wasn't a new experience. They were comfortable with the hero, and despite her teasing attitude, they couldn't deny that she was an amazing teacher. The green-haired student examined the book, frowning at the title, Meta Liberation War. Have you read Meta Liberation War? No, I haven't. What's IT about? If you give freedom to a limited number of people, then the negative consequences will go to others. Izuku groaned heavily before throwing himself onto the bed. He was feeling exhausted in many ways. First, going after a group of drug dealers had taken his breath away. Second, his head was cracking at the theories he was creating. Was everything related? He had conversed with Aizawa Sensei, and they had reached a consensus that something strange was happening in the underworld and society. It wasn't a coincidence. The year had been a complete madness that could end in hell if the heroes didn't react immediately. And work studies were the measure they were taking. Training them and preparing them for an imminent showdown. But against what? The pros weren't very aware of it either, at least those other than Endeavor or Hawks. What was Hawks doing reading and distributing that book? The commission itself had tried to eliminate every feature of that interview. Was he a traitor? Izuku never trusted the winged hero. There was something fake about him, but he couldn't figure out what it was. What was happening? You are muttering, Midoriya-senpai. Shinso claimed with his face on the pillow on the next bed. Oh, excuse me. Izuku squealed as he sat up and ran his hands over his face. It's just that everything is so strange. The purple-haired boy turned and, without losing his eyes on the ceiling, sighed. I didn't expect to be attacked or kidnapped by villains in my first year in the hero course. Rather, I didn't expect to be in the hero course at all. Shinso laughed dryly. It seems that the universe detests me in every possible way. The green-haired boy snorted. Kaminari's right. You're a drama queen. Shinso jumped up from the bed. Did the Pikachu say that? I'm going to make him dance Gangnam Style in the dorms. Izuku frowned. What's Gangnam Style? Things were pretty quiet until, one night on patrol, Shinso's voice sounded on the comm. Reinforcement. He yelled through the apparatus. I have unconscious loops by my side. Miss Joke gave him a determined look and nodded confidently. We're on our way. Submit your location. Izuku could hear Shinso's heavy breathing and how he struggled to get his cell phone out. Within seconds he received the message. Here we go. What happened? Izuku asked as he ran after the Smile Hero. We were after a gang, and they were able to neutralize our attacks. Shinso replied. They injected something. They are unstoppable. Miss Joke frowned at it. Ryuku's agency was supposed to take care of the trigger. She said worriedly. They could have had responses. Izuku offered an alternative. The mission was successful. Uraraka stopped the plane and it couldn't be distributed. I don't know how much more I'll give. Shinso groaned. His voice sounded tired. At any moment, they will catch me and kill me. Izuku grunted as he checked the point symbolizing loops and Shinso's location. We're close, Mindjack. Just keep running. They arrived to watch Shinso's capture scarf wrapping around the neck of one of the villains and knocking him to the ground. The man was almost twice the height of the first-year student, so it didn't have much of an effect. Sing assholes. Are you so weak that you need a drug to be stronger? Shinso yelled with his quirk activated. The villain didn't respond and only dedicated himself to trying to catch him while the purple-haired boy dodged his movements like a slippery spider. Hey! Izuku yelled from the roof. An expression of relief crossed Shinso's face. Take this. The second year jumped up with his capture bandages outstretched, and Miss Joke sprang into action. I hate this. Shinso complained as he watched his leg dangle. Izuku laughed at the purple-haired boy's pout. Memories of Vietnam. The first year groaned at the joke. Not even Kaminari makes such bad jokes. Hey! Izuku claimed as he put his hand on his heart. I have a great sense of humor. Shinso snorted at the answer. The ones with a great sense of humor are twos, right, Midoriya? You don't dare. The green-haired student exclaimed with mock outrage. The purple-haired student gave him a shit-eating smile before slowly nodding. Yes, I do. Izuku sighed and took his cell phone. Shinso narrowed his eyes at it. Izuku marked Miss Joke's number. Green bean. Miss Joke replied. How is everything? Tess. Shinso is awake and fine. His parents can come to see him. He said as he watched the first-year student's eyes pop open. Perfect. Smile Hero exclaimed. They're on their way. Thanks. Izuku finally said before cutting off and facing the purple-haired boy. Before Shinso could say anything, Izuku heard some sobbings before the door slammed open. A slim woman with blonde hair and teary violet eyes stood under the door frame with a surprised expression. Next to her, a man who was an adult version of Shinso, save for brown eyes, was left with an expression neutral. Are you Shinso's parents? Izuku asked. Both adults nodded. I am Midoriya Izuku from Class 2A. He said, extending his hand. The man took it and squeezed it while the woman nodded as she slowly approached her son's bed. Shinso's father introduced himself before sighing as he watched as Mrs. Shinso began to touch her son's cheeks, and the boy's eyes flooded with panic. Let's go to the hall. It's going to flood. Izuku blinked in confusion. What do you? He couldn't finish the question. Hitoshi. The tearful voice of the woman interrupted him. She reminded him to his mother when he received the UA admission letter and during his visits to the hospital. Mr. Shinso had already opened the door and invited Izuku to retreat with him to the safety of the corridor. The green-haired student followed him, ignoring the pleas of the purple-haired boy. How was your work study, Midoriya? Principal Nedzu asked as he poured tea into Izuku's cup. Pretty good, though Shinso ended up with an injury in the hospital. Izuku commented as he appreciated the warmth the cup provided. The principal hummed at it as he drank from his tea himself. Heard over there, you got a book from Hawks. He said the chimera calmly. Izuku nearly choked on his tea before nodding. You know something, right? Nedzu's smile widened at that. Not much, but I'll tell you when it's time. And when will it be time? Izuku asked, feeling anxiety running through his body. When we have all the pieces of the puzzle. Nedzu replied. Now, can you tell Aizawa and Yamada to come to see me? I have a matter for them to resolve. Please watch the class. I have to go with Yamada to resolve an issue. Aizawa-sensei's message was clear and precise. Nedzu called Aizawa and Yamada-sensei to his office and gave them a matter. It seemed important enough for both men to leave their classes. Have a cotton candy, young Midoriya? All Might told him as he handed Izuku the candy. Izuku took it. Thanks, he replied while taking a bite. What is this about? The mood is somewhat tense, and I thought it would be good to ease it. The man replied as they watched the boys perform their newest special moves. He looked at Aoyama's naval laser, and Izuku smiled at the surprised reaction of the other students who were enjoying their cotton candy. Then Hagakure followed, deflecting Aoyama's laser light, and finally, Ashido covered herself in her own acid and melted one of the bots. And that's how we get it done, the pink-haired girl exclaimed enthusiastically. Fantastic! Let's give them a round of applause. Ida yelled as the rest of the class applauded. All 3 students had done their work studies with equipped hero, Yoroi Musha. Wow! Izuku couldn't help but get excited. I see you have made a lot of progress. The first-year students hadn't noticed him and saluted. Ashido smiled. Did you see my acid man? Izuku nodded, and the girl turned in Kirishima's direction. It's my version of unbreakable. Kirishima smiled even more. Cool. The rest of the students proceeded to demonstrate their movements. Ojiro and Sato, who had interned with the lion hero, Shishido, had increased their strength and reaction time. Jiro and Shoji had interned with Gang Orca and improved their search techniques. Kaminari, Siro, and Mineta had been alongside Shiozaki from Class B and had gone with the Lurkers team, getting team moves. Ida felt more confident and faster after his work study with Manual. Koda had been with Wash in improving his communication. Tokoyami had been one of the ones who had made the most progress, especially since his work study had been with Hawks, whom Izuku didn't trust much, but he had helped the first-year student a lot. Then Kirishima with Fat Gum where he had done some missions. Uraraka, who had changed her suit and used it with wires to hold debris inspired by Siro, and Azui in Ryukyu's agency. Shinso was handling new techniques with his capture scarf without needing to move his leg much. Finally, Bakugo and Todoroki had greatly improved. If only the future were as clear as the sky, without any cloud in it, Izuku might have allowed himself to think so naively how he had done at the school festival upon seeing Eri smile. Even though everything seemed joyous, with no storm clouds approaching, Izuku knew that these were times of peace that would soon disappear. He could feel it. Young Midoriya. All Might called him. Izuku looked up. Tomorrow meet me and young Togata. We have a situation. And Midoriya? Kawasaki asked. He's with 1A. Ishikawa replied as he checked his cell phone. Hinata made a sound similar to a deflated balloon as she nodded. It was obvious. Earlier today, did you see Era Sensei? Ninasatea frowned. Grumpy? You mean like always? The girl shook her head. Nah, worse than that. Like that time when he expelled us. Sisamiya widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, I guess he wasn't at max grumpiness when he did that. Suzuki groaned as she put her hands on his head. I still get nightmares thinking about the way he told us we were through. Sure. Moata interrupted. It sucked, but it also helped us grow. You sound like Midoriya. Hinata said, throwing a ball of paper at her. I know we got better, but was it necessary? Exactly. Ninasatea supported. Expel us? There's gotta be a better way to give someone a warning. Now everyone in Class 2A, except your boyfriend, has a stained record. Kawasaki complained. Erase her head. Hinata huffed. More like derange your head. He's not my boyfriend. Midoriya. Hato saluted as she looked up from the notebook. I didn't know you were coming. I finished with the first years and wanted to see how Eri was doing. Izuku replied. The blue-haired girl smiled. Thanks for coming. I have a question to ask Ectoplasma Sensei. Could you watch her for a few minutes? She asked. Izuku nodded. Don't worry. I'll take care of her. When Yamada Sensei left, and Eri was taking her nap, Izuku felt that it was the right time to be able to converse with his mentor. The man was sitting on the couch, staring blankly. What's happening, Aizawa Sensei? Izuku asked. The man grunted in response. Many things are happening, child. Izuku sighed. I talked with Nedzu. The green-haired boy said and could see how his mentor focused his gaze on him. He told me that something big was happening. Aizawa Sensei nodded. But you had already seen it coming. Izuku hummed at it. It's as if the clouds in the sky are clearing to let us see the last rays of the sun before everything sinks into darkness. The black-haired man's breathing stilled. Aizawa Sensei? Izuku said worriedly. Are you okay? Do you want water? The man didn't respond, just returned to his blank gaze as his eyes watered. The visit to Tartarus left my eyes dry. He answered. Tartarus? Had they gone there? Whatever they had seen there, it had affected them. Aizawa Sensei needed time alone to process it. It would be better if Izuku wasn't there. I'm leaving, Izuku said as he got up from the couch. Excuse the interruption. After saying that, he headed for the door. There was a boy, Aizawa Sensei said with a raspy voice. His name was Shirakumo, and you remind me a lot of him as the rest of the Hellspawns. Izuku widened his eyes in surprise before turning to see his mentor. Excuse me? His teacher rose from the seat and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Problem child, take care of yourself. Get it? Izuku nodded. It's a promise that I'm trying to keep. UA second-year student dies crushed by building in villain attack. Shirakumo Oboro, the aspiring hero who rests next to the clouds. He has created an unfulfilled dream. Shirakumo Obo, his student, dies in villain attack. The story of Aizawa Shoda, the student who defeated a villain on his own and lost a friend in the confrontation. The clouds look beautiful to rest, Izuku said, remembering how Aizawa Sensei had put on when he mentioned them. Hopefully the weather isn't a sign. Togata had a mutation of his quirk, Izuku said in exasperation, glancing at both blondes sideways. He needs your support for it. In front of them were Heido, Amajiki, Uraraka, Siro, and Azui. Oh! Heido-senpai exclaimed. You mean what happened in our joint training? Right. Togata nodded. I'm grateful that it could also be made intangible. I wouldn't know what could have happened if it wasn't. Izuku coughed to get attention. Well, apparently, Togata also developed the ability to float, and it would be amazing if Uraraka and Heido would help him. As long as Azui, Siro, and Amajiki support him with. How do you call it? He said, frowning and looking at Togata. A whip, right? Togata nodded. Black Whip is the official name. Izuku watched as All Might stiffened but didn't say anything before turning his attention to the others. Okay, let's start. Izuku watched Togata float alongside Uraraka and Heido, who explained the dynamics of keeping the body straight and not spinning like a windmill. So he will acquire the quirks from the other wielders, right? Izuku said. All Might nodded. One for All is a legendary quirk. You know the story behind it. Each wielder has strengthened it until Togata. He's the strongest wielder of all. Togata Mirio was everything Izuku had aspired to in a moment. He was confident, strong, with an amazing quirk and the ability to make everyone smile. Anyone who was going to be All Might's successor could point to Togata. It was impossible to see him and not directly related to All Might. Togata Mirio and Yagi Tashinori were the kind of people Izuku aspired to be when he was in middle school and his room was crammed with All Might merchandise. As much as Izuku had kept trying to be like them, he knew that wasn't feasible. He couldn't be a hero that people would look at and say, "You saved us, we're thankful." Izuku was going to be the type of hero that villains want nothing to do with. A hero who will help people like him. Togata is a great person. Izuku said. If anyone could be a great one for all wielder, it's him. He's perfect for it. The peace symbol sighed at it. You too, young Midoriya. He answered. You would have been a magnificent wielder. Izuku shook his head. Our interests are different. Saving people? All Might asked. That's the common heroic interest. Whoever inherits One for All should be someone who can carry light for people. The green-haired child commented. If you had asked me when we first met, I would have said yes without hesitation. All Might frowned. What changed? Izuku snorted. Besides the realistic answer you gave me? He could see the pillar lowered his head. Everything. I realized that I can be an incredible hero without a quirk. I'm satisfied with the path I'm following. The ex-hero inhaled heavily before exhaling. It's a good trail. You completely shut my mouth. It's what I've done the most over the years. Izuku commented. I'm sorry to have doubts about you, young Midoriya. All Might said. Was he seriously apologizing to Izuku? If that had happened when he was a first year, he would have started crying. Recognizing All Might, his inner child was jumping. The man could act like an idiot many times, especially considering that he was a bad teacher who gave his lessons to Izuku, but he tried to be better. Or so it seemed. I don't hate you. Izuku replied. I just don't admire you anymore. Yagi Tashinori frowned. You don't hate me? You broke the heart of my 14-year-old self. You underestimated me for being quirkless, and you are a lousy mentor to Togata. Izuku blurted out. But I can't deny that you are a good person and have improved this year. Yagi-san sighed. I think feeling vulnerable has taught me that. Imagine feeling the same way since you were 4 years old. Izuku replied. Believe me, I understand you. The blonde man said. Izuku's eyes snapped open. I was quirkless too, young Midoriya. What? And it was true. Yagi Tashinori, aka All Might, had been like Izuku. A quirkless boy with no chance of being a hero. So you're a hypocrite too. Izuku snorted. Yagi-san hummed lightly. You could put it like that, he accepted calmly, but I could never have been a quirkless hero. I spoke from my experience. I didn't know you and gave an opinion, reflecting on you. Because you are succeeding, young Midoriya. You are being a hero. When the training ended, only Izuku and All Might remained. There was something to discuss. The death and quirk of the fourth wielder are crossed out. Izuku pointed out, looking suspiciously at the blonde adult. But you even found the cause of death from the fifth onwards. It's just a small thing. All Might responded by scratching the back of his neck. Izuku wasn't going to believe that. What are you hiding? Have you noticed something that would put Togata at risk? I would never put young Togata in a risky situation without any backup plan. Yagi-san exclaimed, sounding a bit offended. All for One is the one who basically created One for All, right? Izuku said seriously. Isn't it an offshoot of his power? Multiple quirks. The blonde man nodded heavily. I don't want to speculate and talk about things I'm not sure. But I'm trying to find it out as quickly as possible. I hope so. Izuku replied. I promised Night Eye that I would be by his side. Even if One for All is a cursed power and so is Togata. The next day, heading for Principal Nedzu's office, Togata stopped him in the middle of the corridor. Midoriya. He greeted enthusiastically. Thanks for yesterday. I feel like I'll be a better hero because of you. Izuku smiled at it. I only give advice, you execute it. We make a good team, right? The blonde nodded. Absolutely. Yagi Tashinori and Togata Mirio were like two sons. But they came from different planetary systems. Because each one was his own person, even though they both carried the same burden. The same cursed legacy. Yagi Tashinori had already been a hero. Togata was about to be one. But what was a hero? Void and Lemillion, even though they weren't graduates, were heroes to Eri. Shinso was a hero to Kota Izumi. All Might had been the #1 hero for years. Eraserhead was not known, but he had been a hero to so many people who would never have time to thank him. Midnight was a hero, not just for defeating villains, but for defying the system to gain freedom in female costumes. Present Mike was a hero who enjoyed music and did activism for his radio show. Vlad King fought quirk discrimination. Heroes came in different shapes and sizes. Shoji would be a hero, as would Ojiro, Ashido, Koda, Azui, and Hagakure. Monoma and Shinso would be heroes. Just as Gang Orca and Eraserhead were. Miruko and Hawks. Yagi Tashinori and Togata Mirio. All Might and Lemillion. It is fine that you are training with the first years. They'll be essential in the massive operation programmed for the end of March. End of March? In 3 months? How? Izuku questioned, trying to get a complete picture of what Nedzu had just told him. Principal Nedzu smiled at the confusion on his face. I have seen the training you do with Monoma-kun. Very ingenious the fact of using hair so that he has a great range of quirks. Also, teaching him to use them. In addition to the improvements that Shinso-kun has made in the capture scarf. The green-haired boy smiled at that. Convincing Monoma to accept his help had been somewhat complex because the boy was too stubborn in his rivalry. But Izuku wasn't part of 1A, and he guaranteed that he would keep the training secret. It had been that way since joint training. On the other hand, Shinso had started to develop a technique of Izuku's bandages with his scarf. What massive operation? Izuku asked, determined to know what was going on. The Chimera hummed as he poured some more tea. Did you read that little book that Hawks handed out? Izuku nodded at that. He couldn't deny that Chikara Yatsubashi was telling truths. Perhaps a bit extreme, but nothing that was a lie. Quirks were like an extension of people, they were part of them, and the fact of being used freely should be able to characterize it as a fundamental human right. It was not the first time that someone made mention of that book. After All Might defeated All for One on Kamino, there had been an interview that stirred the masses. It was essential in what people were beginning to call Rise of the Villains. Well, it ends up being that Destro had a son who pursues the same goals as him. What happened in Daika is something that is directly related to this. There are not many details. But the city remains have been examined, and its Shigaraki disintegration, compared to the sample drawn from the security alarm incident earlier in the year. The principal said before drinking some more of his tea. This is since the beginning of the year, right? Izuku asked. Since a long time. Nedzu said in a mysterious tone. Since before what happened with Shirakumo Oboro. Izuku opened his eyes. All for One has pulled the strings all the time. The possibility didn't present itself until what happened on Kamino. All Might was supposed to have finished with him, but he wasn't. The attack at the beginning of the year was a whim of Shigaraki. Stain was a coincidence. Anyway, it all led to the confrontation in Kamino. Izuku's brain was going 1,000 kilometers per hour. Nedzu nodded. I am a creature of science, but it seems that fate has programmed it. The big confrontations are always imminent. The commission knows it, and there are preparations already. A few days ago, Aizawa Sensei had gone with present Mike to Tartarus. Whatever Kurogyari had told them, it had been fundamental key. Although, the scope wasn't clear. Izuku looked into the eyes of his mentor and could see that he was disheartened. Then he told him about his friend Shirakumo, the one Izuku reminded him of, and each of the students from Class 1A, including Mineta. Connecting the dots wasn't difficult. Hawks had been flying all over Japan with that book. Endeavor, who only focused on himself and his son, had personally trained Katsuki as well. The mission of the Ryukyu Agency. Winter work studies that they have never done before. The disappearance of the League from the map. Everything was planned to direct them to the events that would take place in March. Why are you telling me all this? Izuku questioned firmly. Because you are a brilliant young man who is going to find out sooner or later. He replied with a shrug. Better now before your brain freaks out with those odds. But what are they planning? The Chimera hummed at that. That's up to the members of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Front? Paranormal Liberation Front? Izuku grunted before running his right hand over his face. Nedzu laughed at it. Every time you seem more like Aizawa-kun. He teased before sipping some more of his tea. I reformulate. Izuku exclaimed, looking at the Chimera. What is the massive operation involving first years? As such, Nedzu said, it involves anyone who has an active hero license, provisional or not. Izuku sighed before repeating. What does it consist of? The Chimera's smile spread. Don't you have a New Year's party to attend? Monoma intercepted him outside Nedzu's office. Midoriya senpai. The blonde saluted. Izuku smiled. Hey, Monoma-kun. How's everything going? The boy smiled. Great. I've learned to handle simultaneously Todoroki's both sides, and my time extended to 15 minutes for 5 quirks. I'm so happy to hear it. Izuku smiled. The blonde from Class B sighed. Class B is planning a New Year's party. Our doors are open if you want to come. Izuku's smile turned one of sadness. I would love to, but Aizawa-sensei is indisposed, and he asked me to take Eri to class A. Plus, I have my class preparing one too, and I'm not in the mood to celebrate. Minoma nodded. I saw that coming, but I had to do it anyway. Those of us who have been called useless should watch our back, right? He had gotten a little closer to Minoma since they had started training. The boy's quirk was versatile. No matter how much rivalry there was between first-year classes A and B, Izuku was second year and always willing to lend a hand. Minoma was like him to a certain extent, especially when the blonde told him about how people had called his quirk useless and that he would never have a chance to be a hero. Yes, Izuku replied. The blonde said goodbye before leaving the way he had come. Netsu's words still echoed in his head. 3 months. In 3 months, heroes and students would face something of which no one was aware, except those who pulled the strings. The students were ignorant of the reasons why their training had increased. Izuku only had a vague idea that reached to scare him. In late March, Minoma, Shinso, Kaminari, Katsuki, Uraraka, Kirishima, Fuwa, Ishikawa, and all the other hero students would join the professionals in a massive operation that could cost them their lives. By the time the next cherry blossoms fall, things were going to change forever. He's ditching us again for 1A. Hinata groaned. Ishikawa pouted. You love them more, don't you? It hurts, bro. It hurts much. Ninasatea yelled. Especially since you won't taste the delicacies I'll prepare. Izuku snorted. It will only take a while, like Christmas. You still leave us? Sisamiya accused. And also your dear Fuwa. At that moment, Suzuki entered the common room with a frown. Midoriya, you guys haven't gone out on a date yet, have you? Izuku denied. We have put our relationship, if you can call it that, on hiatus because we have too much on our plate. With everything that had happened during the internships, they decided that it would be best to wait for their date until the break between the end of their second year and the start of their third. As if she was summoned, Fuwa entered through the dorm door. I brought what was lacking for the machi, she announced enthusiastically. Plus, I got non-alcoholic apple cider. It was with alcohol, Kawasaki claimed. What kind of New Year's party doesn't have alcohol? Suzuki narrowed her eyes before sighing. One in which all attendees are minors and held in the dorms of a school. Midoriya senpai. Eri-chan. Uraraka received them enthusiastically. Go ahead. There's a lot of delicious food. Eri squeezed Izuku's hand, and they entered Class A's dorm. Midoriya senpai has arrived. Kaminari exclaimed enthusiastically. Now we can start devouring the food. Shinso passed and rolled his eyes. He nodded towards Izuku. What have you been doing? The green-haired boy hummed. Principal Netsu wanted to talk to me. Then, I had to help my class and pick up Eri. They watched as the little girl approached Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. Both girls greeted her. Won't Aizawa-sensei come? The purple-haired boy asked. He's acting strange. If you only knew. Izuku thought, remembering how devastated his teacher had been since his visit to Tartarus. He told me that he has to do some things, but that he will come to wish all of you a happy new year, Izuku replied. I know you have to meet up with the guys in your class, but eat something, Shinso said. You are like our big bro. Izuku laughed. Just a little. Ninasatea will kill me if I'm unpalatable. Who's the guy that cut the chives? Katsuki yelled, taking a piece of chives and showing it. Todoroki, who was passing by, just stared at him with a frown. I did. He confessed without understanding what the problem was. Your sister will be ashamed. The blonde yelled in exasperation. Izuku laughed as he poured some taki onto his plate. The guys started to talk about the new year that was awaiting them. They were going to be second years. Izuku was going to be in his third one. Togata would graduate alongside Hado and Amajiki. Everything seemed unreal. Izuku had won a great family in Yue. He couldn't help but feel blessed as much as he knew that this peace wouldn't last long. It will be amazing, Shinso exclaimed next to him. This year has been incredible, even though we almost died a few times. The purple-haired boy gave a dry laugh, and Izuku sighed at it. Never change, Shinso. I wasn't planning on doing it. Through the window, Izuku could observe his mentor standing next to a seated figure. He narrowed his eyes a little to recognize it. Aizawa-sensei was talking with Yagi Toshinori. From what Izuku knew, Yagi Toshinori was having a bit of a hard time not being All Might anymore. That happened with many heroes after his retirement. But he knew he would be fine. Although it seemed strange, Aizawa-sensei always knew what to say. Izuku coughed lightly, drawing the attention of the first-year guys. "Guys!" he exclaimed. "I have to go with my class," he said, and heard a lot of complaints from the younger students asking him to stay a little longer. "But before I leave, I wanted to thank you for this year and tell you that you will be great heroes one day." The boys clapped at it, and a collective thank you echoed through the common room. "Midoriya-senpai!" Ashido exclaimed. "Thanks for saving our asses at USJ. And for preventing me from doing a rash on Hosu." Ida joined with a perfect 90-degree bow. "For teaching me to wear the scarf and the rest," Shinso said. "For saving Eri-chan," Uraraka said, nodding to the little girl who was lying asleep on her lap covered with a blanket. "From what you know," Bakugo growled. "For everything," Yayorozu finished. Izuku smiled. "Thank you for everything," Midoriya returned. Ninasatea exclaimed. "I hope you're hungry, bro." Izuku nodded. "I have left enough space to taste each of your dishes." "Yeah," Ninasatea exclaimed before running to the table. Izuku took off his shoes and walked, greeting everyone. Fua gave him a light kiss on the cheek. The boy blushed at that and took her hand. Suzuki started, humming a tune they had heard in a TV commercial before looking at her watch. "It's almost midnight." The other guys nodded and began to sit in a circle. Sisamiya walked over to Izuku and handed him a plate full of food. "You are going to be late," he said. "So, we serve you the food before the others just left you with leftovers." Fua laughed. "You know how they are." Izuku nodded. Once everyone was seated, Fua smiled as she raised her glass of cider. "You guys told me to make a speech, so here it goes." She started and everyone laughed. "It's the second year we have spent as part of the same class, and the first time we're together on this holiday. You're great people and friends. I'm grateful that the expulsion wasn't permanent, and I was able to meet all of you. We're so close to becoming heroes. So, Happy New Year. Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra." The rest of Class 2A exclaimed in response. Ishikawa turned on the television. The countdown appeared on the screen. 5. The festive spirit, as much as it tried to distract Izuku. He felt pressure on his chest. 4. Next year was going to be their last year at UA, and then they were going to be heroes. 3. Next year, there would be a massive operation and they would be sent to fight the villains. 2. They were going to become heroes. 1. Hopefully this year is going to be better. Izuku thought. Happy New Year. His friends cheered enthusiastically as they raised their glasses and toasted. Cheers. Izuku's phone rang as his friends rose from their seats to dance to a song that was playing on Ishikawa's radio. Fua asked him if he wanted anything, but Izuku shook his head, telling her that he would be joining them shortly. He opened his text messages. His mother had sent him a voice message and Izuku came out to answer it. She was celebrating with Kaken's parents. The last message received was from Aizawa-sensei. Sorry, child, for not having seen you. I had a few issues to solve. Happy New Year. Izuku smiled and wrote his. Happy New Year, Sensei. Spring break is about to end. Suzuki groaned as she returned from her work study. We made it to the final exams and we're officially third-year students. Ishikawa handed her a glass of water. Time flies like Hinata. Hearing her name, the girl rolled her eyes. It was a terrible joke. The boy just groaned. I know. Don't remind me, bird brain. Back off, Lake Ness monster, she exclaimed, sounding quite offended. Izuku laughed at it. The months passed pretty quickly, and Netsu never told him anything else about that operation. He was feeling quite anxious. Aizawa-sensei just had told him that it was going to be massive and there would be several simultaneous raids. They were already near the end of March. When would it be? Kawasaki had heard in her internship with Miruko regarding a raid on Jaku's hospital. Others regarding a mansion. Many unfinished things were close to what Aizawa Sensei had told him. Izuku couldn't say anything no matter how much he wanted. The commission kept pulling its strings over the whole situation, and Izuku didn't trust them either. He was not naive. He knew several of the organization's dirty secrets, courtesy of the underworld. For example, what happened to a hero named Lady Nagant, or where Hawks came from. Mass killings, enforced disappearances, etc. They washed their hands because of the brilliance of the heroes and how the people praised them as gods. Izuku hoped this operation would go well because he didn't know how the civilians would react if the heroes failed. Do you know something, Midoriya? Nezu poured tea into 2 cups and handed one to Izuku. The student thanked him before shaking his head. The massive operation I told you about is going to be soon. That completely caught Izuku's attention. When it will be? Soon. The Chimera responded with a shrug. You just need to know that there are multiple teams, and some students will be side by side with the heroes. Students next to heroes? Izuku asked. But isn't there like an excess of heroes? Why do they have to send first years? I don't give the orders, so I can't answer you. Nezu answered. But you will be in charge of one alongside Vlad King. Izuku's eyes snapped open. What? The Chimera nodded. Most of the students will go as a backup team to a raid on Gunga Mountain, others as an evacuation team from the city. Shiketsu, Yue, Ketsubetsu. Heroes and students. There were 3 student teams so far, there could be more. Some would go head-to-head with the villains. Why? Izuku said, without even knowing the reason he was asking. Why? Unfortunately, you are no longer children in the eyes of the commission. The following week, UA students' phones rang simultaneously. Weird. Ninasateya said, checking his. Does anyone else have a trip for the work studies? Yes. Suzuki nodded. Gunga Mountain. Me too. Ishikawa replied. Midoriya? Today is the day. Same. Shinso, where were you sent? Gunga Mountain. Shinso, phew. Minoma, second year received a message about a trip? Minoma, I was sent to Gunga Mountain. See you there. It appears to be a massive operation. Hitoshi announced. They also sent second years. Does anyone else have a bad feeling? Zero asked. This was very sudden. Sato hummed. It's strange. But we will be with heroes, right? Yes. Ashido exclaimed. Before anyone could join the conversation further, Bakugo came downstairs with his typical scowl and barked. Shut up. Go out. Gunga Mountain. Nito called. We all have the same location. Rin nodded. Except for Fukudashi, who is Jaku. Are you ready? Kendo asked. Let's finish this quickly. Kamakiri growled. I have to complete my essay for Kayama-sensei. The operation planned for months would finally be carried out, and it was in his hands to determine its success or failure. Aizawa-sensei had been sent along with Present Mike, Endeavor, Miruko, and other heroes to the raid on Jaku Hospital. In the city evacuation, Ida, Uraraka, Koda, Azui, Bakugo, and Todoroki took part, along with Burnin, Hado, and Togata. Upon arrival, they were divided. The first years weren't at the location on the mountain, so heroes decided that they would take them directly to the specific points. Izuku, Ishikawa, Susumiya, Ninasateya, and Suzuki, with some students from Class 2B, were sent a little further behind the backup team from the front ranks. They would be like a second team that would protect the one led by Vlad King. They were about 5 kilometers from Sero City when they stopped. They observed several students from Shiketsu and Ketsubetsu conversing with each other. So you are Midoriya, right? A boy with black hair saluted. Fukukado-sensei talks a lot about you. I hope good things. Izuku replied. Shindo-yo. He introduced himself and reached out his hand. Izuku squeezed it. At that moment, some Shiketsu students joined in. I know you. A girl greeted. Do you remember me? Atsushimi Kami. We met at the snake incident. The snake incident had happened during a meeting between the various schools of heroes. Students from Ketsubetsu, Shiketsu, and UA were in the same place as a way of bonding. It turned out so bad that it was never done again. A large snake, most likely it had a kind of gigantification quirk, had burst into the place where they were meeting and generated panic. He vaguely remembered the girl asking for his number. Izuku didn't give it to her because he had nowhere to write it down and he was very nervous. "Ah yes," Izuku replied. "I wish we had met again, in another situation." The girl nodded. "A pity that it is here. When will heroes give us the instructions?" "When the rest arrive." Vlad King broke into the conversation. "Midoriya, come with me. I need to tell you something." The blood hero wiped his right hand across his face and handed Izuku an earpiece. "We'll communicate directly. Through here." He indicated seriously. "The guys will arrive in about 5 minutes." Izuku nodded. "I'll prepare some things while we wait for them." Vlad King sighed. "I know we're not close," he said with a penetrating look that ended up softening. "But please, take care of my children. Okay?" Vlad King was the homeroom teacher of Class B, and he was entrusting the students with him. "I'll do my best to get us back to classes together," Izuku replied. Vlad King grunted in agreement. "Go to make those preparations. Your quirk allows you to multiply anything solid, right?" Izuku asked Yogato, a boy from Class 2B. The gray-haired boy nodded. "Does that include the contents? For example, if you duplicated a frozen water bottle, would you duplicate the ice inside it?" "Yes," he stated, "but it depletes my power reserve if I overuse it." "How do you recharge?" Yogato started rummaging through the multiple pockets of his suit and showed Izuku a large number of lemon candies. "It's strange, but quirks are strange." "Okay," Izuku replied and gestured to Ishikawa, "Bring your spare water and we'll have Hanamoto freeze it, then Yogato will multiply it." The boy from Class 2A nodded and went for his support item. Suzuki, who was sitting on a rock, approached them. "Do you think this will work? We don't know what we're up against." Izuku simply bit his lip. "We have to capture the members of the front who escape." Arabarita, a boy from Shiketsu, approached him. "I heard there are thousands." Izuku nodded. "We are the last line of defense. We cannot let them reach the city. Otherwise, chaos will break out." The voice of the insomniac Shinso Hitoshi said. All eyes fell on the newly arrived first years. "What did we miss?" Monoma asked. "Come on," Izuku replied. "We have to plan." And so, they continued to prepare for when the massive operation began. In the future, this event would be called Paranormal Liberation War, but the news of that time called it The Day Heroes Vanished. Participants: UA, Midoriya Izuku, 2A, hero name Void Quirkless. Away's Yosetsu, 1B, hero name Welder. Quirk: Weld. It gives him the ability to fuse objects together at an atomic level. Tsunotori Pony, 1B, hero name Raketti. Quirk: Horn Cannon. It gives her a pair of horns on her head. She can launch her horns as projectiles. And a new set will grow back almost immediately. She can remotely control up to 4 of them at a time. Tsuburaba Kozai, 1B, hero name Tsuburaba. Quirk: Solid Air. It allows him to solidify any air he breathes out, allowing him to create invisible walls and/or platforms. Bondo Kojiro, 1B, hero name Plamo. Quirk: Semidine. It allows him to spray large amounts of a fast-drying glue-like liquid from the 7 holes on his face. Kamakiri Taguru, 1B, hero name Jack Mantis. Quirk: Razor Sharp. It allows him to produce large blades from any part of his body. Kaibara-san, 1B, hero name Spiral. Quirk: Gyrate. It allows him to make any part of his body rotate at high speed like a drill. Rin Hiryu, 1B, hero name Dragon Shroud. Quirk: Scales. It allows him to sprout strong, durable reptilian scales from his skin. Monoma Nito, 1B, hero name Phantom Thief. Quirk: Copy. It allows him to duplicate and use another person's quirk after coming into physical contact with the user. Shinso Hitoshi, 1A, hero name Mindjack. Quirk: Brainwashing. It allows him to put someone in a state where they are forced to obey whatever he commands. Ishikawa Kenji, 2A, hero name, Luka. Quirk, water control. It allows him to control large amounts of water. Ninasatea Taro, 2A, hero name, target shooting. Quirk, bullet nails. It allows him to use his fingernails and toenails as projectiles. Sisamiya Aki, 2A, hero name, Samson. Quirk, hair. It allows him to grow his hair to a length of 50 meters and control it at will. The hair is extremely strong and difficult to cut. Suzuki Aoi, 2A, hero name, Colossal. Quirk, inflate. It allows her to inflate her entire body or parts of it like a balloon. She can even float if the amount of air in her system is sufficient. Ukawara Yuki, 2B, hero name, Elastic Girl. Quirk, flexibility. It allows her to stretch her entire body or parts of it up to 15 meters. Yogato Asa, 2B, hero name, Okinokoto. Quirk, multiply. It allows him to multiply almost infinitely any solid object he wants. Hanamoto Akiro, 2B, hero name, Freezer. Quirk, it allows him to freeze anything he touches. Ketsubetsu, Shindo-yo hero name, Grand. Quirk, vibrate. It allows him to vibrate anything that he touches. Nakagame Tarame, hero name, Turtleneck. Quirk, telescopic. It grants her the ability to make her head, body, and limbs retract into themselves, similar to a turtle. Makabe Shiki hero name, Mr. Smith. Quirk, stiffening. It grants him the ability to harden anything he touches with his hands. His power doesn't work on living things. Totiki Idjiro, hero name, Boomerang Man. Quirk, boomerang. It grants him the ability to throw objects with incredible accuracy and change their trajectory in midair. Shiketsu, Arabarita Mori, hero name, Forest. Quirk, plants. It allows him to control plants of any type and each of their elements. Atsushimi Kami, hero name, Maburo Mikami. Quirk, glamour. It allows her to emit a smoke-like substance from her mouth which can form visual and auditory illusions over a large area. Yarashi Inasa, hero name, Gale Force. Quirk, whirlwind. It grants him the ability to freely manipulate the air around him over a very wide area. Shishikura Seiji, hero name, Sisicross. Quirk, meatball. It gives him the ability to manipulate raw flesh. He can knead other people's bodies into disfigured balls of flesh, leaving them incapacitated. It wasn't long before Izuku's intercom rang. They are moving. Vlad King's voice echoed in his ear. That's our cue. Be ready. Over and out, Sensei. Izuku replied and turned to see the team members. Everyone was getting the last things ready for the plan. Some first-year students mobilized Ishikawa's water supply and Monoma copied the quirk of some to support them in case they began to tire. To your places. Izuku yelled, drawing everyone's attention. IT has started. Do you see something, Suzuki? Izuku yelled. A few minutes had passed since the beginning of the operation, and no villain had escaped through the route guarded by them. They always ended up being held by the heroes. Apparently, everything was going according to plan. No warning signal had been fired between the intercoms or on the small radio that the Ketsubetsu students had brought. Just regular news. Izuku wondered how Aizawa Sensei and the guys were doing in Jaku. Not much. Suzuki Aoi, who was floating in the air with a rope tied around her waist, replied. The heroes are being quite effective, as are the students. I don't think dash. Breaking news. The radio announced. We're telling US that there's a great wave of disintegration hitting Ju. The students stared wide-eyed in panic at the radio. What? Shinso said in a choked voice. The helicopter is in the air. A second voice exclaimed. The heroes were evacuating the civilians when it happened. Now they're using multiple resources to prevent it from reaching them. Those are giant onomatopoeia and a vast ice glacier. That's Fukudashi, Monoma declared. And Todoroki, Izuku added. They try to delay the wave and give the others time to flee and save the civilians. Ishikawa kept his grip on the rope holding Suzuki as he joined the others around the small device. Ninasatea turned to see Izuku. What were they going to do in the hospital raid? He asked. They never told me, Izuku declared, running his hand over his face. Several of the students released a series of curses. Sisamiya kicked a nearby rock. Could it be that they failed in that raid? The eyes of the others fell back on Izuku. He just grunted. I don't know. The atmosphere became even tenser. It was no longer just catching a few runaways. Now, it could spell greater danger. It seemed that one of the two main raids had failed, and they were with their hearts pounding from their chests. Would their friends and classmates be okay? Kaken, Aizawa Sensei, Yamada Sensei, Uraraka, Togata, Heido, Todoroki, Ida, Koda, Fukudashi. Izuku's mind traveled to the most painful endings. He hated funerals. He didn't want to attend any. Guys. Suzuki's voice interrupted the silence they were in. There's a situation. The anguished gazes from his teammates were directed towards her floating form. What type? Izuku asked out loud, hoping that she would hear him. Lady is facing something bigger than her. Bigger than Lady? Yagato started to shake his head, obviously panicking. How's? Lady is gigantic. I don't know. Suzuki screeched. But I can see Midnight trying something. The other backup team is getting ready. They didn't know what they were facing. Was Nedzu aware of that? Were the heroes aware of the existence of that thing? Had they seriously dared to send them into that situation with a threat of such magnitude? Let's not waste time. Kamakiri growled and started to move. That thing could get here at any moment. He was right. They couldn't sit still or question. It was the moment to make decisions. At your positions. Izuku screamed, snapping out of his stupor and drawing attention to himself. Whatever that thing is, we're not giving up. And they all started to move. Mirio was running, holding multiple cars with Black Whip. Todoroki and Fukudashi, two first years, were trying to slow down decay. He knew it was Shigaraki's doing. He could feel it with every nerve in his body. The raid on Jaku failed, and these were the consequences. Gran Torino, Eraserhead, Present Mike, 13, Miruko, Endeavor. Had all the heroes who had gone on that raid been reduced to dust? As he fled with the students, Mirio could feel all his nerves kick in. Was this another quirk? It's slowing down. Uravity exclaimed as she kept running. Civilians were holding onto her cable's ends, and her rocket boots activated. A little more, Todoroki, Fukudashi. Tenya Ida, the boy who carried on the Ingenium legacy, cheered as he ran, taking 3 children with him. The mentioned students nodded and started creating more forcefully as they ran. They couldn't stop. They couldn't. Bakugo flew by propelling himself with his explosions, holding a child in his mouth. Anima called all the animals to flee while he ran. Nijire-chan carried some girls in her arms, just like Froppy did with her tongue. So, it would end soon. They just needed to keep moving. Sekijiro-ken was a hero, but he was also a teacher. They hadn't agreed with the commission. No member of the UA staff had wanted to send the students to that operation because they were children. Children of 16, 17, and some had just turned 18 years old. It's chaos. Bubble Girl said. Have you been able to communicate with the hospital raid? He denied with his head. Shigaraki woke up and sent a wave of disintegration at Jaku. The raid had completely failed. Shigaraki had woken up, and he could already imagine the amount of death and property damage they would face. The most worrying thing was that they couldn't communicate with Endeavor Tsukachi, Yamada, Aizawa, Miruko. No one responded. His stomach churned at the thought that they were all dead. The students hadn't survived. Every inhabitant of Jaku had turned to dust. As if that wasn't enough, they had Gigantomachia awake and fighting MT Lady. Have you been able to communicate with Midnight? He asked. Mr. Brave shook his head. Not with Hawks or Fat Gum. I only know that she left Kriati in charge of the backup team. Yaoyorozu? Did Kayama leave Yaoyorozu in charge? Possibilities began to build in his head, and he began to feel sick. Kayama would never give up that responsibility to a student because she adored them. She would never, except that she had no other choice. Mount Lady won't be able to stop it anymore. That thing is bigger and stronger than her. The fly yelled as he lowered himself to the ground. At any time, that thing will move towards the backup team. Children. Shigaraki attacked Enji's face directly, and he managed to dodge it. Something inside is urging me on. Telling me to go after it. Enji didn't know what the hell the villain was talking about. But he knew he had to beat him. To get one for all. What? One. For all? Enji repeated slowly, trying to understand the term. Enji didn't know the mistake he made in muttering those words. When he heard All Might Jr. talking with Endeavor and going somewhere else, Katsuki decided to ignore all orders and head to where the confrontation would take place. What are you doing? We have to stay with others. The third-year student yelled at him. Katsuki grunted from the back. I don't know what's happening with you, but I'm gonna help. You're still a student. One who has something to try. Katsuki replied. Even if I don't get what's going on, you need help. Heroes need support that others can't give them because they are busy saving people. So, let's do it to save more lives. The older student frowned. They are after me, he admitted. Katsuki opened his eyes abruptly. What the fucking? Before he could finish speaking, All Might Jr. was talking to the communicator. Lemillion here, he exclaimed as they kept running in search of a clear area. He's using the fucking private frequency. He's going after me, so I'm heading to a deserted area. He continued speaking. I'll explain everything later. I promise. But believe me, I'm the target. Denki Kaminari had prepared himself to face many things. Things like controlling his dangerous quirk to avoid overloading his brain. He learned to control his dangerous quirk. How to flirt, watching every American movie he could find on the internet. He had to create methods to study. He studied so hard to get into UA. He made friends. At UA, he was learning to be a hero. Regarding the latter, he could say that nothing had ever prepared him to see how a gigantic thing devastated all the heroes in its path and went in the direction of them. He knew that being a hero involved danger. But he didn't expect to have to face it at the end of his first year. Because, like his friends and classmates, he was a child. People told them so much that being in high school was the best stage of their lives. Denki didn't want to die. None of them wanted. So, when he saw that he was on the front lines, he panicked. How not do it? It was a death sentence. He was next to Tokoyami, Hananuki, and Komori. They were the only first-year students. He was able to see some of Midoriya Senpai's classmates and students that he recognized from the provisional license test. That number didn't equal the heroes around them. Midnight Sensei told him that he knew what he was getting into when he decided to become a hero. Nope, he was supposed to learn how to be a hero before getting into a conflict of that magnitude. The truth was that he didn't expect to be in that situation at fucking 16. Maybe in the third year or after graduation. Denki was fucking scared and wanted to be with his friends. Heroes told them it was a field trip, but he didn't expect it would be a war field, facing a colossal army of 100,000 people. And was the League included in that? Midnight Sensei had told him that they needed his quirk. That was why he was there. Was there another user of an electric quirk among the enemy ranks? How were they convinced Denki could stand up to him? Maybe he would die fried, and the rest too. Denki was very scared. But it didn't mean he was a coward. There were people in his hands, and he would have to do whatever it took to avoid casualties among the heroes. Midnight Sensei told him to focus on what kindled his heart. There were a lot of things. His friends, Jiro, the life he hoped to live. The last one was questionable when Mr. Compress threw a rock at him. Denki's vision completely blacked out. He trusted Yaoyorozu. How long until it get here? Shinso yelled. About 5 minutes, according to what I estimate. Suzuki-senpai exclaimed. They put something in its mouth. Be ready. Midoriya-senpai yelled. Situation. Coming here. Majestic is transporting the first backup team. It's our turn. If he was sincere, Nito felt more lost than ever. He was scared. How were the rest of his classmates? Kendo? Kawaro? Shiozaki? Fukudashi? Tetsu? Tokage? Hananuki? Kinoko? Yanagi? Kodai? Would they have survived? They couldn't see much from there, and the creature was big enough to get to the position in less time than estimated. Midoriya Senpai's intercom rang, and everyone remained silent. The second-year student put it on speaker for everyone to hear. Guys, you can run away or try to tire it out. Vlad King said abruptly. They gave it a sleeping serum, but you must tire it to make the serum work. We won't judge you by what you choose. Make the decision that you consider correct. It's our turn, and then it will be yours. I trust your judgment. It has been a pleasure fight by his side. And the communication cut off. Vlad Sensei, Kaibara said. What do we do? Midoriya Senpai blurted out, ignoring the dismayed looks from various students. I know we're afraid, but this is not the time to hesitate. Vlad King trusts us, and we have to make the best decision. So, running away or exhausting that thing? Could they get on with their lives if they decided to run away from danger? If the heroes couldn't face it, were they supposed to die? Being a hero is many things. One of them is making the right decisions for the greater good, taking into consideration that they could continue fighting to achieve it. Heroes were human too. They could afford to be afraid. They didn't know what decision to make. They would have to work up the courage to take it. We have to exhaust it. Shinso nodded. The sacrifices of others won't be in vain if we face it. Suzuki Senpai, who was still in the air, coughed. I think we all agree that we are going to face that thing. She commented, shaking. So, instead of giving a motivational speech or something like that, go to your positions. It got to where Vlad King is, and it won't be long before it reaches us. There are many luxuries in being a hero. So many benefits. Or so many of the civilians believed. They were children sent to a war camp. They were children who had dreamed of being heroes as they were seen on the news fighting villains to the cheers of the crowd. At that time, there was none of that. No encouragement. No rewards. No interviews. They were just a group of children facing a threat. The commission trained them as soldiers without realizing it. They heard a roar and then Nito knew it. That was the worst about being a hero. Minutes before, Shota Aizawa didn't think he had seen something so horrible in his entire life. But there he was, watching the man who had tortured his thoughts since the attack on the USJ. The man who had repeatedly attacked his students, his children. The man who had kidnapped Bakugo and Shinso. Tamura Shigaraki was no longer that immature video games fanatic that he had known just over a year ago. He was a threat with multiple quirks that Shota was trying to control. Everything would be over with one blink. Even Bakugo and Togata had arrived there for no apparent reason other than a death wish or toxic heroism. If they had sent their boy there, Midoriya would be accompanying them. If he was sincere, Shota never expected to have a protege, -2, because he could consider Shinso his child too. Two heroic hearts. Without the fortune of having a flashy or socially acceptable quirk for heroism. Quirkless and villain. Useless for heroism. But Shota Aizawa was a hero, and they were his students, heroes in training. He had never expected not to expel any student, but Class 1A had managed to break his record for most students without getting expelled. You're a hindrance, Eraserhead. Shigaraki said, looking mockingly at Shota. Am I going to die? Shota thought. If he gets me, it'll be impossible to stop him. They would all die. I'm gonna win this. Aizawa-sensei, can we use the pool? So manly. I'll follow you forever, Eraserhead. Sensei, taste cheese. Sensei, can you help me with my left side? Sensei, I have informed the class of today's agenda just as you informed this morning. Have you heard of nitinol alloy? When heated, it returns to its original shape in an instant. It's a shape memory alloy. Tentacle hero, tentacle. Back there, I can't help but think there's something I could have done. I was the one carrying him. Petting hero, anima. I don't mind. Nobody can stop love, you know. I totally get it. I don't think I can produce that much tape, Sensei. Thanks, Sensei Ribbit. Thanks for saving me, Karo. Sometimes I feel like my quirk is useless and it frustrates me. It's not like everyone is amazed by a tail. My new super move reflects the light. Is it okay if we practice late? I know there is a curfew, but there is little left and we want it to be perfect. Happy New Year, Sensei. Sensei, are you sure you don't want to eat anything? Is it okay with so many lamps? Dark Shadow is afraid of getting out of control at night. I train for hours and I feel like I'm lagging behind everyone else. I feel like this is all a dream from which I'll wake up and still be the kid with the villainous quirk with an impossible dream. But this is real, isn't it? I'm going to be a hero. Do you really think I could become a hero without a quirk? I still have to watch over you until the day you graduate and become heroes. I still have to watch over them. The one who's a hindrance is you. Present. Luca. Kenji heard Midoriya yelling his hero name. They've got a fire user with them. Monoma. Turn that ice into water. Use Todoroki's left side. If someone had told Ishikawa that he would be on a battlefield fighting a thing bigger than MT Lady, he wouldn't have believed it. Now, the idea of survival seemed so ridiculous. The blonde from 1B ran over to the hundreds of repositories, multiplied courtesy of Yogato, and, copying Todoroki Shoto's quirk, began to defrost the water. If he concentrated, he could create a great flood solely aimed at the villains. It would end everything at once. He even wondered what had happened to Midnight or Kaminari-kun. Both could have neutralized the threat from the start. Had the situation gotten so out of control? Now! Midoriya yelled. Kenji fired. You look like fat gum. A fanged blonde girl commented. You're so adorable that I want to see your blood. Suzuki Aoi narrowly moved, avoiding the knife. If you give up, maybe I can give you some. The blonde snorted and looked at her defiantly. There are other people that interest me before you know? Like Ochako or Tsuyu or Hitoshi. I think I've seen him around here. Hitoshi? She mentally wondered. Shinso Hitoshi. Midoriya's extra-legal sibling. Too bad I won't let you get close to him. Aoi responded, throwing herself straight at her. I'll catch you before that. We'll see that. Bakugo! Katsuki heard a scream. It was All Might Jr. He looked at the big hole in his stomach and understood why the third-year student was screaming. I'm gonna die. He still couldn't die. He had reserved his hero name for best genist and the nerd to hear. He still couldn't die. There were things that even he wanted and had to do. There were people he wanted to see again. Katsuki didn't want to die. Tsuburaba Kozai was running out of air. That was the largest air structure he had ever attempted to accomplish in his entire life. Even if it wasn't long enough to imprison the creature, perhaps it could give the rest of the students valuable seconds. Yorashi, Ishikawa, Totiki, Monoma, Shindo, Hanamoto, Ninasatea, Rin, Kamakiri, and Tsunatori launched every possible physical attack on the giant while the captors got prepared. Gale Force had created a few hurricanes, while Luca had released a strong torrent of water, which had knocked the League members off the back of the thing. The others kept firing without stopping, hoping to exhaust it and for Yairo's serum to take effect. To his right, he saw Suzuki Aoi, who had been reporting the situation from the air, facing Toga Himiko. Midoriya-senpai, Okawara, Nakagame, and Kaibara were dealing with some soldiers of the paranormal army who had reached their point. Shishikura was on the other side, supporting Aways and Yogato, a 2B student, in holding off other villains. Damn flies! The thing screamed. Kozai mentally prayed. Maburo Mikami! Midoriya-senpai roared. Mindjack! Now! Shiketsu's student turned to Hitoshi. Ready? Hitoshi nodded as he put on the voice changer. Are you sure it's going to work? Atsushimi shrugged. Midoriya's good at analyzing. That thing calls for a master, and it seems to be addressing Jaku. They mentioned a disintegration wave, so it's most likely Shigaraki. The purple-haired boy was still surprised by the greenette's speed of thought. Even if they failed, they had several backup plans. Hopefully, they would be alive at the end of the day. Now, he said as he adjusted his voice. Maburo Mikami smiled. An illusion of Shigaraki appeared. Stop! Shigaraki's voice screamed from Hitoshi's throat. Master! The creature asked in confusion, pausing for a few minutes to sniff the air and watch Shigaraki's illusion. That was what they were waiting for. Now! Izuku screamed, ripping his throat apart. Arabarita manipulated the plants around him, and they began to entangle around the giant's legs as it inched forward in shock, closing in on Bando's sticky trap and Suburaba's air jail. Sisamiya was preparing his hair to wrap it in both arms of the creature. Idiot! The voice of the blue fire user, Dabi, rang out loudly. It's not. Kenji didn't allow him to finish the sentence because he threw a giant torrent of water in his direction. Your fire can be strong, but it ends up sinking into the water. Dabi rose from the impact before grunting. Shitty fish. At least you didn't say fried, Ishikawa snorted. Trust me. You'll be soon. Fire versus water. Yosetsu placed the Quirk suppressor handcuff around the meatball's hand. How long do you think it's left until the giant realizes there's not Shigaraki? Shishikura Seiji hummed as he returned the soldier to his original form. Not much. I hope it falls under the sleeping serum before it advances much further. He had a déjà vu from training camp. He was running for his life, taking Yaoyorozu with him. They both escaping from a Nomu that had saws sticking out of its body. Was this thing a Nomu? You guys at UA never rest from these things, Sisicross commented. Yosetsu hummed. I don't think anyone can rest after this. Things got a lot worse before they got better when the giant began to shake violently. False. Flies. False. We're screwed, Nito thought as he watched his teammates start to get attacked directly and more violently than before. Phantom. Mr. Smith screamed desperately. We can't anymore. We have to back out. To back out? But they had been holding it for several minutes. Were they serious about giving up? All the possibilities were against them. Ishikawa had horrible burns spread all over his body. Suzuki had several stab wounds. They both were being carried by Tsunatori's horns to the safe zone, where Aways and a Shiketsu student were. That thing wasn't going to back down. In order to become heroes, we sometimes have to do things unbecoming of heroes. Being a hero meant saving people. Sometimes there was only one way. We still can. He yelled as he grabbed Uraraka Ochako's hair. If I touch it, we have a chance. Kabara, who was holding onto his bleeding right arm, approached them with wide eyes. You're going to kill it. Do we have a choice? He yelled furiously. The thing is most likely to kill people. Sisamiya Aki blinked at that statement. You are not going to do that. Get it? No. Nito grunted. And let it move forward. There are civilians. Did they really prefer to let that thing keep moving just because they couldn't capture it? That had already failed. The heroes couldn't. What chance did they have? They had the perfect quirk to avoid all the consequences, and they were refusing by stupid law. If that failed, there would be no more laws to follow. Are we really arguing about this? Kamakiri claimed as he lifted an unconscious Okawara. We have to retreat now. You won't be able to get close before IT steps on you. I have to try. Even if they hate me, even if I go to prison, I will accept it with a clear conscience. And then Nito ran. Back out. Izuku yelled. We can't anymore. The League had returned to the back of the giant as it stomped firmly, knocking and crushing everything in its path. The students ran in terror, lifting those who got hurt and avoiding the areas where the next step would come. Then he observed a blonde hair approaching directly to the giant with an outstretched hand. Don't fuck around, Monoma. He mentally growled. Don't be stupid right now. Rocketti! He yelled at the American student. The girl quickly approached in his direction. What's wrong, senpai? Shoot your horns at Monoma and bring him here. Tsunatori followed Izuku's gaze and her eyes widened in panic. Now! 4 perfectly timed horns flew in Monoma's direction. When the giant left, Inesa could feel the tears streaming down his face as he stared at the dying student in his hands. This was not a field trip, he thought stupidly as his brain was trying to process everything that had happened. They had captured a good number of enemies, but no members of the League, and that thing hadn't stopped. Were they alive by luck? How much time did the injured have left? Are you okay, big boy? Arabarita asked as they watched the giant advance into the city. I dunno. A little further on, the first support team watched the same scene unfold before their eyes. We only survived because they didn't consider us worthy enemies. That's why we're alive. Momo thought, wanting to cry. Hitoshi had never seen Midoriya-senpai so upset. What the fuck were you thinking? He yelled at Monoma, who was wrapped in his capture bandages. What the fuck did you think? Stopping that thing. The blonde from Class B yelled. That thing will keep advancing. Several civilians will be at risk. Midoriya-senpai growled. You can't decide who lives or dies. Do you understand me? You could have died. Monoma didn't sound regretful at all. Hitoshi couldn't blame him. If my death means saving lives, I would do it. The quirkless student shook his head as he ran a hand over his face. I don't want to deal with this. He released Monoma from his bandages and stared at the morbid scene with tears streaming from his eyes. I've never seen him cry, Hitoshi thought. Aizawa Sensei and Bakugo said he was a crybaby, but I've never seen him cry. We are alive. He commented in an empty voice. There's a meeting point. We go there and await further instructions. Sekijiro could tell that he wanted to cry when he watched the students arrive at the meeting point. They had left the captured in the previous area, but that didn't matter compared to seeing them breathing and alive. Vlad Sensei, Tiba, who was holding one of his arms, yelled, approaching quickly. Students. He answered the greeting. The injured with the healers and those who are well, go support the search teams. There are many missing. Sekijiro hoped that wasn't a replacement term for corpses. Monoma approached him slowly, his eyes wide in shock. Vlad Sensei? The students in Class B had always expressed that his teacher and the blonde student were really similar. They were both extremely competitive and went to the point of hype many times. The blood hero didn't say anything when he pulled the blonde closer in a hug. I'm glad you're okay. And then his student broke down. Midoriya, who was in charge of the team, sighed. Who do we contact if we need paramedics or support on site? You have to coordinate that. Communicators are going to distribute to you, he replied before sighing. Thank you, Midoriya. No big deal. The green-haired boy replied as he approached the students to coordinate. The first years are staying here. The rest of us are going to support the search team. Izuku ordered. Hey! Shinso claimed. There are more of us. Shouldn't we support and you stay here? Izuku shook his head. Trust me, guys. If you stay here, it's better. I don't need you to see corpses. Izuku thought as he felt chills run through his body. Susumiya approached him with a worried expression. Are you okay? Are you sure you can? Don't worry, he replied as he handed out the communicators. I'll be fine. Izuku regretted saying that when he arrived at Gunga Mountain. Here were the boys, he thought as he looked at some of Mineta's balls attached to a tree. Were the students alive? He hoped so. They were still very young and had been through more than most professionals. He mentally thanked himself for dropping off the first years at the assembly point. He didn't want them to find one of his dead classmates. He felt the panic rising in his chest. What if they were dead? Yaoyorozu, Ashido, Kirishima, Kaminari, Tokoyami, Shojuro, Hagakure, Ryuma, Mineta, Sada, Dojuro, the rest of Class B. His senses began to blur. Tears began to trickle down his cheeks as emotions squeezed his heart too tightly. He didn't want to find corpses. He couldn't find anyone. There was blood. There were remains of suits, like Kaminari's glasses in a crimson pool next to a rock. There were signs of battle and giant footprints that only the thing could have left. But there were no students. There were no heroes except those who were on the search team. Where was Fuwa? Where was Hinata? Kawasaki? Ishibuya? Sakato? Fujimoto? His friends? Where were they? The noise became almost non-existent, save for the static from his comm. Did you find something? Shinso's voice was a reminder of where he was. Izuku was breathing heavily when he replied. Still nothing. Are you sure you don't want paramedics sent to your address? His kohai asked worriedly. I can deal with this, Izuku said in disbelief. He didn't feel the weariness of his body or the pain of some of the lacerations there. None were lethal. He could still stand. He didn't feel how long he had walked without finding anyone. Maybe there's nothing to find. Maybe there's only dust from them. Izuku refused to believe it. And then he saw yellow. A tall person dressed in yellow was standing in front of him. Was it Fatgum? No, this figure looked more formidable. Could it be Sato? He didn't know if he called out the name. Izuku was sure that his vocal cords shattered enough that his voice spread more than a hoarse whisper. His legs began to run despite the burning of exhaustion running through them. He's alive, Sato's alive. The figure didn't respond to the name. Perhaps he couldn't hear Izuku's voice, nor is it as if the green-haired student could listen beyond his own panic. When his arm touched the person's shoulder, Izuku looked at Sato's tearful face in front of him. The student's mouth moved, but no sound came out of it. Izuku's gaze drifted to the point where Sato's had been, to find Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, and Ishido crouched in front of a crimson pool. And then the white noise that had been accompanying him disappeared and was replaced by screams of horror and laments. "Midnight, Sensei!" Ishido's shattered voice screeched along with Kirishima's horrified screams and Yaoyorozu's sobs. Izuku's senses began to return little by little. His brain was trying to understand what was happening around him. Midnight, Izuku thought as he realized what the reasons for the screams were. The hand using a cuff as a bracelet was held by Ishido's, while Yaoyorozu covered her eyes, and Kirishima trembled next to the pink-haired girl. Sato was still ecstatic, watching the scene with silent tears streaming down his face. Izuku took the communicator. Shinso. Nito took the communicator. Minoma talks. Shinso had to attend to something. Vlad King had called him to help with taking Kaminari to a stretcher. If he was honest, Nito still believed that had been a wrong choice because Shinso was close friends with the electric blonde. But the purple-haired boy kept professionalism and didn't let his emotions get the better of him. "I need a sheet." Midoriya-senpai replied in a hoarse, shaky voice. "We found Midnight." Nito blinked in confusion. "I'll send a group of paramedics." "No," Midoriya-senpai replied. "Hana, if Kayama-sensei was injured, she needed medical attention." "She doesn't need medical attention," the older student's voice cracked. "Just something to cover her up." And there Nito understood everything while he felt his vision clouding up and his throat dry. "I'll send someone." The communication was cut off. Shinso arrived a few moments later. The student from Class A frowned in his direction, still uncomfortable with what had happened. Nito knew he would have to talk about it, but that was not the right time to do it. "How's Kaminari?" Nito asked. Shinso sighed. "They're taking him to a hospital. He needs emergency surgery," he replied as he took his communicator from the blonde's hands. "Did someone call in my absence?" Nito nodded as his hands shook. Midoriya-senpai found Kayama-sensei. The purple-haired student blinked. "Good, I'm glad." The blonde from Class B shook his head. "Not like we expected." "Oh," Shinso replied, realizing what Nito's statement implied. "Yes." And, for a moment, silence reigned around Nito. There were no hurried footsteps, no heavy breaths, or dripping blood or tears. Just him and his thoughts. "I wanted to be a hero to help others," Nito thought. "I wanted to be a hero to make a difference." Nito had always seen heroes defeat villains without taking lives. That conception had disappeared a little less than an hour ago when he was willing to assassinate the thing. Seeing the giant, a threat they weren't prepared for, Nito had thought, "This is the worst about being a hero." But now, he knew it was not so. The worst about being a hero is that sometimes you can't save everyone. From this, we can see how the heroes have been weakening and accommodating in their system based on popularity. Excuse me, but I think the heroes had a tactical victory. They captured more than half of the Paranormal Liberation Front. How can you call that a failure? Take into consideration civilian casualties and property damage. If the heroes had done well in the Jakku raid, we wouldn't be in this situation. How do you talk about failure? Was it the heroes' fault? They also had casualties. There are many disappearances. But there is more on the part of civilians. I remind you both that this is a professional debate on a newscast. We ask you to calm down. Remember that Endeavor, #1 hero, will give a press conference when he recovers. Of course, the abusive man whose son charred more than 30,000 innocent people. and his other son has protected civilians on several occasions. Being a student, if the students had been more prepared, they wouldn't have failed. They were children. 16 and 17 kids. Would you think the same if your daughter had been in those ranks? Facing much older and better trained people? I can't say it. Thanks to them, I no longer have a daughter. Izuku grunted as he turned off the TV and sank into his chair. Next to him, Shinso was staring blankly at his cell phone. Stop watching the news, the second year told him. You don't need to hear unnecessary shit from the press. Shinso shook his head. It's not the press hating us. There was a break at the Tartarus. Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he snatched the purple-haired student's cell phone from his hand. Tartarus prison's break. A few hours after the tragic fighting that has mourned Japan, some of the most dangerous criminals have fled the maximum security prison called Tartarus. At the moment, the names of the fugitives are unknown. The government asks the population to remain calm, stay in their homes, and block all entrances. The heroes will do their best to return these criminals to prison. Shinso sighed heavily. A list was leaked. It's unknown if it's real or fake, but Muscular is there, along with All for One. Muscular. Shinso had tensed when mentioning the name of that villain. A few months ago, villains had attacked the training camp that UA's first-year students had attended, kidnapping Bakugo and Shinso to the dismay of the heroes and population. Something that hadn't made the news was the fact that the students themselves had fought the villains. Kendo and Tetsu from Class B had faced mustard. Shinso had saved Kota Izumi, Mandalay's relative, from the bloodthirsty Muscular, defeating him thanks to his quirk. He's not going to go after you, Izuku told him. Shinso shook his head. I'm not worried about me, he replied, lightly scratching his neck. You didn't see him while that guy was talking. It was as if the idea of murder gave him pleasure. Before I got there, the purple-haired boy's voice trembled. He was telling Kota that his death would complete a perfect cycle. Izuku wasn't in the best position to give the first-year student any advice. There were many tears that he hadn't shed and many screams of rage that remained stuck in his chest. But he had to be strong. Izuku couldn't allow himself to break down, especially when the spirits from 1A and 1B were on the ground. Aizawa Sensei was seriously injured. He had lost a leg and an eye in his confrontation with Shigaraki. Katsuki was in an induced coma. Kaminari was in his second surgery. Ishikawa's burns had been third degree and were being treated, as were Heido and Tokoyami's. Todoroki had first-degree burns and was on the mend. Suzuki had lost a lot of blood from Toga's stabbing. The worst had been Togata, who was in a coma, and there was no sign that he would go to wake up. And they were just a few examples of how bad they were. The psychological damage wasn't included. According to the doctors, it was too early to determine if Kaminari would have severe brain damage. The students refused to leave the hospital. Yayorozu and Ida had to remind them to eat. He was watching Ishido, and his chest ached at not seeing that upbeat and energetic girl. She had encouraged Gunga's backup team by telling them that Midnight Sensei still had lessons to teach them and that they would all come back to classes together. Now those words seemed far away. It has been a tiring few days, Izuku said. Shinso laughed dryly. It's only been 2 days. They still have been exhausting. You need to sleep. The green-haired student commented as he ran a hand over his face. The first year shook his head. I'll go back there if I sleep, Shinso said in a low voice. If I stay awake, I don't have to deal with it. Izuku sighed deeply before rising from his chair and placing a hand on the student's shoulder. I'll go to the cafeteria. Do you want something? Black coffee. Shinso responded immediately. Sugar-free and well-loaded. Of course. One for all is a quirk that grows stronger with each wielder. Shimura Nana commented. Toshinori kept it for 40 years. And I had doubted that boy. Fifth commented between laughter before being frowned upon by Sixth. First shook his head slightly and addressed Mirio. Toshinori has told you that we died young, right? Mirio nodded before sighing. He knew he was communicating with them, even if it wasn't orally. You all died in battle, but Fourth's cause of death is something that had me intrigued. Fourth had a large scar running across his face, And he approached Mirio. One for all killed me. Shoto stared at the old man on the hospital bed and grunted before slamming the door shut. He wanted to talk to his father about what had happened. Dabi was Toya, and he was willing to kill them without mercy. But he wasn't ready to talk to Endeavor. Hitoshi sat next to Jiro as they both stared at Kaminari's room. How long do you think it takes? Jiro asked with a look at her bandaged earphone jack. The purple-haired boy sighed heavily. I don't know. The girl hummed. We shouldn't worry, right? She snapped and looked up before smiling. I mean, it's Kaminari. The guy who fries his brain and is good as new after a few moments. The guy who always cheers us up. He'll be fine, right? Hitoshi looked at her worriedly before putting his hand on her shoulder and shaking his head. I don't know, Jiro. But they said he might have brain damage. Jiro snorted. Please. It's Kaminari. He has brain damage every training and is fine at the end of the day. She is in denial. Jiro. The purple-haired boy replied slowly, trying to stay calm. But his trembling voice denoted that Hitoshi couldn't deal with the idea of Kaminari not being himself again. Doctors don't know. Jiro shook her head. But it's Kaminari. And Hitoshi felt the tears rolling down his cheeks. He noticed that Jiro's eyes were also bright, and he nodded heavily. I know. Ashido. Wake up. Jiro screamed in a desperate attempt to make the girl wake up from that nightmare that was causing her to hurt herself. Ashido's eyes snapped open, and her gaze focused on him, tears running down her cheeks as her breath hitched even more. We were there. She snapped. And Midnight Sensei died in front of me over and over and over again. I saw you die along with Kaminari, and I couldn't do any New York thing. Jiro took a deep breath before rapping. His arms around her trembling form and pulling her close for a hug. Ashido's sobs were loud, but he guessed that no one was coming to them because they knew he was helping her. Since middle school, Ashido always had been upbeat and cheerful. She always motivated others to face their fears. She had been one of the people who had inspired him not to give up on being a hero, and now it was Jiro's time to be there to prevent her from falling apart. She had recognized the giant. Ashido had confronted it in their last year of middle school and had burst into tears afterward. Jiro had stayed like a coward, watching from a distance. When they were in Gunga, they saw it again. Ashido had been paralyzed with fear, unable to get Yaoyorozu's sleeping solution into its mouth and almost being crushed. Jiro had saved her and completed the objective. There were no words to calm Ashido at the moment, save for his slow breaths that accompanied the girl's sobs. The silence was the best after the voices of tragedy in their heads. The children are alive. Yamada replied. There are only a few concerns. Shota frowned. What would those concerns be? Kaminari is coming off his second surgery. The doctors don't know if there will be permanent brain damage. Bakugo in an induced coma. Yamada was watching him worriedly from the chair next to him, and Shota knew what he wanted to talk about. I want to sleep a little. 1A's homeroom teacher responded, indirectly saying that he wanted Yamada to leave. The blonde looked at him with concern before nodding slowly and heading for the door. I'll come tomorrow. A few seconds later, the door closed, and Shota stayed alone. Kiyama. He thought as he held the sheets tightly. Nijire was sore, but she forced herself to get out of bed. She had to go to the bathroom, and she didn't want a nurse looking at her with pity. She was Nijire-chan. She was a third year at the best hero school in Japan. She was going to graduate. She was the only girl in the UA Big Three. She does not need pitying looks or help to go to the bathroom. She could do it alone. She leaned off her bed to get up. She took slow, heavy steps while using the wall for support as her skin burned with pain. When Nijire could see Dabi again, she would use the greatest of her attacks to lock him in Tartarus for life. She reached for the bathroom door and mentally screamed victory. She put all of her strength into her handle and opened it with ease. Her bandaged arm desperately searched for the switch to turn on the lights. When she felt the familiar material under her fingers, she pressed. The winner of this year's UA beauty pageant is 3A's Heido Nijire. Her bright smile, Her eyes were wide with joy as she held the flower arrangement with her left arm and waved at the onlookers with her right hand. Her flawless skin and her blowing hair in the wind to the cheers of the crowd. Everyone was so happy to see her, and she was excited about winning the contest before graduating. A crown on her head. She had looked so beautiful according to the photos. Amajiki had told her that she was like a fairy. When the memory of her image faded in front of the mirror, Nijire burst into tears. Why was she crying? Outward beauty didn't matter. That's what fairy tales used to say. That's what she used to say to girls when they felt insecure about their appearance. Then, why was she crying at the sight of her entire body and face covered in bandages with burns that would stain her skin forever? She was a hypocrite. They were battle scars. Those should be carried with pride, not shame. Why did that image make her completely collapse? Nijire couldn't answer. She only allowed herself to cry on the bathroom floor. Midoriya? A voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Fua. Izuku opened his eyes slightly before finding Fua Moata emerging from one of the rooms in a hospital gown, watching him with tears in her eyes. Midoriya! She exclaimed happily as she carefully advanced. God! Izuku started running in her direction. FUW. They both stopped when they were close enough. There was no physical contact. They didn't need it, just seeing each other with bright eyes was enough. They had not seen each other since they had left Yue's dorms, and Izuku's heart had clenched when he hadn't found her after the battle. He had feared so much that she had been in the same state as Amajiki, missing. I'm so happy to see you. Izuku responded, feeling cheerful, although he knew that the regret in his heart wouldn't allow him to form a smile for a long time. I was scared. Fua nodded slightly. Because I had fluffed up several of the areas, I fell safely when the giant threw me into the air. What? Izuku asked. Did that thing throw you? I was trying to make it trip, but it noticed me and threw me. It knocked me out, but doctors said I was lucky to fall into one of the areas that I had puffed up. Too lucky, Izuku replied. His hands were shaking. Maybe this was a dream and they hadn't made it out alive. Perhaps the aftermath had been worse than what he was seeing. Fua must have noticed it because her hand had moved to take Izuku's, entwining their fingers. We survived, Midoriya. Fua said softly. We are alive. It should light up Izuku's spirit. Cheer him up. But why did he still feel empty? He had heard stories of soldiers who had returned from wars, and they always said that no one came back being the same. They had been sent to war. They all had survived the war. But everyone had lost a part of themselves. Fortunately, Izuku said in a low voice before removing his hand from Fua's. I have to go get well. The girl looked up from her lonely hand before seeing Izuku with teary eyes and nodding sadly. Take care, Midoriya. She answered. Izuku couldn't deny his romantic feelings for her. Just last week, they both had talked about setting up a date for their date that had been putting off since Christmas time. Those were small in consideration of the overwhelming sense of suffocation that was running through him. As much as he wanted to answer her in the same optimistic way, Izuku couldn't tell her that everything would get better and that they would face the hostility of the heroic society together. Izuku couldn't tell anyone that everything would be okay. Because he wouldn't believe it himself. He was aware of the press outside the hospital and the attacks on heroes by civilians. For the first time in his life, Izuku felt hopeless. He knew that the heroes were leaving their places. He knew some heroes were quitting. Uraraka, through tears and sobs, had told him about some professionals that had retreated from the shattered of Jakku City, while she and Azui had remained, trying to save the civilians under the rubble. He had seen the news. Were people seriously blaming them? He couldn't remember how many times he had to turn off the television after watching the commentators put on images and videos of them fighting and ranting about their potentials. Uraraka Ochako is weak. I'm honest. She could have killed the giant just by touching it. If she had been on the battlefield, instead of in the rescue team. Minoma Nito can copy any quirk. He could have gotten rid of that thing too. Do they want a person like Shinso Hitoshi as a hero? His quirk is similar to dictators. People like Midnight shouldn't be heroes if they're weak enough to die, having a quirk that allows them to put their opponents to sleep. MD Lady has always been the sensation, a rising hero, but she didn't measure up when dealing with that gigantic threat. Red Riot. That boy is a joke if he seriously believed he was honoring Crimson Riot. Are we going to talk about Kaminari Denki? That boy turns into an idiot when he exceeds his limit. How did he even get into UA? Big 3? Better call them Weak 3. His brother is an embarrassment to try to bear the name Ingenium. Has UA Class 1B done anything this year? How weak are today's heroes? Those of the future will be weaker? Those were some of the comments that Izuku had failed to silence by turning off the television. Soldiers never returned the same from war. Some of them lost limbs, others their lives or spirit. But no one returned the same from the war. After the Paranormal Liberation War, nothing was going to be the same. And that was only a part of the real consequences. A hellish hell had been unleashed. Large mobilizations are taking place throughout Japan. We are live. I am Sora Hana, and I'm at Kamino Ward. Yesterday, a crowd gathered to protest against the heroes. Let's try talking to some of the civilians. The camera follows the reporter as she addresses a woman who stands in front of All Might's vandalized statue. The golden and heroic splendor is stained by red paint. The emblematic quote of the ancient peace symbol, "I'm here," is crossed out and covered by a sign that reads, "I'm not here." The other civilians are not paying attention and are trying to return to their shelters or homes. Excuse me. I'm Sora Hana from Japan News. Could you give me an interview? What? Not good anymore? That is the segment hosted by my partner Jura Kanoko, who is off the air at the moment due to network reasons. Would you agree to answer a few questions? Yeah, but make it quick. Excellent. As we have seen, Japan is having a hard time due to the last week's catastrophe, and faith in heroes is lost. What do you think about it? I think it's the right time to strengthen our faith in those who keep fighting or are rising. People have come together to reproach the resignations of the heroes and the fact that hero students are sent to do heroic jobs. Do you have any position on it? I remember an interview after the Kamino incident, where a sociologist asked what would happen when heroes failed. Now we are living it and it is regrettable. Therefore, I cannot stand idly by in the face of the injustice that this symbolizes for the ones who are truly heroes, including the students. What do true heroes symbolize for you? Do you follow the ideology of Stain, who is one of the fugitives from Tartarus? I'm not a Stain fan. But, for me, a hero gets up to continue fighting, even if they know that it could be their last battle. And heroes' resignations? What do you think about them? There are still heroes recovering in the hospital and on the streets. Heroes are supporting the claims and humiliations from the civilians. There are students on the streets, without responsibility but are fulfilling the duty of heroes. And who guarantees that they will be able to fight all for one and the fugitives from Tartarus? How can you keep faith in times like these? Because when I was trapped in the rubble during the Kamino incident, All Might looked at me. He was bleeding and on the verge of collapse, but his eyes promised me that everything would be all right. That man kept society on his shoulders for decades. This statue represents his legacy, as well as those heroes who continue to fight. Katsuki grunted as the fucking nerd and some of his classmates carried him back to his bed. Let me go. I'm fine. Fucking idiots. Let me go. The nerd shook his head as he held onto his extensive measurements. Soy sauce's tape was fucking tight, and Dwarf's balls wouldn't let him free himself from their grip. You are going to open your points. Eyebags responded wearily. If you don't calm down, I'll have to use my quirk. He wanted to answer him, but he recognized the fact that the purple-haired boy's statement was not an empty threat. So he rolled his eyes and allowed them to carry him back to the room. Hizashi sighed at the scene and returned to his friend's room. What was all that fuss about? Aizawa asked. He sighed before snorting. Bakugo woke up and tried to go see Togata. Stupid child. Aizawa grunted. Do you know how my orthopedic leg is doing? Aizawa had had to cut his leg during the war to prevent his quirk from being knocked out by one of Chisaki's bullets. Both he and Miruko were in recovery from their injuries and awaiting orthopedic legs. As much as the doctors told him that it was better to rest, Aizawa had always been stubborn about it. Even in high school, The man had pushed his body to the limit several times to be the best hero he could be. It will arrive in a week, he replied, biting his lip. But it will take some getting used to. Aizawa nodded. Thanks. Hisashi sighed and gave him a slight smile before the room fell silent again. Everything felt so disgustingly quiet that it disturbed him. It was not pleasant tranquility produced by peace, but an unpleasant one caused by uncertainty. What would the villain's next move be? Were they prepared? What if villains attacked UA? What if they attacked students and families? What if the hospital was attacked? The number of heroes had decreased. The Japanese government was contacting the United Nations to send heroes to support them. There were several fugitives from Tartarus in the streets. Civilians no longer trusted heroes and attacked them when they saw them. What were they going to do? Oi! Aizawa's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Hisashi blinked before giving the fakest smile he could manage. You need something? I need you to breathe. He snapped back as his right hand rested on his patch. We are the adults here. We can't let the children watch us panic. Hisashi ignored the declaration and grunted. His smile vanished, and with a raspy voice, he said, I think they are no longer children. Mirio's eyes snapped open. I died of old age. Fourth declared. But you saw that I was only 40 years old. The current wielder nodded. I'll get to the point. As for now, one for all cannot be wielded by an ordinary person. If that was true, then there was the answer to Mirio's pains. He hadn't told anyone, since he didn't want to worry them, but the truth was that there were nights when he had to take pills to mitigate the agony that his body lived. It was as if one for all couldn't be held back. Like a beast struggling to break free. Despite everything, Mirio had never hinted to refer to his discomfort, because it was his sacred duty to defeat all for one. He had received the torch of one for all and vowed to use it for good as his predecessors. For 18 years, I evaded all for one and devoted my life to building up power. He counted as he approached Mirio. From the moment when I inherited the quirk, I knew I could never defeat that villain. So, I decided to spend my turn amassing further strength. So that's what Fifth had done when he realized that he might not be able to survive much longer with power. He strengthened it for the next wielder. One for all accumulated the strength of all those who wielded it, and allowed the current one to use it. The world of vestiges was remnants of the spirits of those who gave their lives for the cause. His hopes and dreams strengthened the power itself. The hope rested in the power that Mirio carried. Or at least that was how All Might had explained. In my last years, these cracks appeared on my body. So one for all had literally killed him, tearing him apart from the inside with excess power. That was what he had done with the other wielders and happening to Mirio. But Mirio managed to speak out of his despair. All Might was active for about 40 years and has not presented those kinds of consequences. All Might hadn't been affected in that way by one for all. Rather, his downfall as a hero had been a result of his battles with all for one. First smiled at Mirio's expression. That brings us to what we must tell you. What should they tell him? What was it that set All Might apart from the rest of the wielders? Fourth had said that one for all couldn't pass to ordinary people. But what did he mean by ordinary? In a society where everyone had quirks and... Nana nodded when she noticed that the realization had hit Mirio. The others never held it for long. Fourth pointed out. And since we died in battle, Nana complimented. Toshinori's only other point of comparison was himself. First rose from his throne and looked Togata in the eye as he had in that dream of months ago. Ninth, tell us. He asked calmly. What's different about All Might from the rest of us? The fog that prevented him from speaking lifted when Mirio answered. All Might was quirkless. Izuku, you have to eat something other than hospital food. His mother pointed, handing him a bento. Izuku shook his head. Thanks, but I'm not hungry. You will eat it whether you like it or not. Inko Midoriya fiercely exclaimed as she handed him chopsticks and sat down next to him. It's an order, not a suggestion. I'm not a child anymore, Mom. Izuku replied as he opened the bento and took some rice with the chopsticks. I'm turning 18 this year. His mother nodded. But that doesn't mean anything to me. The sensation of having food in his stomach felt strange, almost nauseating. The discomfort of the last days didn't go away and his body felt it. Don't even think about saying you're not hungry, the woman exclaimed. I've been handing out bentos to every child I've come across here. Izuku frowned. Did you really make that much food? His mother nodded. You are still children. You deserve to eat a warm home-cooked meal. The hospital one is not bad, Izuku pointed out, although it lacks a little salt. The woman snorted. Mitsuki already complained to the cooks, and she brought her food too. Bakugos never change, Izuku thought. It's very nice of you, he commented. Many of the parents still can't get a ride, or others are stranded at airports. He popped a piece of pork into his mouth, and the deliciously familiar taste of katsudon flooded his taste buds. Katsudon always makes everything better, Izuku. His mother's sweet voice flooded his mind. Even when I grow up? He asked her. Baby, of course. Even if you're no longer a child. And Izuku broke down. Inko Midoriya knew she was a crybaby. And by ending up being a mother, she raised her son so that he would not be ashamed to openly express emotions. And her son was also a crybaby. She was never bothered by his tears or criticism of the fact that her son might be a little touchy. If crying was considered a sign of weakness, she would prefer it to Izuku yelling and punching to express strength. Izuku's quirkless diagnosis was the biological check for people to point out her son as a weak person. But if that boy could keep smiling and maintaining hope despite the beatings he received, how could anyone tell that Izuku was weak? Only prejudiced people. It was all too much to have to deal with. She proposed to Izuku the idea of taking classes online, and he turned them down. She suggested moving to Finland, where quirk discrimination was less, but her son refused. Many people could tell Inko that she was his mother and that she should command respect. That Izuku would have to accept the decisions that she made. But what would she gain from it? It was Izuku's life that she was deciding on. She didn't support his decisions, but neither did she impose her wishes. If Izuku wanted to be a hero, she would support him as far as he could. When he got into UA, it was a surprise for her. She began to realize some people recognized Izuku's value and saw him as a hero. She turned into one of them. Now, Izuku was being a hero and she was by his side, comforting him like when he was a child coming home from a hard school day. Inko was the best mother in the world? But did she try? Yes, she tried really hard. Mom, Izuku said between sobs. Inko rested her right hand on her son's, and with her left, she took the bento that was shaking in Izuku's right hand. Putting the container aside, she pulled her son into a hug. The tears of her baby flooded her sweater. I'll do my best. I'll try to come back home every time. You come back? Inko exclaimed. You kept your promise. Try to come back. Even if you are broken, try to come back. I'll always be here to pick up your pieces. Don't be loud. Kaminari complained. I have migraines. Shinso snorted. Should I take this as a fate sign to exact revenge for all the times you gave me a headache? Kyoka watched as the blonde boy shook his head. Once I get out of here, I'll write apology letters for my screaming. Nope. Kyoka replied. You better get your hands ready and we'll play a song I have written together, okay? Kaminari slightly smiled. Cool. Katsuki grunted. Are you going to stand there looking at me like an idiot or what? Shitty Hair shook his head. Man, I came to visit you. Little more, and you go to the next life. You are stupid if you think I will go away and give you the chance to take my place as #1 hero. He answered. The one who should be concerned is All Might Jr. He didn't remember much from after Shigaraki put one of those strange tentacles through him. But he did know that All Might Jr. had continued to fight alongside the other heroes. He had been the most affected of all. He was in a comatose state, as lips and soy sauce had informed him earlier but stable. The fucking nerd had visited him a few minutes ago, and he looked in perfect physical condition, save for several scratches on his face and arms. All Might is with Togata, Shitty Hair said. He can't get many visitors, but they say you can be transported through the hospital in a few days. Oh, fucking good. He exclaimed excitedly. Being here stresses me out. He wasn't going to tell him that he felt worthless right now. He had almost died in his first real battle, and he completely felt useless at the moment. What kind of hero almost died that way? Just saving one person? He knew that Round Face, Glasses, and Frog had saved hundreds of people after the battle died down, but what had Katsuki done? Are you okay, Bakugo? Shitty Hair asked. I'm on a fucking stretcher. Do you think I'm okay? He growled. And the old hag is taking too long. The redhead shook his head. I know you're not one to cry, but could you tell me if you need anything? Did he need something? Needing was different from wanting. Did he need Shitty Hair to go away? Did he need to be alone? Did he need to transport? There was only one thing Katsuki needed, and he wanted at the moment. Silence. He answered. I just need the world to stop and be quiet for a while so I can think straight. From 2nd to 7th were their Quirk's factors. Nana Shimura said calmly. So how is All Might here too? Mirio asked, watching the bright yellow light from his mentor's silhouette. He had no quirk factor. One for All truly became Toshinori's quirk. Nana replied. And his vestige here is a remnant of his own consciousness. Yagi Toshinori is an extraordinary individual. 4th commented. Not because he became All Might, but his very existence. 1st nodded. In your generation, quirkless individuals have almost vanished. And that is why One for All cannot be transferred anymore. Mirio replied. The vestiges nodded in unison. 1st sighed as he looked at All Might's vestige. Thinks of people as cups and quirks are the wine that fills them. He commented. What happens when you fill a cup too much? It overflows and spills. Mirio replied. 4th nodded. One for All shortened lifespan. But as you know, for 40 years, Yagi maintained his grip on One for All. Because Yagi's vessel was empty, One for All became his quirk. First said. By some fate twist, this power that must pass from one to the next wound up being meant for those who lacked power to start with. 5th rose from his throne. You know it now, kiddo? His gaze focused on Mirio, and he cleared his throat before declaring. You might be the last wielder of One for All. If only we could have reached Yagi sooner. 1st sadly said. So much pain and suffering could have been avoided. Nana sighed and shook her head. There's nothing to regret because Mirio has been a great wielder, and he will still to be if he decides to continue. Mirio frowned. I have to continue. You said One for All can no longer transfer. Ordinary people. 5th pointed out. Remember, in a society of extraordinary people, being ordinary was a true rarity. 4th had mentioned that One for All couldn't be transferred to ordinary people. One for All couldn't be transferred to quirked people, but a quirkless person. Exactly. Nana pointed out. You have 2 options, Mirio. You continue the battle, or you hand it over to Izuku Midoriya. You can't hide this longer. A reporter screamed as she slammed the microphone against Fuyumi's face. We have the right to know the truth. If she was sincere, Fuyumi almost wished there was a villain attack right then to disperse the press. She was trying to visit her relatives, who were injured. Both her father and Shoto had been victims of Dabi. Yes, it was Dabi. No Toya. To Fuyumi, Toya was still dead. That monster, who cold-bloodedly murdered innocents and had tried to kill Shoto, was not her older brother. So many civilians killed because of Shigaraki, and you don't want to tell US what it means. Why couldn't they understand that the 2 of them were also civilians? She and Natsuo had led their own lives outside of the heroic field for a reason. She was a teacher, and Natsuo was studying medicine. Was it so difficult to understand that they didn't know anything? Why question them? Why attack them? Breathe, Fuyumi. Natsuo whispered as he squeezed her shoulder. Geez. Figured it out there would be a crowd like this when we show up to Central, but still dash. Another microphone stuck to Natsuo's face. Any statement on Endeavor? The man asked as his cameraman shoved his camera through the crook of his neck. Natsuo grunted. Endeavor will give you everything you want to know at the press conference. Please, leave us alone. You are his children. A voice yelled from behind. You are Dabi's siblings. How do you want US to trust what your father says to US? How do you want US to trust what you tell US? We don't owe you explanations. Natsuo replied. Fuyumi lowered her head further as her brother put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her closer to him. As silent as ever, Fuyumi had almost forgotten that their mother was with them. She only remembered her presence when Rei Todoroki's icy hands squeezed hers. We heard that during his fight with Shigaraki. Another reporter exclaimed, trying to put the microphone on her mother's face. Endeavor has muttered something about one for all. Do you know what that is? No. Fuyumi spoke. We don't know, and please get that thing off my mother's face. The reporter didn't care and tried to bring her microphone close to Fuyumi's face. Could it have some relation with the supervillain All for One? I'm done. Let's hurry inside. Dude, little more, and I was reunited with my grandparents. Ishikawa replied, laughing. Izuku rolled his eyes. If you weren't so sensitive, I'd slap you for that joke. The boy with the fish mutation laughed louder as he tried to calm his breathing for a coherent and understandable conversation. You are a complete idiot, aren't you? Izuku asked, running his hand over his face. Bro, you flatter me. Ishikawa said, amused. An idiot who survived a Todoroki, that must be worth a few extra credits, right? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. No one had so directly touched on the subject of Dabi being Endeavor's eldest dead son, much less calling him a Todoroki. Ishikawa seemed to notice because he sighed heavily. How is the boy? He wants to talk to Endeavor, but he doesn't know how. Izuku shrugged. It's a family matter. Only the Todoroki themselves will know what to do. Good point. Ishikawa bit his lip when answering. Do you know how the others are? Izuku nodded. They're fine. Waiting for you to be discharged so you can return to UA. Ishikawa frowned at it. You've been waiting for me all this time. The green-haired boy snorted before shaking his head. You are my best friend, but I have unfinished business here. He meant taking care of the Class 1A's kids who remained in the hospital. Uraraka, Ida, Yaoyorozu, Shinso, Kirishima, Ishido, and Jiro had stubbornly refused to leave the hospital until Kaminari, Tokoyami, and Bakugo were discharged. On the other hand, Todoroki and his family were a separate issue. Following the shocking revelation that Dabi was actually Toya Todoroki, Endeavor's firstborn allegedly dead, people had started to become much more distrustful of heroes. The current hero number 1 was supposed to give a press conference when he found out what action to take against his son. To this, Todorokis would have to talk about the past that the man had tried to leave behind. So Izuku had to play the role of the responsible authority figure. UA had become a refuge from the remarkable chaos generated in Japan from the fugitives of Tartarus, the paranoia of the Japanese regarding the attacks of villains, and the decline in the index of support for heroes. How are the rest? Ishikawa asked. Trauma. Izuku replied. They have seen horrors. Uraraka had a confrontation with Toga during the rescue of civilians. It left her pondering a lot, especially since several heroes later left their posts while she and Azui continued trying to save people. Kaminari, Bakugo, and Tokoyami almost died. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Ishido, and Sato found Kiyama-sensei's body. His friend remained silent with his eyes wide open. And it's only their first year. He said in a hollow voice before focusing his eyes on Izuku. I worry about you, Midoriya. How are you? How was he? Izuku knew that he was not feeling well. He had nightmares and tried to keep his expression calm, just like Aizawa-sensei's every time he comforted and encouraged him. But it was becoming more and more difficult for him to do so. Not when his mentor had almost been killed by Shigaraki. Not when his friends had faced the worst of being a hero. Not after seeing the number of corpses he saw that day. Tired. Izuku replied. Understandable. His friend nodded. You do this all the time. You know that, right? The green-haired boy turned a confused look at him. What? Ishikawa sighed. Push yourself to the limit to save others. He replied. Sensei would agree with me. Can you formulate? Izuku asked. I lost the thread of the conversation. His friend snorted. You're very self-sacrificing for your own good. You need to rest, no? You've had a hard few months, and these weeks have been shit, get it? You're always there for others. Remember we're here for you, okay? You are no longer alone. Toshinori Yagi felt his heart rise in his throat when his successor asked him, Did you know One for All killed the fourth wielder? He didn't want to lie to Togata Mirio. I had my suspicions, he affirmed, fiddling with his hands. But I wasn't sure. He was the one who raised the question, and I could never gather enough information to confirm or deny it. The young man nodded. When did that happen? The ex-hero sighed. When Black Whip appeared. He could see it in the eyes of his successor. The feeling of betrayal formed a claw of rage that painfully clenched the boy's heart as trust slipped away like a bleeding wound. Toshinori was ready to receive the claims. He deserved them for not trusting his successor. They were united by One for All. Instead, Togata Mirio sighed heavily as he shook his head. There's no point in blaming when there are more important things to do. The answer the young blonde gave him made him remember the reason why he had chosen him as successor. That nobility, that heroic spirit, that attitude of self-sacrifice. He found the same qualities in his first choice as successor, but it was impossible to deny that Togata Mirio was a worthy One for All wielder. When I was in the world of vestiges, Fourth said something interesting. Young Togata said. He said that One for All could no longer be wielded by an ordinary person. Toshinori felt that he knew the point of his successor. During the entire time he carried One for All, he never compared himself to the other wielders. Although, there were times when he thought about how he, a quirkless boy, had proven his worth to carry that legendary holy torch. The fact he could wield that hidden legacy on his shoulders and bring an era of peace to society. He hadn't thought it very possible. There must be some other difference between him and the other wielders, right? Being powerless couldn't be the reason why he could carry One for All, could it? One for All was an extraordinary quirk. An extraordinary person had to wield it. In a quirked society, quirkless people are extraordinary. Togata Mirio replied as if he had been able to read his mind. The wielders told me we have two options: continue or give up the battle. Toshinori's eyes snapped open at the statement. Give up the battle? He questioned him, jumping up from his chair. This situation requires that we continue the battle. The young man nodded. They meant for me to continue it even if I died, trying or giving it to someone else through One for All. Through One for All? Give it up? Someone else? And then the realization hit Toshinori. How long have you been dealing with pain? The ex-hero asked. The student sighed heavily. Since the night you gave it to me. He admitted. I thought it was my body getting used to it, but no. How much do you think you have left? Toshinori sat on the corner of the bed, his hand reaching for his successor's and squeezing it. The boy smiled. Just as the strong were supposed, according to his master. Enough to beat All for One. He declared. I am not afraid of death if I can keep you all safe. Toshinori hadn't realized that he had started crying for quite some time. He found out because tears began to drip onto the white blanket on the bed. Toshinori never considered having children. But, amazingly, Togata Mirio had dug deep into his heart and became his child. Just as he had earned the affection of Sasaki Miria and anyone he came across. He wasn't about to lose him. Furthermore, there was a perfect candidate for One for All who knew the secret and whose heart was heroic enough to accept the burden. He denied with his head. You will not die if we find someone who inherits One for All. He promised. Do you know where young Midoriya is? To say that he was outraged and upset by what his mentor had told him was little to describe Mirio's feelings. The young man's eyes snapped open with an expression of fury and panic at All Might's statement. His hand released from his grip, and giving him a cold gaze, he replied. This is my sacred duty. He said threateningly. I am not willing to put that burden on Midoriya, especially knowing that he has already rejected One for All once. The man shook his head again, a disapproving look filling his worried face. This will end up killing you. And him too. Mirio exclaimed angrily. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He is not a sacrifice. His life is not worth less than mine to give for an imposed cause. All Might shook his head. It won't be imposed if he accepts it. Accept how? Telling him that it's the only alternative. Mirio questioned, sitting up on the bed even though pain exploded in his muscles. It's the only alternative. All Might blurted out. Besides, both of you could wield it at the same time. Until One for All's flames are extinguished within you. Mirio wasn't going to accept that. All Might was so desperate that he was not thinking clearly. Do you hear what you are saying? Mirio claimed, his fists clenched in his own lap. We need all of One for All to stand up to All for One. We don't have time for Midoriya to become a suitable vessel. There is no time for him to learn to control One for All. We would be leading him to death if he accept. And we are leading you to your death if you decide to continue the battle. All Might screamed, hitting his fist with the metal rods on the bed. One for All will end up killing you. And then you prefer to put Midoriya's life in danger? Mirio hissed. I'm not going to accept it. Do you understand? Mirio understood All Might's concern. He was scared. Mirio was afraid too. He wasn't prepared to die. But not because of his cowardice was he going to sacrifice someone else, especially someone who had supported him on the journey of being All Might's successor. There were things and people that Mirio wanted to fight for. We should ask young Midoriya first. All Might offered. Maybe he agrees and dash. No. Mirio responded immediately. Knowing the whole context, Midoriya will accept without hesitation. You know how he is? That's why you want to ask him. He doesn't have to know. Mirio's room became uncomfortably quiet. All Might was looking at him with a grim expression as the current One for All wielder did not give in to the possibilities his mentor offered him. What do I not have to know? It's rude to talk about someone behind their backs. Izuku said, entering the room and closing the door behind him. Especially if it's a matter of life and death. After his conversation with Ishikawa and checking on the students from 1A, Izuku decided that he would visit Togata. He expected many things. But not the fucking X symbol of peace in an argument with his successor regarding One for All and the value of Izuku's life. Young Midoriya. All Might exclaimed abruptly and approached him. You are exactly who we were looking for. Izuku snorted before rolling his eyes. Seriously? He questioned, slowly approaching both blondes. I don't know what they're talking about, but I heard it involves me. Since he was a child, Izuku was kept apart from the other children because of his weakness. It was obvious. He could get hurt by being quirkless if he faced a girl with a quirk that allowed her hair to grow out quickly. They were just excuses to justify their contempt for the stupid extra toe joint. He knew that children talked to their parents and parents to their children. He knew that parents talked to each other and smiled hypocritically at his mother. He knew they were talking about him. They were talking about Midoriya Izuku, the creepy quirkless boy. They talked about Midoriya Inko, the poor woman with such lousy genetics that she couldn't give her child a quirk, and Midoriya Hisashi, the man who could not bear the quirklessness of his son and had devoted himself to work until he decided to abandon them. So Izuku hated when people spoke behind his back. It made him madder when they were referring to important or bad things. If they had to insult him, it would be best head-on. For example, the children brought their attitudes to the everyday environment when he was primarily in middle school. There they didn't even bother to pretend to be kind and talk behind his back. The insults were directed directly at his person and materialized into red spider lilies on his desk. It was better than hypocrisy. Just say it. Izuku ordered, giving both of them a cold gaze. Togata bit his lip with his head lowered while All Might nodded firmly. We need you to inherit One for All. All for One had been part of the first generation of quirks. He had been present to see how the quirks evolved and strengthened through grandparents, parents, and children. So, he was surprised when Garaki had passed him the information regarding his great discovery. A quirkless child named Midoriya Izuku. By then, the boy had just been diagnosed. All for One felt sorry for the little kid. How not have compassion for a soul destined for pure suffering? He even had a fleeting thought. Tamura was replaceable. Perhaps Midoriya Izuku could be a good successor, but he dismissed it pretty quickly. But he remembered that life became boring after being alive so long. So he decided to be a viewer of the life of that child. He observed that stupid naivety and heroic beliefs. The desperation of being a hero burned in the boy's heart and hurt him so bad. He witnessed the times when the boy was dragged and pushed by society. The insults, the beatings, the lilies, and the looks full of disgust or pity. At some point he would break, right? The human heart and life were so beautiful and fragile at the same time. But there are always exceptions. All for one could tell that Midoriya Izuku was quite a particular individual without the need for a quirk. Not just his intelligence but the strength of his heart made Midoriya Izuku different from other individuals. The boy got up and continued at a steady pace, even though those outside his mind saw him stiff and crestfallen. Maybe he could open his arms to the boy. When All Might destroyed the boy's dreams on that rooftop, All for One rightfully believed that the time had come to introduce himself and offer the boy a space next to him. All for One didn't have the time to turn the boy to his side. He preferred just holding out his hand for the green-haired boy to take. The opportunity never came, and it's not like All for One is ripped apart by it. Anyway, Midoriya Izuku was nothing more than a morbid curiosity. The boy, against all odds, entered the hero course and trained to be one. He cursed Eraserhead and Netsu for seeing the boy's potential. It was irritating to see his possible ally join the ranks of the heroes, but he wondered how the boy would feel when the weight of society's falsehood fell on his illusions. Midoriya Izuku's second year began and, with it, the beginning of his master plan. Attack after attack, seeking to break the spirits of the young and faith in society were in vain. But All for One was not a man of one plan, and when it came time to unleash hell, it happened that Pandora's box was opened for heroic society, and chaos reigned over the earth once again. In full power, All for One observed Midoriya Izuku's nightmares and smirked upon finding the boy's broken heart. He could feel the rest of the children. Bakugo Katsuki, Shinso Hitoshi, Uraraka Ochako, Jiro Kyoka, Kaminari Denki, Minoma Nito, etc. But, more importantly, he had been able to see his beloved brother and the current One for All wielder. They were connected. One for All was born from All for One. One for All, his dear brother Yoichi had been a weak and naive individual. All for One was the strong and powerful one. When he found out about that, he couldn't help the laugh that came from deep in his throat. Midoriya Izuku, the quirkless boy, was the one destined to carry One for All. The irony of the fact that Midoriya's singularity stemmed from his very quirklessness, his ordinariness as an individual in an empowered society, was poetically delightful. All for One, member of the first generation of Quirked, would face, by fate's designation, Midoriya Izuku, a member of the last generation of Quirkless. So, sitting as he gave instructions to his followers, All for One smiled. Togata and All Might told him everything. Technically, young Midoriya. All Might finished. One for All is your fate. I told you when I offered it to you. You are the most suitable. He was starting to feel sick as his head repeated the words into his thoughts. You don't have to accept. Togata exclaimed, observing his mentor with an icy gaze. It's not your duty, it's mine, and I'm willing to sacrifice myself, so you don't have to carry that burden. How valuable was Izuku's life in accepting Togata's sacrifice? How worthy was Togata's life for Izuku to sacrifice his own? Why did a life have to be more valuable? One for All is a legendary quirk. All Might commented. From One for All, the society got an era of peace. From you, society will restore and keep it. Young Midoriya, you can contribute in a significant way. A few years ago, people called Izuku useless. They told him that he could never contribute positively to society and that it would be better if he became another statistic. But he had the man who had inspired him all of his childhood, telling him that Midoriya Izuku was destined for a power like One for All. You don't have to do it. Togata said firmly. Get it, Midoriya? You don't have to if you don't want to. Was that what Izuku wanted? He felt the tears roll down his cheeks and crystallize the vision of him. He felt confused, selfish. Why was he hesitating so much? It was for the greater good. Why couldn't he say something? We do not have time. All Might spoke. The villains are getting stronger, and we cannot hesitate. Because we don't have time, you shouldn't accept. Togata argued. The power of one for all is too much, and you will have to train it. It would be sending you straight to your death. You don't have to, Midoriya. How did he want to be a hero when he doubted at times like that? In the face of adversity and mistakes, you have to know how to recover and cope with the scars. I don't believe in fate. But if it did exist, it would be useless to try to follow it and say that everything is set in stone because no one could read it. Problem child, take care of yourself. Get it? The strong grow stronger by taking care of themselves. That way they can protect the weak. Sometimes, the answer is beyond the seemingly obvious. Details, problem child, details. If you aren't able to do things by yourself, how do you expect to help others? If you are not able to ask for help when you need it, how do you expect others to accept yours? The two pairs of blue eyes were focused on him. The silence overwhelmed his senses, but he forced himself to speak. I need time. Izuku's head was spinning as he wandered through the hospital's corridors in a desperate attempt to reach Aizawa Sensei's room. They hadn't seen each other since the morning before the war, but it had been fine. Izuku understood that his teacher needed to rest and that the boys from 1A were a priority. But at the moment, Izuku was at a crossroads and needed someone who would think with a cool head to help him make up his mind. On the one hand, he would have to train the power and master it. Something impossible considering that Togata had been with One for All for months and did not exceed 30%. How the fuck did All Might want Izuku to inherit it at such a crucial time? What did she want from him? The same quirklessness that caused All Might to tell him that he couldn't be a hero the day they first met? They didn't have months. Time was running out, and Izuku knew that Shigaraki was recovering. If Shigaraki reached 100%, it would be the authentic end for them. Izuku knew he was a mess of silent tears and ruffled hair, coupled with the extreme paleness of his skin and the shaking of his breath. Izuku felt so tired. His mind was a mess. It seemed that someone was speaking to him, or were his senses deceiving him? Izuku fainted. Eri-chan, do you want a coloring book? Nito asked. She shook her head. No thanks. She responded, fiddling with her fingers. After the events of the Paranormal Liberation War, Japan fell into chaos. Heroes were no longer respected or loved by civilians. Several professionals had resigned from their positions during and after the horror experienced at the end of March. Heroic schools like UA became safe havens to protect their students, family members, and other civilians from the fugitives of Tartarus. Heroes in training, like him, were being heavily criticized by the media, as well as his mentors, and the HPSC were in the eye of the media storm. The government of Japan had sent a call for help internationally. If Nito were the president of some country, he wouldn't send anyone to save Japan. It wasn't like Shigaraki was going to establish dominance over it solely in Japan. On the other hand, rumors and speculations regarding One for All roamed the internet. What was it? How did it connect to All for One? Who had it? It had been leaked thanks to Endeavor during his fight with Shigaraki. Nito remembers watching the recording because he wanted to know what exactly had happened at Jaku's hospital so that everything would go terribly wrong. One for all. Endeavor had said so, and you could tell he was confused. The press was looking for explanations. The hero was going to give a conference to clarify the doubts. Nito was sure that he would leave more questions unsolved than answers. After a few weeks of what happened, Nito was in UA, taking care of Eri because the teachers were busy dealing with civilians, students, or internalized in the hospital. Oddly, Eri was really calm about everything, almost a bit listless. He must have seen it coming. After discovering what had happened to her, Nito knew that she had experienced everything on her own skin. The indifference was a mechanism to protect her mental stability. Do you want to do something? He asked kindly again, trying to distract the little girl. No. Eri-chan replied. Eri hadn't slept in the last few days. Nito knew that she spent the night sitting on her bed, staring at the bookshelf in silence. Dark circles were beginning to form and, although he was not an expert, Nito knew that it was not healthy for such a small girl to have them. You see the bookshelf a lot. Nito pointed out. Maybe you want me to read you something? She shook her head to express her denial. I don't want to move anything. Nito frowned. Maybe you prefer to accompany me to my class dorm? Or do you prefer Class A? A walk through the school's forestal grounds. I'd like to stay here, please. She pleaded with glassy crimson eyes. She is going to cry. Nito thought. Crying is good. She needs to cry. Sooner or later, Eri had to bring out what she felt. Why do you want to stay here and not move anything? Nito asked, knowing that the girl's stillness would break and her emotions would overflow. Nito was ready to deal with it because Eri's heroes weren't there with her. Because Miss Art promised that she would draw with me. Because Eraserhead-san promised that he would stay with me until I fell asleep. Because Nijire-chan promised to play the beauty pageant. Because Lemillion promised to read me his favorite book. Because Void promised to teach me how to make sweet apples. And they won't be able to find me if I leave here, and I won't be able to get out if I mess up my room. Eri-chan. She shook her head. But I know that Miss Art will not return and that the others are hurt. She said immediately with a shaking voice, streams of tears sliding down her pale cheeks. I know Miss Art died. I died many times too. Why can't she go back? Nito felt tears run down his face. After all, he had been among the first to learn of Midnight Sensei's passing, and he hadn't taken it well either. I don't know, Eri. He answered. I don't know. Eri nodded. Neither do I. The little girl sobbed, hugging herself and shaking. Nito knew that he should be strong, but who was the idiot who said that crying was a symbol of weakness? He joined her in her lament as he spread his arms and invited her to accept a hug. Eri jumped immediately, and Nito hugged the girl's tumbled form, not caring about the snot or tears that decorated his shirt. He felt like a desperate and scared child again, trying to comfort a little girl. We are not soldiers. We are children. Tsuburaba had screamed a few days ago. They sent us to a fucking war. How did they ever attack us? We almost died. They were watching the news in a desperate attempt to create a complete picture of what had happened. We are no longer children. Kuwara replied as he turned off the TV. And Nito knew that he was right. So he couldn't do much more than keep sitting and bring Eri comfort because, like her, he felt powerless. Enji glanced at Shoto's outstretched hand through tears. When you're done crying, get up. His son replied calmly. We'll all go stop Tenai together. An hour. That was too long. Time they didn't have. He had a decision to make. He needed to speak to Aizawa Sensei immediately. Don't pass out. He was useless. Hey! It took him a minute to realize that the person next to him was Bakugo Katsuki, who didn't look very happy. Although, if he was honest, he never knew when the boy was upset or not. Breathe good, idiot. He claimed him. You passed out. You need rest. Izuku shook his head and started to get up. You heard the doctor. I'm just tired. I have things to attend to. Kaken didn't give him a chance. He pushed him away, and Izuku's back collided with the mattress. You a moron or what? Rest. Thanks for your concern, Katsuki, but I have to do something. The second-year student answered as he sat back down. Katsuki closed his hands around Izuku's wrists as his eyes remained dangerously fixed on Izuku's. You have to rest. Do what you have to do tomorrow. Katsuki. Izuku warned with a cold tone. Let me go. No. The first year responded, tightening his grip. For once, worry about yourself before others. Do you understand, nerd? How could he? Izuku didn't need a lecture, much less from Katsuki. Izuku needed to converse with Aizawa Sensei. Katsuki, let me go. No. If the nerd believed that Katsuki was such an idiot as to obey that attempted command, Katsuki had overestimated him too much. It's about All Might Jr. and that thing called One for All, right? The nerd's eyes snapped open. Bingo. I'm not an idiot. Katsuki continued, not caring if the nerd had something to say or not. I don't know what they're up to, but I'd be more of a jerk than I've ever been in my life if I didn't tell you this. He saw the green-haired idiot's lips part. He wasn't going to allow him to speak. Katsuki wasn't good at conversations, much less with words. I never understood you. He answered. A quirkless like you trying to take care of me when I was perfectly fine on my own. And it was true. The nerd was only a fucking year older than him, but he had grown stupidly too big in that year. Katsuki? Despite this, the blonde knew that he would be a long way from becoming like him. Katsuki knew that he was no longer the same boy as Aldra. Anger can give you strength, but rage leaves you completely blind. That's why you can't suppress your emotions like this. But still, you kept helping me even if you're only a year older. There you were, protecting the damn extras. Katsuki said as he tightened his grip on him even more and looked into the glowing eyes of the nerd. I never thought the day when I would tell you this would come, but you're a hero. He watched as tears began to run down the older boy's face. He's still a fucking crybaby. You are the hero of those fucking extras. You are my hero, Izuku. He said and watched as surprise spread across the nerd's features. And heroes, like you, need to take care of themselves, so they live a long life and use it to help others. He felt the tendon in Izuku's body decrease, so Katsuki softened his hold on him. Teach will be here in a few minutes. I told him to come to this room at 11 p.m. He accepted. The nerd seemed to want to say something, but Katsuki didn't need to hear it. You talk to Sensei and make the decision you want, he said as he let go of the nerd's wrists and walked away from the bed in the direction of the door. Don't be an idiot. Be a hero. And Katsuki left the room. Mirio heavily sighed as he watched Bakugo leave Midoriya's room. Bakugo, he called out and watched as the red-eyed student violently turned his head. How is he? The boy grunted as he passed him without stopping. I'm not answering you. He continued on his way, ignoring Mirio. Midoriya, we are talking about a global threat. How do you want us to be calm when Endeavor hasn't given that fucking press conference yet? It's all the fault of the government and the HBC. They knew about this and did not warn us of the danger. Didn't see the broadcast. Hawks killed that crying man without mercy. I can't trust heroes who will stab me in the back. They sent children to war. What the fuck was through their heads? I'm not accepted in various shelters because of my appearance. What the fuck is one for all, and who the hell has it? The heroes? Because of those heroes, I lost my parents. Everything I have is in my house. I'm not going to shelters. Please, call if you see this man. His name is Tadanoaki. And he's my husband. He worked as a doctor at Jaka Hospital. There are shelters that don't accept mutants. Where do you want me to go? Help me find my son. He was on excursion in Gunga Mountain. My daughter was agonizing under a fucking building while two student heroes tried to rescue her. Two girls trying to save another. Where the fuck were the professionals? Spread the photo of my sister. Please. We separate during the evacuation. I want my son back. He was a third-year UA student. Where is he? I want answers. Don't lose faith. True heroes are doing the best they can. We must help them. So, Togata-kun? Tashinori watched as Hawks leaned against the doorframe of young Togata's room. Hawks didn't give him a good feeling. With everything I've told you, do you insist on talking to him? The winged hero nodded. He's 18. He's still a minor. Tashinori defended, crossing his arms. For drinking alcohol, smoking, gambling, and adopting children. Hawks argued with a smirk. This conversation will be private if Togata-kun so wishes. He's old enough to make decisions on his own. The retired hero didn't think the same. Whatever it's, I know he's not ready for it. And then Togata, who was walking down the hall with a cold look in his eyes, said, So Midoriya does? Tashinori knew it was his signal to remain silent. Yes, I thought that too. Young Togata replied as his gaze shifted from Tashinori himself to Hawks. So you want to talk to me? The hero nodded. Best Genist will join us if you don't mind. It is a matter of vital importance that concerns you. Tashinori watched, feeling powerless as young Togata nodded. Just the three of us. The door opened, and Izuku saw his mentor enter the room. It was so strange to see him and painful at the same time. The man in front of him was one of the few adult figures that Izuku fully trusted. He had been one of the few people who firmly believed that he could be a hero, even without a quirk. Problem child? Aizawa-sensei asked, frowning. Why did you want to see me? Shouldn't you be resting? Izuku hummed at the notorious concern on the underground hero's face before nodding. I have to make a decision. Izuku replied while trying to calm the agitated beating of his heart. A decision that could change everything. He watched as his mentor slowly nodded. Could I change it for several people or just for you? He asked without even questioning what decision Izuku should make. To both. The student replied as he ran his hands over his face. His leg had started to shake, and he felt sweat trickling down his hands. And I do not know what to do. He watched as Aizawa-sensei's eye flickered slowly, and he sighed heavily, settling further into his wheelchair. But will not ask what decision you should make because it's understandable that this decision is not something you have decided. The man said in a cold tone. I mean, you are at this crossroads because you were presented with this possibility that you can reject or deny. Izuku used all of his strength to keep his jaw from opening at the teacher's surprise deduction from him. Aizawa-sensei must have noticed because he raised an eyebrow. I'm wrong. The green-haired boy shook his head almost immediately. I would tell you everything, but this involves other people and is not my secret to unveil. Aizawa-sensei grunted in agreement. Then it must be something important to have made you pass out. The thought of deciding must have overwhelmed you. Izuku flatly denied. It's just tired. I haven't been resting well since the war. You are a lousy liar. We have always been honest with each other. Aizawa-sensei confronted. You're not well, and you're getting pretty careless. Izuku snorted. I don't see anyone is okay after all. You, sensei? He could see the man roll his eyes at the sarcastic response. Child. The hero calmly said as he put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You know that's not what I mean. But it is the truth. Izuku defended himself. They have not been my best days, but I am much better. Aizawa-sensei shook his head. You were much better. He corrected. Whatever happened today, it completely disabled you. As much as the man used to sound like a homeless man, Izuku would be lying if he said that he was ever unimpressed by the man's deduction abilities. He finally ended up nodding. I do not know what to do. If you don't know what to do, then tell me why and why you shouldn't do it. Are you telling me that they want to use me as bait to lure Shigaraki? Mirio asked. Hawks nodded along with Best Jeanist. Endeavor was supposed to join for this conversation but is preparing the matter of the press conference. It made sense. People were asking for answers, and Endeavor was the one to give them. But it would endanger everyone. Mirio answered. Best Jeanist nodded with a tired expression. And so there is an option, but it's a tough one. Togata Mirio had always wanted to be a hero. As much as people made fun of his quirk. As ridiculous as it might be. Togata Mirio was being a hero. Seriously. I wish you were here. Being a hero is not a bed of roses. Mirio answered and his determined gaze focused on the professional heroes. Let this stay between us. On the one hand, it's helping others. On the other, it's giving up everything I am. It's giving up everything I have fought for. His sensei's face was impassive. What do you mean by giving up everything you are? He couldn't tell his mentor that he was abandoning his quirklessness to accept a legendary quirk. It wasn't his secret. Or at least not at the moment. Everything I've learned at UA. Izuku admitted, trying to hold back the tears. The person I've become. Everything I've fought for. Aizawa-sensei shook his head as his hand left Izuku's shoulder and placed it on his chest. I don't know what decision you have to make. His mentor said quietly, looking into his eyes. But I know that you have a big heart and that you are a hero. Let it continue to beat so that you continue to be this person that you have become. Sensei? Izuku asked in a low voice. Do you still think I can be a hero? The man raised his eyebrow before snorting. Child, as long as that heart of yours keeps beating with that passion of helping others, you can be a hero. Accepting one for all meant ceasing to be quirkless. Accepting one for all meant giving up a part of his identity. It meant leaving behind what he fought for. But at the same time, it meant that he was going to help others. Accept one for all or reject it. As much as the conversation with his mentor was necessary, Izuku couldn't ask the man to decide for him. If someone had told that scrawny 14-year-old on the rooftop to see himself in that situation, Izuku would have laughed at how ridiculous it sounded. That child remained inside Izuku, encouraging him and reminding him of his origin. A quirkless child. A boy who was part of the last generation of quirkless people. He always looked up to All Might. He still did it as a hero, but not as a person. Still, to deny the influence man had on his life was to deny part of his origin and rise. All Might, who had been as powerless as Izuku and inherited one for all, had lit a flame that never went out. Not only in the heart of that little boy who played with his mother and reproduced All Might's debut video thousands of times, but of all those who had been alive in All Might's years of heroic career. Accepting one for all sounded strange when Izuku realized that it, in a way, had always been present in his life and was now closer to him. He felt it in his heart. He felt it in his mind. Tears ran down his cheeks when Izuku knew what decision he had to make. "Sensei," Izuku whispered, "I know what to do." "Are you sure about this, kid?" Gran Torino asked through his respirator. Mirio nodded. "I don't want to put everyone in danger. Much less put this weight on Midoriya." The elderly snorted. "Don't be reckless, young man. Don't make Toshinori's mistakes. Do you understand? You're not alone." How could he be alone? He has heroes covering his back. "Don't worry. I'll stay alive long enough for us to meet again." Mirio replied, outlining a small smile. "I don't think we'll see this life again." Gran Torino replied, "I won't die today, but I feel like I'm close to taking Nana's hand." Mirio wasn't going to cry. He just took the man's wrinkled hand and squeezed it. "Young man, never forget about Sasaki, okay?" He ordered. "That man loved you like a son. And don't be too hard on Toshinori. He's an idiot but not a bad person." The current one for all wielder nodded. Mirio would carry those two names close to his heart as he waged his own battles. When Izuku Midoriya arrived at Togata Mirio's room in the morning, he found All Might crying on an empty bed and some letters on the nightstand. As they say, like mentor, like pupil. Togata Mirio had already made up his mind, just like Izuku. So, just as Togata executed it, Izuku wasn't going to be left behind. "I'm going after him," he declared. "It's been a long time, right?" Izuku saluted behind the man who was withdrawing his katana from the body of his most recent victim. Upon hearing Izuku's voice, the man in question turned into a battle stance. "Little hero," exclaimed with a psycho smile on his face. "Been a while." Izuku nodded as he tightened his grip on his capture bandages and approached the man. "I want to talk." Stain looked him up and down with curiosity shining in his eyes. The rain fell on both of them, drenching the villain's prison uniform and the hero student's costume. The man snorted. "As much as I was interested in knowing what a true hero wants to talk about, I think I'm not in a position to trust you." The position was clear: go away. "Valid," Izuku replied, shrugging his shoulders while continuing to advance. "I promise I'm not seeking to capture you." "Ha!" Stain laughed at Izuku's statement. "What do I see here? A hero letting go of a villain? I thought you were more than that, little one." A few months ago, Izuku wouldn't have hesitated to capture the man. A few months ago, Izuku would have jumped into battle. A few years ago, Izuku would have set Stain free without a fight. At that time, Izuku was not that scared 14-year-old boy. At that time, Izuku was not Yue's hero student. At that time, Izuku was void. Izuku was an underground hero. "I guess I'm not like other heroes." Mirio watches from a distance as the police forces take Muscular away, and the paramedics treat Shindo-yo. And Shinso-kun faced him. He said to himself as his gaze shifted to the civilians coming out of their hiding places and staring at the villain in panic. It was the middle of the third week after the Paranormal Liberation War, only a few days after he decided to go his way as One for All's wielder on his own. Spring seemed to be conforming to the events of late March because, since the day the heroes vanished from the streets, no ray of sunlight had illuminated the sky. That beautiful sunny day at the end of March had been the last ray of light they would see because there were only clouds and stormy rains. Things changed so fast. A few months ago, he had been laughing with Tamaki and Hato about some silly joke they had seen on a TV show. He and Midoriya had toured the cultural festival with Eri holding their hands. Sir told him a joke that he read in the newspaper. All Might gave him one for all. At that moment, Mirio was alone on top of an abandoned apartment complex. His heavy breathing was trying to calm down after the intense fight. His communicator vibrated in his pocket. Mirio took it. Lemillion. Toxus. Danger sense hasn't been activated since muscular was neutralized. He answered directly between gasps. There are no records of All for One and no information collected. We didn't get anything either. Endeavor's voice sounded from the background. But All Might wants to communicate with you. No. Mirio said as he pulled out a bottle of water from inside the backpack that Best Jeanist had given him. A loud sigh was heard on the other end of the line. Look, Tagata. Then he felt it. Over and out. The sharp stab of pain in his head, similar to a knife stabbing into his skull. He had to keep moving. I never thought you were. Stain lunged forward. But I do consider you a true hero like All Might. Izuku dodged the attack and manipulated his bandages to tie one of the tubes that hung from one of the windows of the building that rose to the right side of the alley. Careful with your words. I'm not like All Might. Izuku declared as he swayed and took the daggers from his boots. But like you, he inspired me. The man eyed the teenager curiously. What would you want to know from someone like me? The villain proposed, nailing his katanas into the walls of the building and climbing towards the tube where Izuku hung. You said you wanted to talk. The student began to throw his daggers, but the fugitive was much more experienced. Stain dodged each weapon, and Izuku had no choice but to jump to the ground to avoid the impending attack. Information. Izuku responded when his feet touched the sidewalk. I need you to tell me everything you know about All for One. That information is reserved for All Might. The man said as he dove towards Izuku, both katanas crossed like lethal scissors. The student jumped back and reached into his hidden pants pocket, pulling out of his last resort. There's no choice. It's loaded. Izuku grunted, raising the gun. If necessary, I won't hesitate to shoot you, Stain. Mirio sprang into action when one of the civilians raised a rifle at the girl. Stop! He yelled, stepping into the line of fire. Don't shoot! The man with the shotgun and the rest of the civilians glared at him. His lips pursed in disgust and weapons of all kinds in his hands. Who are you to tell us what to do? A woman with an axe demanded an answer. Mirio remembered how he looked. His usual hero costume wouldn't have worked for his crusade. He couldn't be a daylight hero in Japan's situation. So he replaced the light colors that clung to his body with a disguise that would serve to go unnoticed. Midoriya would have loved it. The cloth was made from his DNA. Mirio had been impressed by the speed with which it had been manufactured. It was a dark blue jumpsuit with blood-red boots and gloves. In his neck rested the faded yellow cloak of Gran Torino. The only thing he kept from his original costume was his white visor with yellow lenses. The red cloak with which he had protected Eri in the raid against the Yakuza was wrapped around his waist along with a tool belt. He was also carrying a black backpack that Best Jeanist had given him with supplies. If he had been like Lemillion, the civilians would not have calmed down but would have told him to go away. Before the war, civilians adored him for his friendly appearance and gentle personality. It was not going to work. The girl was shaking and sobbing behind him, her gaze on the ground as the rain soaked her. It was almost funny how the rain had become so common that Mirio no longer differentiated gloomy days from rainy ones. I cannot tell you what to do. Mirio responded in the most rational way he could think. But she's not a threat. The man with the rifle never lowered the gun. Then let her answer what she's doing walking at this hour. The girl looked up as her hands nervously rubbed together. I was going to a shelter because the situation got worse. She, in a low, trembling voice, said, First, I hid in my house, waiting for everything to pass. But when people started hurting and attacking, I tried to find shelter, and they rejected me from several. Looking like this, anyone considers you a threat. One of the civilians exclaimed. You shouldn't walk at this hour if you know that your appearance terrifies others. Mirio inhaled sharply at that statement. He knew about discrimination towards people with mutant characteristics. Several times some had made fun of Tamaki's ears. But those taunts were nothing compared to the implications of what had just been said, and it boiled Mirio's blood. She's not a threat. Mirio repeated, keeping control over his emotions. I'll take her to a shelter. The civilians began to murmur among themselves. Some lowered their weapons while others, like the man with the rifle, held them in the girl's direction. Eventually, all weapons lowered, and civilians withdrew. Mirio blew out air that he didn't know he had been holding. Sorry. The girl sobbed. I make things worse. I better go back to hide in my house. Mirio shook his head. It's not your fault. They're scared. He firmly said as he watched the girl pull an umbrella out of her backpack, handing it to him. Mirio reached out his hand and politely declined. You need it more than I do. The girl bit her lip. I know how some people treat mutants. I bet you do too. She replied, putting the umbrella over her head. People used to look at me weird while commenting on things about my appearance, but they've never seen me with such hatred. It hurts. He watched as the girl flinched and sobbed again. It broke Mirio's heart. People can be so cruel. You won't have to live like this for much longer. Mirio promised with his heart on his sleeve. I'll get everything back to normal soon. The villain's eyes snapped open, and Izuku smirked. I know you are not afraid of the gun, much less me. The student hero replied as the man readied his weapons. You can beat me in the blink of an eye if you want, but I know you don't want to kill me. The man snorted as he stuck out his long tongue and spat. Do not push your luck, little hero. The bullet crossed within millimeters of Stain's face, lightly brushing his ear. You know as well as I do that heroes are missing and the fake ones have resigned. Izuku said, approaching. The villain ran in his direction, and the student started jumping between the walls as the left bandage wrapped around one of the katanas. We are not on the same side. Izuku continued, pulling the villain's weapon and snatched it from him. The man grunted. But we have the same enemy. Stain hissed as he drew daggers from compartments of his boots. Who told you I'm not on his side? Wasn't he the one who caused Tartarus to escape? They were both still, staring at each other and waiting for any movement. Izuku slowly shook his head. Because he goes against what you think. He answered. Although, considering what you did to Ingenium, I could be wrong. Stain laughed. A dry laugh laden with irony. That hero has been one of my few mistakes. Then, amend them by giving me that information. Izuku declared. The man hummed as he fiddled with the handle of his remaining katana. Sinners like me do not regret our actions, even if we were wrong. We embrace our mission knowing that we will burn in hell. Perfect phrase. It will be amazing to read in your autobiography. Izuku said cheekily, knowing that they were reaching a standstill. His sight focused on the body lying in the corner of the alley. Sakamoto Yu, a child rapist, sentenced to life in prison. Stain nodded. Tartarus is full of all kinds of people. He commented. I'm labeled a villain, but at least I'd rather consider that I'm better than scum like that. That's why I looked for you out of all the fugitives. Izuku replied, throwing the katana between the two. My mentor would say that I'm being naive, but I have a promise to keep. The fugitive's eyes focused on his weapon and then rose to look at Izuku. Disbelief gleamed from them. I also have a promise to keep. The man declared. That is why I have to give the information to All Might. Izuku listened but didn't stop speaking. Many fugitives like him have been found dead on the streets. Izuku explained. The weapon felt heavy in his hand. I know you won't deny it if I assume that you are responsible. Stain nodded, shrugging and grinning maniacally. And I don't regret it. I'd be disappointed if you did. The students stared at the man for any reaction. After the escape, they found a couple of bodies in the same state. Also, some of the captured fugitives have stated that you were desperately seeking information. And that information is what I have to give to the only person I know who will use it correctly. Stain replied. Striving to make the world a just place is the mission of the monsters because no man dares to do what it takes. And then what is All Might? Izuku questioned. I don't know. The villain replied. Just like with you, little hero. He added as he slowly advanced in Izuku's direction. A hero like you requesting help from a vile criminal like me. What twists and turns fate takes. You call yourself a monster. And I'm not going to deny your crimes or call you a good person. Izuku indicated as he raised the weapon. But above all, you are human. I ask you to consider me the just person to receive this information, Stendhal. The woman smirked as she watched Mirio battle the projectiles. There's a Quirkless in UA, right? She questioned as she prepared to shoot again. Mirio grunted and lunged forward as Third and Sixth spoke to him. Keep calm, Third said. You're tired, Sixth mentioned. And Mirio was starting to get frustrated because he already knew those things, but he couldn't think because he was mentally and physically exhausted. He felt pathetic. Years of training so that a few weeks on his own would make him feel that way. What kind of hero was he? I'm amazed that he entered the hero course and made it to the second year. Lady Nagant nonchalantly said as she continued firing. Too bad he still hasn't gotten rid of the sweet lies. Not that much. Mirio responded, using smokescreen to buy time and distract Negan's vision. He saw the world as it was, but his spirit never got destroyed. He continued on the side of the heroes. The woman argued as she shot Mirio. Fortunately, he became intangible, and the projectile went through his body without causing harm. The world is gray. Mirio exclaimed and smiled when he saw an opening in Negan's posture. That's why not everything is bad. That's why. With his fist raised and ready, Mirio jumped. That there's still hope. Why you of all people? The man asked, narrowing his eyes. I have no reason other than the promise I made to a dying man. Izuku replied calmly. Stain snorted. I promised a dying man that I would give this information to a just person. Why would your promise be worth more than mine? It's not worth more than yours if you consider me that person. Izuku clarified. I need that data. You are curious, child. The villain said with a dry laugh. What will you do if I refuse? He's testing you. I hope we don't get to that. Izuku answered while he stroked one of his bandages. But a first year once said that to become heroes, sometimes you have to do unheroic things. Interesting. Stain commented, putting his hand on his chin. His katana remained abandoned on the floor, but he was a few steps away from reaching it. Izuku hummed in agreement. Do you remember Hosu? How to forget it? The man exclaimed. We wouldn't be in this situation if it weren't for that little fake one. Ida isn't the same from that alley. And that was true because Ingenium's younger brother was a hero in every sense of the term. You told me that day. Stain commented. You said that he needed to learn. Izuku nodded firmly. Nobody ever stops learning. Izuku hoped this was not another stalemate because he was getting impatient, and he could tell that the fugitive was in the same situation. But considering the commission sent children to war, they've learned enough that you don't consider them fake. I would say the same of the veterans who resigned. How many heroes had resigned from their positions? No UA students have dropped out. Izuku declared. They're training and preparing for when the next call. And they will enormously fail if they plan to face all for one. Stain answered without a doubt in his voice. Izuku shook his head as he watched the villain lift his katana. Not if you allow me that data. The boy argued as he tightened his grip on the gun. I promise it will make it to All Might, but I need it to fulfill my promise. The man frowned. You know what I promised. Tell me yours. He would do anything to get Togata back. Please take care of Mirio. I promise to take care of a person, but that person won't return empty-handed, and the information you have is enough. Izuku watched as the man looked thoughtful, staring at his katana hilt. All for One has a target. You know it, right? Izuku questioned. Stain nodded. He's out there, fighting in the streets to bring us back to what All Might built. Izuku exclaimed as he raised the weapon once more and aimed at the man's head. I'm not looking to arrest you. Right now, I only want the information you have there. Stain's eyes had a gleam of amusement at the scene unfolding in front of him. You're desperate, but you still give me a chance to fight. The man commented as he approached at a stressing slow pace. "You're something, child." "I'm not a child anymore," Izuku declared. Earlier in the year, carrying a gun felt so strange. It gave him chills to have a weapon that could blind a person's life to the correct trajectory. And so, with the rain falling heavily and the sky darkening, Midoriya Izuku decided that he wouldn't fail his word. Void was holding a gun in the direction of a man's head. "What do you choose, Akaguro Kayazome?" "So you are the popular Void," Tsutsumi Kana mentioned behind the strengthened glass of the interrogation room. Izuku nodded. "I didn't know I'm so popular." The former pro hero hummed with a sarcastic smile. "Many things are heard in the underworld." "I know." The second-year student nodded. "This is how I found out about the blood you spilled, Nagant." She snorted. "Then president of the Public Safety Commission? Old news, kid." Izuku slowly shook his head as he took out the images he had carried and placed them against the glass. "Maybe I'm on the side of society that you hate, but I'm also on the side of those who suffer for it." The woman's eyes snapped open at the pictures. "How do you know that?" Lady Nagant questioned defiantly, trying to get up from her handcuffs. "Those were classified missions." Izuku shrugged. "Like you said, in the underworld, you hear a lot of things." Wasn't that how he had gotten the information to argue with Stain? He was an underground hero and could not always defend himself with morality. He would have to play dirty. "I know what you think," Izuku commented. "A quirkless boy, trying to join the system that oppressed him all his life. How naive." Tsutsumi nodded. "This superpowered society is a gilded daydream seen through rose-colored glasses. But it's paper-thin. A fragile illusion. Say you bring back the status quo. Then what? History will just repeat itself. The public gets to stargaze at the bright and shiny side while the dark truth gnaws away at someone else. At least, a future ruled by all for one will be a hell of a lot more transparent." And she was right, except for the part where all for one would create the society she desired. That man cared for nothing but power, and Japan stated is proof of that. "You forget something," Izuku affirmed. "The deeper the darkness, the more dazzling the light shines. It's not all black and white. Most things in this world are in shades of gray. A blend of fear and anger." Lady Nagant frowned at it. "Then why do you try to save even the darkest?" Izuku sighed and looked the villain in the eye. "Because it's a reflection of who I might have become if I hadn't made the decisions that I did." Izuku admitted. "You're not evil. I can see it in your eyes." "Ha!" The woman snorted. "The old speech of, 'The eyes are the window of the soul'? Child, I regret to inform you, but my opinion about this society won't change. And I'm not asking you to do it." Izuku shook his head. "I only ask you to tell me everything you know about all for one to extend a hand to those who really need it." Mirio left the unconscious fugitive at the nearest police station and began to walk through the desolate streets. A few months ago, there had been a festival in that same area. He went with Heido and Tamaki. That afternoon they laughed as they passed the stalls while Tamaki tasted all the food possible. Heido had joked that Fat Gum would be proud if he saw his ward follow his habits. Mirio had laughed and Tamaki had cringed in shame. At the time, he didn't know that he was building memories. He had just been having fun. Mirio shook his head, shaking off the nostalgia that was beginning to flood him. If he wanted to get back to his friends, he should keep fighting even though scars, blood, and filth covered him. "You're talking about the boy. All for one sent me to kill, right?" she questioned. Izuku nodded. "You connected the dots too well, Nagant." She shrugged. "Thank Chisaki's hindrance. I'll do it." Izuku replied, feeling disgusted at the idea of seeing the man who tortured Eri for years again. "But why him? Trust me, he's trash. Does my motivations matter when they'll send me to Tartarus after this conversation?" Lady Nagant asked mockingly. "When you live in a quirk society, there are elementary things that you must learn from a young age and stay with you until you grow up. The first is the most basic: villains are evil. But if they knew their motivations, how much would that perception change? Morals and ethics aren't permanent but vary to adapt to the requirements of society. In a society that categorizes its members into heroes, civilians, or villains, how necessary is it to know the motivations of others? Izuku remembered when Shinso asked him what it meant to be a hero. And Izuku replied that it was up to everyone. From holding the hand of a child lost in the street to earning money to give their parents a decent life. If that means being a hero, what drives the meaning of villain? You can still do the right thing. Izuku asked, reaching out her hand, even knowing that she couldn't take it. You want to make a better world, me too, but we won't be able to do it if there's nothing left. The people had become dependent on the heroes and, now that they had failed grossly, they had turned against them. Tell me what you know about All for One. Izuku felt his breathing and pulse quicken. The woman sitting across from him was one of the few options to get the whole picture. You're fun, Void. Lady Nagant replied with a laugh. In 2 months, the target needs to go Heibori Woods. For what? Izuku asked, acknowledging that it could be a trap. Lady Nagant shrugged. Do you think he took the time to explain to me? She asked, raising her eyebrow and looking at him in disbelief. He just said, go and take the target to the place. The answer seemed genuine. Why are you helping me? He asked. Something wasn't right, and he noticed the glowing lines that began to appear on Tsutsumi's skin. The woman raised her eyes and gave a reassuring smile. Maybe I decided to do something right before I died. And then Lady Nagant exploded. Mirio knew he didn't look like a hero. He listened to the stories of the people he had saved and of those who had witnessed his confrontations. Despite this, people knew that he was on their side. So it hurt a little when the boy from the mall recoiled in terror when Mirio asked him if he was okay. A person with multiple quirks. Maybe he's a Nomu. An all-for-one ally. He doesn't look like a hero at all. Nobody suspected that Mirio was that guy who had been naked at the sports festival. It had been a while since he had stopped communicating with Hawks and Endeavor. It was the best. They could focus on saving the civilians and Mirio hunting down All for One. He wondered what would have happened if he had let Midoriya answer about One for All. If Midoriya had accepted power, how much would things change? He heard small and delicate footsteps behind him. You are a hero? A scared little boy asked. I would like to be one. Mirio replied. And where is Nagant? Chisaki demanded as he tried to free himself from the strap that tied his waist to the chair. She promised me we would see the boss. Izuku slapped his face with the palm of his hand. Change of plans, Chisaki. He commented, feeling tired and nauseous. To Tartarus and locked up for the rest of your pathetic life. The former leader of the Yakuza's eyes snapped open as he shook his head. Shut. The man burst out with tears in his eyes. You ruined my plans. Izuku ignored the man. Take him away. Toshinori watched as the young Midoriya handed him a USB stick. Your #1 fan sent you this. The green-haired boy replied. I attached additional information that I collected. He blinked rapidly, unable to break out of his initial stupor. How? He asked. Midoriya. Izuku shrugged. You'd be surprised by the magic of conversations, All Might. He knew that was a hint to the way Toshinori had dealt with the situation a few weeks ago. It hadn't been his best moment. He nodded crestfallen and accepted the device. Thank you, young Midoriya. The boy shook his head. Thank me when Togata returns to UA. You must be kidding me. Mirio's eyes widened at the image presented in front of him. It's been forever, Lemillion. Midoriya, his hair drenched from the rain, was grinning as he held onto the unconscious body of the villain that Mirio had been chasing unsuccessfully through several streets. He had to go. He knew this wasn't a fluke but an ambush. 9th, rest. 6th said. Mirio ignored him. He knew the other wielders were worried about him. But with Japan in chaos and no trace of All for One, he couldn't afford to rest. He wouldn't rest until he found out about All for One. He observed Midoriya hand over the criminal to the police forces, so he prepared to flee from him. He mentalized Black Whip, but before he could use it, he felt Midoriya's capturing bandages grab onto his legs. Mirio grunted. Let me go, Midoriya. The second-year student slowly shook his head. It won't be possible until you listen to me, Togata. What the hell was his Kohai thinking? Not that he underestimated Midoriya's abilities, but, with the rate at which he had improved in using One for All and his increased resistance to pain, Mirio knew that he could defeat him. Let go of me, oh dash. He couldn't finish the threat because he saw a bright flash in front of him. Midoriya had a gun and was pointing it at him. I was hoping you would act cooler in the face of this. Midoriya commented. The weapon didn't move, and neither did Mirio. Like when we met Eri for the first time, and you made her go back to Chisaki. How dare you mention that? Mirio hissed, feeling furious and forgetting to control his heart. How dare you come here and threaten me with a gun when I'm doing my best to get everything back to normal? Midoriya was unfazed. I also want everything to return to normal. He replied in a monotonous, stoic voice. But to do it we have to talk. Talk? Mirio claimed, not moving. He knew that if he wanted to, he could become intangible and avoid the bullet when shot, but Mirio was very tired. He needed to breathe. When he used his quirk, Mirio couldn't breathe. Talk. Midoriya nodded. But, if you refuse to cooperate, I'll have no choice but to shoot you. Mirio's eyes snapped open. Was Midoriya Izuku really going to shoot him? Why? Mirio questioned, feeling tears roll down his cheeks. He didn't understand anything. What was happening? Because I promised Sir Night Eye that I would take care of you. Midoriya answered firmly, and the gun still pointed at Mirio. And I'll keep that promise even if I have to force you to listen to me. Did Sir ask Midoriya to take care of me? Mirio was 2 years older. Hadn't Sir trusted that he could take care of himself? Had he been such a bad student? It's because you're too much like All Might. Midoriya replied, and Mirio almost believed he had a quirk to read minds. It's because he knew that you're capable of risking your life for a just cause. Mirio started laughing. Ah, the hysteria and irony. What a good recipe for a mental breakdown, right? Talking to me about sacrifices? Mirio snorted. You make your mother cry for your recklessness. You give Aizawa Sensei a migraine for the times you recklessly jump into danger. And you dare to claim me for the same? He watched as Midoriya's eyes crystallized from the retained tears. But his grip on the weapon remained firm, and it never deviated from Mirio. If you had accepted this power when All Might first offered it to you, the roles would be reversed, right? What if doesn't exist? Midoriya's voice answered sharply, but Mirio could hear it slightly cracking. This is you and me in the present, in reality. And what are you really trying to do? Speak. Mirio argued. And it went well, wasn't it? Midoriya's calm side remained. I got information on All for One. Mirio's eyes snapped open, and the sarcastic response he had prepared slipped from his tongue. What? I already gave it to the police and All Might. Midoriya continued, ignoring Mirio's question. We just need you to come back. Why? Because you must not fight alone. As light as the torrential rain that seemed to subside in front of them, tears were streaming down his face. You may be the 9th wielder in One for All, but you're not the only one bonded to it. Then Mirio burst into tears along with Midoriya. I grew up watching All Might videos on my computer. Izuku deeply inhaled as he gave Togata a second bento. I was impressed by his strength to smile even when things got tough. And hadn't it always been this way? Since his debut, All Might had smiled in dangerous situations to show people that everything would be okay. Even in his last battle, All Might had calmed a hurt woman as he launched a United States of smash towards All for One. As much as All Might wasn't as perfect as he seemed, Izuku couldn't deny the impact the man had had on his and many other people's lives. Perhaps he had ended the All Might era, but a new one, inspired by his legacy, was making its way. None of that would have been possible without One for All. The quirk had been around for generations, passing from one wielder to another. One for All had been the crystallization of people's hearts, united as one. The heart is the strongest muscle in the human body. Thousands upon hundreds of hearts beating at the same rate allow the flame of hope and All Might's legacy to remain lit. One for All connected me to All Might before I even met him. Togata took a deep breath, setting the bento aside. And then you and I teamed up for One for All. Togata replied. It was offered to both of us, and then we shared the secret. Izuku nodded and watched as the rain slowly subsided. I was not going to accept one for all at the hospital. He blurted out and watched Togata's mouth snap open, causing some of the rice to fall to the ground. Izuku held back his laughter. And the gun was loaded with Quirk suppressors. The older boy closed his mouth and sighed. Why? In a one-on-one, in the feral state you were in, I had no chance. Izuku admitted. I had to match the battlefield. Togata shook his head. I thought you were going to accept it. Izuku shrugged. Perhaps, in another life, I'm the one who holds the holy torch, but in this life, I'm the one who tries to keep the flame burning. And at that moment, the rain stopped. We don't realize peace until war breaks out. We don't realize that we're creating memories until we can only remember them with nostalgia and longing. Although the last year had taught them to expect the unexpected, they were unprepared for what happened the day heroes vanished. Izuku still hadn't told Togata about what he had found. They had agreed that he would do so when the boy gets all his reasoning abilities and optimal rest. He hadn't told him about Lady Nagant exploding or his meeting with Stain. Those were things that could wait. And while waiting with Togata for Nedzu to allow them to enter UA, Izuku knew that they wouldn't be ready for what would happen in the next few months. Would they beat All for One? Could they go back to the lives they once had? Izuku couldn't see the future but remembered how it all started for him. It wasn't when he first saw All Might's debut on his computer, nor when he received his quirkless diagnosis. Not when hero number 1 told him that he couldn't be a hero. It began when the first person who believed in him looked him in the eyes and said, "Here is your chance, child." A brusque but truly meaningful response. It started when Aizawa Shota didn't expel him from UA High School. When he became the one who survived Aizawa Sensei's purge. Nedzu openly saluted when he welcomed Izuku and Mirio, but the civilians didn't look the same. He understood. The circulating information was terrifying. But he took the lack of rain and the cloudy sky as a sign. The sun would rise once the storm clouds cleared. Both heroes took a deep breath and strode purposefully into UA. Don't let that boy inside you. One more step. Are you sure we won't get in trouble for this? Suzuki asked as she watched the crowd waiting for the infamous Class 1As, also known as the expelled class, play. Ninasatea snorted as he adjusted his bow tie. What's he gonna do? Expel us again? The expulsion was still an open wound. It wasn't every day that a scruffy-looking teacher decided you were not good enough to be a hero and expelled you from the best hero school in Japan on the first day. So, yeah, they were still upset. However, she was proud to say she was the most mature person among her 14 classmates. Ishikawa, who was helping Kawasaki with her disguise, sighed heavily. After all, the expulsion record is still there. Don't mention it, Kawasaki replied. Anyway, thank Midoriya for softening his heart. Yes, Midoriya, the only one of their classmates who hadn't been expelled. At first, Moada hadn't understood how a quirkless boy managed to enter the hero course. It seemed far-fetched and ridiculous. How could he defeat a villain without a quirk or train at all? But she had to admit her error in judgment. Midoriya had been her biggest mistake. During the quirk apprehension test, Midoriya showed skill, dexterity, and intelligence qualities many of them lacked. His willpower was undeniable, and Moada couldn't help but respect him. After that, becoming friends with him was only natural. Does that caterpillar have a heart? Sisamiya asked, stepping out in his Aizawa Sensei costume. Moada often forgot that this was a satire parody of the unfortunate and traumatic purge of Class 1A at the beginning of the school year. She had not agreed with this production and had been the only one of her classmates to oppose it, but unfortunately, she lived in a democracy. Yes, he does. Midoriya is his heart. Sakato joked as he put the green wig over his bald head and fixed the cheap plastic elf ears they had bought from the convenience store around the corner. How do I look as Midorika? Park, a boy from South Korea whose brown bangs covered his eyes, suddenly spat out the water he had been drinking. Dude, it's weird seeing you with hair. You're like a cheap, weird copy of the original, Hinata commented, without any filter, as she tucked her wings into her cloak. Ashamed, Midoriya decided not to participate. The crowd, Moata noticed, had grown. It seemed like the space was going to explode with people, and it wasn't any kind of exaggeration. That's why we're going to honor him in this play, Shin hummed, arranging the little plastic soldiers while stretching her long legs to avoid stepping on them. She adjusted her long black ponytail. He would have been the star. There was no way Midoriya would have been the lead. First, his stage fright. Second, Eraserhead kept him busy with additional training. Third, he had said he wouldn't participate. According to Fujimoto's theory, it was all Aizawa's fault for not making him join them because they were the riffraff. Moata didn't particularly believe that, but then again, her opinion of Eraserhead's goodness was ignored, so she let her classmates drag her into their resentful nonsense. They also amused her, so it was a win-win since she never got bored of them. A year later, seeing a framed photo of Midoriya and an office full of post-its, Moata would reconsider whether it was still funny or was becoming childish. Then, out of nowhere and thanks to her quirk, Ishibuya suddenly appeared. "Warn us before you do that," Takahashi screamed, clutching his chest. "You almost gave me cardiac arrest," he exclaimed, dropping to the floor dramatically. Ishibuya blatantly ignored him as she looked through the papers on her clipboard and checked her watch. "We have a few minutes before going on stage. I came to check that everything is in order." Ishibuya was the most organized person among them, as well as the vice president of the class, so it was no surprise to anyone that she took charge of the school festival. Moata deeply appreciated it since she didn't like organizing things. She didn't even know how she had ended up being a class representative. She pressed the receiver to her ear. "Ito, is everything in order in the sound room?" Ito, a boy with pink hair, simply smiled from the booth, giving a thumbs up. "Special effects?" She turned to Takahashi. Takahashi smiled arrogantly as he dropped some confetti on her. Ishibuya didn't seem very amused. "I guess that means perfect." Before she could give any further instructions, the alarm on Moata's phone rang, signaling it was time to get everything into position. "It's showtime, baby," Ishikawa exclaimed enthusiastically, placing his hand in the middle of the circle. "Everyone in." Moata observed that everyone was unimpressed by the gesture. "We're not doing that," Ishibuya deadpanned. Fujimoto, finishing the outlines of the cage where Sakato would be imprisoned, watched as it finally appeared next to him. He put away his notebook. "Props finished." "Don't be a party pooper," Ishikawa pleaded, shaking his hand. "I want to have a pre-Quirk era movie moment. Please." To say that Ishikawa's pout was cute would be a lie. Rather, it was horrible. But something was endearing about how excited he was, so Moata sighed heavily as she placed her hand on his. "Just this once, okay?" The others rolled their eyes but finally agreed, joining hands while Ishikawa laughed euphorically as if he had just heard the funniest joke ever. 1. Ishikawa started the chant, and everyone followed him. 2. 3. Class 1A. Act I, the beginning. The stage lit up, and as the narrator, Hinata, came out dressed in a blue dress with pink details and a black cape over her wings. This story has not been told for a long time, but it is one of strength, togetherness, and, most importantly, spite. Hinata narrated with such elegance that the last part of her speech took the audience by surprise. Based on real events, but that no one has dared to tell until now. With grace and delicacy uncharacteristic of Hinata, she advanced towards the corner of the stage, where she would remain for the rest of the performance. Then Sakato, as Midoriya, entered the scene, looking excited to arrive at the UA village. A place to start the journey of Midoriya's new stage of life, being an elf like me. What things will life bring me? The others, dressed in dark cloaks, began to surround him as the music became intense and dramatic. Midoriya didn't know what was happening. His expression denoted confusion and panic. "What is this?" Midoriya asked the audience. "What has brought so much insecurity to this town?" Suzuki appeared and said in an exaggeratedly dramatic voice, "Sensei has tormented us with threats of banishment to Jin's village." The audience, in Mawata's opinion, didn't seem to get the references. However, she noticed Mike Sensei in the audience, covering his mouth exaggeratedly while trying not to laugh. And you, being an elf, are in even more danger. Ninasatea shouted as he dragged Midoriya to the edge of the stage. You must flee this village before it's too late. Midoriya looked worriedly at the cloaked crowd behind him. Who was Sensei? How did he have them so terrified? But Midoriya was a big-hearted elf, adventurous and selfless by nature. He couldn't allow the UA village to suffer from more fear. He had to stop Sensei to bring peace to the humble villagers, who didn't have as much wit or intelligence as him, Hinata said while Midoriya walked around the stage with a thoughtful look, the villagers behind him. Moata frowned at the last part. Did you approve of being called fools? Ishibuya, who was rereading the script, shook her head. That must be Hinata's improvisation. But it's not a direct insult if the others except Sensei understand it, Fujimoto said as he watched the audience burst out laughing at Hinata's narration. Moata simply sighed. Well, I'm not responsible for this travesty. Then you won't have any of the profits either, Ishibuya hummed. Before Moata could refute her, the other girl put her hand on her earpiece and spoke. Park, switch to red light number 3. The stage turned wine red as Hinata continued narrating. Expulsion was lethal in UA, and being banished to Jind was the worst challenge any inhabitant could face. Sensei had dominated the lands of UA for a long time, terrorizing newcomers and those who remained. They lived under his shadow and words. Kawasaki approached Midoriya and pushed him off the stage. You have to get out of here. Run away, dear. A better life awaits you in another village. But at the insistence of all the villagers, Midoriya seemed determined to stay. He remained firm in his place, despite the combined shoving of the villagers. The lighting changed, becoming extremely bright, too bright compared to what they had rehearsed. Park! Ishibuya screamed whispered as she squeezed her earpiece. Too much power. Park rushed to fix it, hitting his head hard on one of the beams. Shin winced. That must have hurt. The boy ignored the strong blow as the intensity of the lights went down and the stage was filled with an angelic glow. For his part, Ito played pre-Quirk church music. This will be blackmail material in the future, Moata thought as she held back her laughter. Thank goodness we hired someone to record it. She glanced at the cameraman out of the corner of her eye. The man was sitting in the chair, comfortably eating popcorn. The video camera was recording the performance. Moata just hoped the image was clear. Midoriya walked to the center of the stage, the other UA villagers behind him, watching him with the purest admiration. How can Midoriya leave you behind, knowing that you live in terror of a tyrant? Midoriya must help you in some way. Unite, people of UA, so that you can be free from the fearsome Sensei. Are you with Midoriya? The auditorium remained silent. The music fell quiet, and only the sound of breathing echoed in the space. Moata watched as Samenta Sensei wiped away a small tear. His performance couldn't have been that good, right? Then Sensei, along with the audience and the guys on stage, shouted in unison, yeah. And then the curtain closed, ending the first act. Hurry up, Sisamiya. Ishibuya pushed him onto the stage while Fujimoto set up the props. Be despicable like Aizawa sensei. Sisamiya snorted as he straightened his disheveled hair. Easy peasy. He's not despicable, Moata corrected as she rearranged the rug. We just hate him because he expelled us. Her classmates turned to look at her, blinked slowly, and then laughed silently. They literally laughed without making a sound. Even Park, whose quirk involved singing ridiculously high notes, was rolling on the floor while covering his mouth. And that is reason enough to despise him, Takahashi said, leaning against her shoulder and wiping away a small fake tear. But hey, the show must go on, right? Act 2, Sensei. While the villagers joined Midoriya, discussing battle strategies, the despicable Sensei was in his palace, preparing a counterattack and capture. Hinata narrated as the stage lit up green and she approached the audience. Nothing escaped the vile emperor, especially the arrival of an elf, someone he considered worthy of his evil teachings. At that moment, Sensei stood up from his throne while Hinata positioned herself next to the stage. This is inconceivable, the villain shouted as the speakers screeched. The audience quickly covered their ears, and Ito hurried to fix it. How could those vermin hide something like that from me? Vermin with no potential that I once chased away, and they should be grateful I let them return. There was something that Moata hadn't understood when reading the script. The multitude of genres and movie references they had used, all for the sake of parody. If it weren't for Park's lack of acting skills, he would have taken the role of Sensei, especially considering the upcoming scene. When the instrumental started, Sensei sang at the top of his lungs. It's good to be king, and have the absolute authority. All the attributes of divinity. I'm a religion. Look how they all worship me. Don't have to be good. To be a good king. Just gotta look. Like you've got sympathy. Then keep 'em rooked and suffering. To maximize your profit. Look how the peasants work down to the bone. As I sit up high on my velvety throne. Pulling the strings on the people below. It's so stinking good to be king. Mine is the kingdom. Mine is the power. Mine is the glory. Forever. The audience went wild. Sisamiya's performance received a standing ovation, exceeding expectations for a parody. Observe ectoplasma sensei, Ishibuya whispered, pointing to a particular spot in the crowd. Moata followed her friend's direction and saw their math teacher sobbing in his seat, clapping frantically. Seriously? Ishibuya nodded slowly, then gave her sign to Shin. The exchange student happily activated her quirk, causing the little soldiers to dance toward the stage in a coordinated ballet movement. Moata was sure she had seen something similar in Swan Lake, possibly Pada Cotter. Despite her limited knowledge, she appreciated how excellently coordinated the performance was, thanks to Shin's management. Amazing! My faithful servants! Sensei exclaimed as the little soldiers remained in place, immovable, waiting for their emperor's orders. It's time to reclaim the power the villagers think they can take from us. Starting with the elf they call Midoriya. The little soldiers bowed before their king as the lighting changed from green to red. So, come on my loyal army. Bring him to me. Sensei began to laugh evilly as the lights flickered. That's not part of the script, Shin whispered. Park? The boy was running back and forth, trying to fix the lights. At least it adds more drama to the scene, Moata hummed as she let the curtain close. Did you notice how people applauded me? Sisamiya exclaimed excitedly as he helped Fujimoto set up the props. Did you hear that? I felt like a movie star. I could do acting and musicals if this whole hero thing doesn't work out. Fujimoto nodded, rolling his eyes. We all heard how Mike Sensei almost lost his voice. And how Ectoplasma Sensei nearly asked for your autograph, Ishibuya added. He's a fan of musicals, and I must admit, you have talent. Sisamiya puffed out his chest with pride. I'm talented. I played orphan number 3 in my elementary school's performance of Annie. Yes, too talented, Ishibuya brushed it off as he pulled Sisamiya off the stage. We'll start with Act 3, so prepare your vocal cords. Act 3. The kidnapping. As you appreciated, Sensei was not going to sit idly by in the face of his people's brewing rebellion. He needed a way to subdue them and, at the same time, turn Midoriya into his spitting image. The elf was special, Sensei noted, as were his people. So, kidnapping him and making him his ward was the best way to do it. But how to do it? Hinata knelt as if she were telling the audience a secret. Behind her, Midoriya stood on top of a table with the people of UA sitting in chairs, listening intently to what he was saying. It happened during the night when the people were planning to take up arms against the tyrant. Midoriya raised his fist in the air as he looked at the UA villagers. These people trusted him, he couldn't let them down. He could bring peace back to UA. We will attack at dawn. Midoriya exclaimed fiercely, the others' fists joining his in the air. We will try to dialogue as civilized people because we do not promote violence or any action that disturbs the peace, unless necessary, and if it does not work, we will fight with arms but only using the necessary force. The villagers responded together, yeah. Then, they began to bring out the weapons that Fujimoto had been drawing a few days before. Suzuki, who was at the side of the stage, started to sing. One more day before the storm. Ninasatea responded, joining her. At the barricades of freedom, Ishikawa handed a gun to Midoriya as the two harmonized. When our ranks begin to form. Kawasaki tidied up her house while joining in the singing. Will you take your place with me? Finally, the villagers, along with Midoriya, joined together for the last part of the song. The harmony of their voices filled the auditorium, creating a powerful and unifying moment. Their collective resolve was palpable, the spirit of their rebellion echoing through every note. The audience, captivated by the performance, felt the strength and determination of the characters as they prepared to face Sensei. The unity of the villagers and their unwavering belief in Midoriya shone brightly. The time is now, the day is here. Thus, amid the celebration and preparations, the naive villagers did not notice that Sensei's troops were silently dancing their way to fulfill the mission commanded by their master. You know what they say, Hinata told the audience as the villagers and Midoriya slowly fell into a deep sleep. Before a big day, you should rest well. And one was supposed to stand guard, but Hypnos was stronger than the will of the rebels. The lights turned a darker tone, reminiscent of the shadows used by villains and criminals to conceal their actions. A single spotlight captured Midoriya's sleeping form. Suddenly, another, less intense spotlight illuminated a corner of the stage as Sensei's small army entered the scene, dancing delicately in elegant ballet movements, whose names Moata did not know. Once they reached Midoriya, the dimmer spotlight went out. They lifted him, making an effort to keep him from waking up, and carried him noiselessly off the stage. In a moment, Midoriya's head hit a wall. The audience gasped as the curtain fell, ending the act. Fucking hell! Sakato cursed as he walked off stage, rubbing his head. That really hurt. Ishibuya shrugged, pushing him back onto the stage. Endure it for 5 more acts. She wiped sweat from her forehead. I'm too exhausted to keep giving orders. Shen face-bombed as she rearranged the soldiers again. Yeah, it's just as tiring as performing various ballet variations. Ishibuya grinned at her, then shoved Sisamiya onto the stage. Next act now. Act 4. Captivity. Midoriya stood up, feeling confused and trapped within the confines of a cage. He was scared, repeatedly crashing against the cold material. Where was he? I see you've woken up, Midoriya. A figure wrapped in some yellow sleeping bag rose from the darkness. The lighting shifted to green, casting a white spotlight solely on the caged Midoriya. Startled by the voice, Midoriya turned to see a fearsome and apathetic-looking man. Tangled, dark hair cascaded to the ground as the yellow sleeping bag slipped from his shoulders. A shiver ran up Midoriya's spine. It was then that he realized he was face to face with Sensei. You must be Sensei. Midoriya exclaimed, to which the man nodded. I was thinking of discussing democratic ideas for your reign, your majesty. The audience chuckled. Hinata seemed on the verge of laughter, while Ishibuya appeared ready to silence her. Sensei regarded him with a strange look, clearly not expecting such a response. Really? Because I thought you could better implement them as my pupil. Huh. Midoriya was taken aback. This wasn't the response he anticipated. Regardless, Midoriya considered himself a free spirit. Thanks, but no thanks. Sensei's gaze turned dangerously stern, causing Midoriya's confident smile to falter. It wasn't a question. From now on, call me master. Midoriya didn't want Sensei as his master, he was a free elf. Or at least, that's what he thought until he noticed what Sensei held in his hand. Ishibuya gave Ito a thumbs up, and he began playing the music. No. Oh no 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 no. 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 Oh no 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 no. Why did Ito choose to play that song while Moata was dying of laughter? I cannot believe we thought this was a good idea. Moata gasped between fits of giggles. Ishibuya contained her laughter while admitting. It's impossible to take anything too seriously with this playing. Sensei held one of Midoriya's socks in his hand. According to the legendary elven rules, originating from the most remote corners of the world's libraries, Hinata addressed the audience directly, If a person possessed the garment of an elf, it granted them power over the elf. How is that even possible? A young girl shouted from the audience, her eyes wide open. Taking advantage of the audience's reaction, Sensei dramatically raised the sock. That's right, dear spectators, he said with a deep, theatrical voice. With this sock, I have the power to control Midoriya. See? I told you it was a good idea to add that free space for me to improvise. Moada overheard Takahashi's voice emanating from his communicator, a hint of triumph in his tone. I trust my good friend Susumiya for these things. There is only one way to free an elf, let's just hope our villager friends know it. Hinata's voice, tinged with a mixture of melancholy and determination, resonated throughout the theater. She delivered the line with a gentle yet poignant cadence, her words carrying the weight of the narrative's climax. As the final syllables left her lips, Hinata's gaze lingered on the stage, her eyes reflecting the depth of emotion behind the words. With a subtle nod to the audience, she stepped back, allowing the curtain to descend slowly, enveloping the stage in darkness. It won't be long. It won't be long. Ishibuya hummed as she adjusted her communicator. Her gaze shifted to Fuwa as she sighed heavily. Next year, let's do something simpler, like a butler cafe. Fuwa couldn't agree more. Staging was enormously stressful and an experience she didn't plan on repeating. I don't think they'll leave us either after our blatant travesty. It will be best for all of our sanity. Ishibuya responded. Now, let's continue at the end without any inconvenience. Act V, time to be heroes. The villagers didn't notice at first, but they realized something was wrong when Midoriya didn't respond to their calls. Hinata explained as she moved through the anxious and bewildered villagers. Where was Midoriya? Had the elf deceived them? It couldn't be true, could it? From the audience, a spectator shouted, Midoriya would not do that. Exactly. Hinata improvised, responding to the boy who had yelled. But the villagers don't know that yet, and their uncertainty is eating them up. The clamor of UA villagers began, despite being just 4 people. Their budget had run out quickly on essentials like super spicy ramen and a trip to see Fast and Furious LI for the whole class, so they couldn't afford to hire extras. Midoriya must have been kidnapped. Suzuki exclaimed suddenly, causing all the villagers to gasp in unison. A little bird told me. Yeah, a little bird. She skipped like 3 of her lines, didn't she? Ishibuya muttered, scanning the script and tapping her forehead with her open hand. Moada nodded slowly. At least the improvisation could have been much worse. Then we will take the oviparous opinion as a fundamental clue. Ishikawa tore the flag off the prop wall, raising it vigorously. Let's go to Sensei's palace to save our friend. Yeah, the others exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing with determination. The villagers marched off the stage, their makeshift weapons clutched tightly. As they exited, the stage lights dimmed, and dramatic music swelled, heightening the tension of the moment. Backstage, Shun soldiers began their intricate ballet routine, preparing for the final showdown. The anticipation was palpable, and even the audience seemed to hold their breath, eager to see what would happen next. It's the worst improvisation I've ever seen in my life, Fujimoto said dryly. Ishibuya gave him a cold look, slowly grabbed his sketchbook, and threw it across the room. Moada watched in shock as Ishibuya approached Fujimoto, put her finger on his chest, and said, "One more word, and I swear you'll be next." Fujimoto swallowed, nodded quickly, and ran to retrieve his notebook, his hands trembling slightly. From that moment on, Fujimoto decided that Ishibuya terrified him. Ishibuya, on the other hand, seriously considered going to therapy. The stress of managing the chaotic play and keeping everyone in line was starting to take its toll. She knew she needed to find a way to handle her emotions better before she snapped again. As Fujimoto returned to his place, clutching his sketchbook like a lifeline, he cast nervous glances at Ishibuya, who had resumed her role as the backstage coordinator with a steely resolve. The rest of the cast exchanged uneasy looks, the tension in the air palpable. Moada, still in shock, thought to herself, maybe next time we should just stick to a simpler production. This is getting out of hand. Act 7. Saving Midoriya. Suddenly, a spotlight focused on Era Sensei's palace, revealing the ominous setting where the final confrontation would take place. The music shifted to a suspenseful tone as the villagers stealthily approached the palace gates. Strangely, they were greeted by Era Sensei's mini-soldiers dancing a fairly uncoordinated ballet variation. The villagers watched curiously, but did not let their guard down. How strange was it that the servants of an evil lord would invite them into his palace without a fight? What was happening? Hinata asked the audience. Why had Era Sensei's allies apparently decided to help the villagers? The villagers hesitated, exchanging wary glances, but their determination to rescue Midoriya pushed them forward. They cautiously followed the dancing soldiers, their weapons ready for any sudden betrayal. As they advanced deeper into the palace, the eerie silence was broken only by the soft shuffle of their footsteps and the occasional clatter of a misstep from one of the soldiers. The dim lighting cast long shadows, adding to the suspense. "This must be a trap," Suzuki whispered, gripping her weapon tightly. "Stay alert," Ishikawa replied, eyes scanning the surroundings. "Era Sensei is up to something." The soldiers stopped dancing and formed a line, pointing toward a large, ominous door at the end of the corridor. The villagers paused, their hearts pounding. "This must be it," Midoriya's closest ally Kawasaki said, stepping forward. "Era Sensei's lair." Taking a deep breath, the ally pushed open the door, revealing Era Sensei seated on a grand throne, inside a sleeping bag, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A huge covered cage behind him. "Welcome, filthy rats," Era Sensei's voice echoed through the chamber. "I've been expecting you. We're here to take back our friend and end your tyranny," the leader declared, voice steady despite the fear gnawing at them. Era Sensei laughed, a low, menacing sound. "You think you can defeat me? You're more foolish than I thought." Hinata, narrating from the side of the stage, spoke to the audience with dramatic flair. And so, the final confrontation begins. Will the villagers' courage and Midoriya's resolve be enough to overcome the dark powers of Era Sensei? As she spoke, the lights changed, alternating between eerie greens and ominous reds, heightening the tension in the room. The stage was set for the climactic battle between good and evil. The audience went crazy as they claimed that the villagers would defeat Era Sensei, yelling in unison. "You can do it! Defend Midoriya!" "Do people really like this shitty ChatGPT script?" Shen whispered in disbelief to Moada. The audience's enthusiastic response baffled her, and Mawada's expression mirrored her confusion. Takahashi approached them with a knowing smile as he observed their bewilderment. "You know what they say, so bad it's good. Occult work in the making." He gestured towards the audience, who were now clapping and cheering with unexpected fervor. Quirkiest things resonate the most. People love to find gems in the rough. Shen and Moada exchanged glances. Maybe there was something they were missing, something the audience had caught onto. "Who would have thought?" Moada murmured, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Takahashi chuckled. "Welcome to the world of unexpected hits. Let him free. Midoriya wants to be free." Suzuki Aoi's voice echoed through the theater, her desperation palpable as she extended a sock toward the imposing cage. But even as she tried to hide it, the sock was a feeble disguise for the makeshift key within. Era Sensei remained unmoved, his expression cold and indifferent. "Midoriya doesn't need you. He's perfectly fine." His movements were deliberate, each step a calculated display of power as he approached the cage. A muffled cry emanated from within, the plea for freedom drowned out by the darkness that surrounded it. "Master! Midoriya wants to be free." The desperation in Midoriya's voice was matched only by Suzuki's futile attempt to conceal the key, a small act of rebellion in the face of overwhelming oppression. With a swift and determined stride, Era Sensei approached the cage, his movements oozing with malevolence as he ripped away the cloth covering it, revealing Midoriya trapped within. "Then, we will have to go over your corpse, Era Sensei," Kawasaki yelled, her voice cutting through the chaos as she lunged forward, joining the fray. The clash of swords and the sounds of battle filled the air as the villagers fought with all their mights as the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the stage. Amidst the tumult, Suzuki seized the opportunity, slipping the sock key into Midoriya's grasp with a quick, furtive motion. With a grateful nod, Midoriya clutched the key tightly, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The audience held their breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle before them. The sound of clashing swords and battle cries filled the air, accompanied by pulsating music that mirrored the intensity of the confrontation. The stage transformed into a battleground, bathed in alternating hues of red and green as the conflict raged on. With each flash of light and clash of steel, the stakes grew higher, the outcome uncertain. But amidst the chaos and the cacophony and light, one thing remained clear: the villagers' unwavering determination to fight for Midoriya's freedom and their own, no matter the cost. "Midoriya is a free elf," Midoriya exclaimed, his voice resolute as he waved his sock excitedly. The audience erupted into laughter and applause, caught up in the electrifying energy of the moment. "Midoriya has no master. Midoriya is a free dash." But Sakato's triumphant declaration was abruptly halted as the theater doors swung open with a deafening crash. In rushed a stampede of farm animals from the nearby mini-zoo, their frantic bleating and clucking filling the air with an unexpected cacophony of sounds. The once serene theater was now transformed into a scene of Animals Farm. Hens squawked as they darted down the aisles, closely followed by a trio of goats whose hooves clattered against the polished floors. A piglet, squealing with excitement, raced past the stage, closely pursued by a pair of bemused-looking sheep as the curtain closed. As chaos erupted outside, the guys scrambled off the stage, seeking refuge behind the scenes. "Can nothing go right for us this year?" Ishikawa's frustrated voice echoed through the backstage area as he raised a fist skyward, his words a lament to the string of mishaps that seemed to plague their every endeavor. Moata couldn't help but share in his exasperation, her thoughts briefly turning to the cameraman caught in the chaos. She hoped fervently that he was unharmed and that at least some of the recording had been salvaged. It would undoubtedly become a source of laughter in the future, a shared memory to reminisce over with Midoriya's future co-ace. "Well, a shame they didn't get to see the end," Sisamiya sighed, emerging from the makeshift sleeping bag with a nonchalant shrug. "Let's grab something to eat, guys?" The unanimous nodding of heads signaled their agreement as they made their way towards the exit at the back of the theater. Relief washed over Moata as she stepped outside, breathing in the cool evening air. "It's finally over," she thought, a sense of satisfaction settling over her. But as they began to walk away, hunger pangs reminded her of a more pressing concern. "Will there be any teriyaki left in the 2B spot?" she asked hopefully, her stomach rumbling at the thought of the delicious meal awaiting them. 1 year later, Fua felt surprised to see Shinso Hitoshi waiting outside her classroom. She recognized him from the sports festival, Japan's Good News, and, of course, Midoriya's stories. Approaching him with a friendly smile, she noticed the tension in Shinso's demeanor. "Hello," she greeted him warmly, stepping closer to the door. "Are you looking for someone, Shinso-kun?" Shinso seemed unsure, his discomfort evident as he nervously rubbed the back of his neck. "I wanted to ask about what you all did for the school festival last year," he admitted, sounding uncertain. "Midoriya-senpai ran away when I asked him." Fua felt a surge of excitement. "Finally, a chance to share that video. Give me your number and I'll send you a link," she offered, holding out her phone. Shinso agreed, quickly jotting down his number before Fua added hers to his contacts. "But don't tell Midoriya, it's our little secret, okay?" She winked playfully as Shinso nodded in agreement, returning her phone. "Thank you, Fua-senpai," Shinso thanked before hastily excusing himself. "It's gonna be so fun." Fua waved him off with a smile, waiting until he was out of sight before sending the video. "Enjoy it, Shinso-kun." Bonus. If anyone finds this video, my name is Junimoto Akari. Some UA Hero students dragged me into recording this absurd play, bribed me with a bag of peanuts dash, probably as a pathetic revenge against a teacher they despise. Here I am, stuck in the middle of a farm animal stampede, and to top it off, I have an irrational fear of those clucking chickens. It's like a nightmare come true. Anyway, Just wanted to say, Mom, I love you, and thanks for everything. And to the chickens, well, let's just say I'm ordering fried chicken for dinner.